smaller dwellings. In every building, in every garden, at every turn the visitor finds the austere beauty and simplicity of colour and form that are the mountain ideal. The overall impression that one carries away is of tranquillity and joy in the natural world. The chosen simplicity of life there may lead the visitor to question his own choice in life. It was night. I recall little more than that it followed long days of pain. I moved my staff and took another step. I moved my staff again. We were not going quickly. A scurrying of snowflakes in the air was more blinding than the darkness. I could not get away from the circling wind that carried them. Night Eyes wove a pacing path around me, guiding my hesitant steps as if it could hurry me. From time to time he keened anxiously. His body was tight with fear and weariness. He smelled wood smoke and goats. "Not to betray you, my brother, but to help you. Remember that. You need someone with hands, but if they try to mistreat you, you have but to call and I shall come. I shall not be far." I could not make my mind focus on his thoughts. I felt his bitterness that he could not help me, and his fear that he was leading me into a trap. I thought we had been arguing, but I could not remember what I had been insisting on. Whatever it was, Night Eyes had won, simply by virtue of knowing what he wanted. My feet slipped on the packed snow of the road, and I went to my knees. Night Eyes sat down beside me and waited. I tried to lie down, and he seized my wrist in his jaws. He tugged gently, but the thing in my back burst into sudden flames. I made a noise. "Please, my brother, there are huts ahead and lights within them, fires and warmth, and someone with hands who can cleanse the foul wound in your back. Please, get up. Just once more." I lifted my hanging head and tried to see. There was something in the road ahead of us, something the road forked and went around on either side. The silver moonlight gleamed on it, but I could not make out what it was. I blinked hard, and it became a carved stone, taller than a man. It had not been shaped to be an object, but was simply smoothed into a graceful shape. At its base, bare twiggy limbs recalled summer shrubbery. An irregular wall of smaller stones bordered it. Snow garnished all. It reminded me of Ketrican somehow. I tried to rise, but could not. Beside me, Night Eyes whined in agony. I could not frame a thought to reassure him. It took all my strength to remain on my knees. I did not hear footsteps, but I felt a sudden increase in the tension thrumming through Night Eyes. I lifted my head again, far ahead of me, past the garden. Someone came walking through the night. Tall and slender, draped in heavy fabric, hood pulled forward so far it was almost a cowl. I watched the person come. Death, I thought. Only death could come so silently, gliding so smoothly through this icy night. "Run away," I whispered to Night Eyes. "No sense in letting him take both of us. Run away now." For a wonder, he obeyed me, slipping away silently from my side. When I turned my head, I could not see him, but I sensed he was not far. I felt his strength leave me as if I had taken off a warm coat. Part of me tried to go with him, to cling to the wolf and be the wolf. I longed to leave this battered body behind. "If you must, my brother, if you must, I will not turn you away." I wished he had not said it. It did not make it easier to resist the temptation. I had promised myself I would not do that to him, that if die I must, I would die, and leave him free and clean of me to carve his own life. Yet as the moment for dying grew nearer, there seemed so many good reasons to forsake that promise. The healthy wild body, that simple life in the now, called to me. Slowly, the figure drew nearer. A great shivering of cold and pain racked me. I could go to the wolf, I summoned the last of my strength to defy myself. "Here," I croaked to death. "Here I am. Come and take me, and let it be done at last." He heard me. I saw him halt and stand stiffly as if afraid. Then he came with sudden haste, his white cloak swirling in the night wind. He stood by me, tall and slender and silent. "I've come to you," I whispered. Abruptly he knelt beside me, and I glimpsed the chiseled ivory of his bony face. He put his arms around me and lifted me to bear me away. The pressure of his arm on my back was agonizing. I fainted. Warmth was seeping back into me, bringing pain with it. I sprawled on my side within walls, for the wind surged like the ocean outside. I smelled tea and incense, paint and wood shavings, and the wool rug I lay on. My face burned. I could not stop the shuddering that ran through me, though every wave of it awakened the searing pain in my back. My hands and feet throbbed. "The knots of your cloak strings are frozen. I'm going to cut them now. Lie still." The voice was curiously gentle, as if unused to such a tone. I managed to get an eye open. I was lying on the floor. My face was turned toward a stone hearth where a fire burned. Someone leaned over me. I saw the glitter of a blade nearing my throat, but I could not move. I felt it sawing and honestly could not tell if it tasted my flesh. Then my cloak was being lifted back. "It's frozen to your shirt," someone muttered. I almost thought I knew the voice. A gasp. "It's blood. All this is frozen blood." My cloak made an odd tearing sound as it was peeled loose. Then someone sat down on the floor beside me. I turned my eyes up slowly, but could not lift my head to see a face. Instead, I saw a slender body clothed in a soft robe of white wool. Hands the color of ivory pushed the cuffs of his sleeves up. The fingers were long and thin, the wrists bony. Then he rose abruptly to get something. For a time I was alone. I closed my eyes. When I opened them, a wide vessel of blue pottery was by my head. Steam rose from it, and I smelled willow and rowan. "Steady," said the voice, and for a moment one of those hands rested on my shoulder reassuringly. Then I felt spreading warmth on my back. "I'm bleeding again," I whispered to myself. "No, I'm soaking the shirt loose." Once again, the voice was almost familiar. I closed my eyes. A door opened and shut, and a gust of cold air wafted across me. The man beside me paused. I felt him glance up. "You might have knocked," he said with mock severity. I felt again the warm trickle of water on my back. "Even one such as I occasionally has other guests." Feet crossed hastily to me. Someone lowered herself fluidly to the floor beside me. I saw the folding of her skirts as she sank down. A hand pushed the hair back from my face. "Who is he, Holy One?" "Holy One?" There was bitter humor in his voice. "If you would speak of holes, you should speak to him, not me. Here, look at his back." He spoke softer then. "As to who he is, I have no idea." I heard her gasp. "All of that is blood? How does he yet live? Let us get some warmth to him and clean away the blood." Then she tugged at my mittens and dragged them free of my hands. "Oh, his poor hands! His fingers all gone black at the ends!" she exclaimed in horror. That I did not want to see or know. I let go of everything. For a time it seemed as if I were a wolf again. I stalked an unfamiliar village, alert for dogs or anyone stirring about. But all was white silence and snow falling in the night. I found the hut I sought and prowled about it, but dared not enter it. After a time, it seemed I had done all I could about something. So I went hunting. I killed. I ate. I slept. When I opened my eyes again, the room was washed with the pale light of day. The walls curved. I thought at first my eyes would not focus, and then I recognized the shape of a mountain dwelling. Slowly I took in detail. Thick rugs of wool on the floor, simple wooden furniture, a window of greased hide. On a shelf, 2 dolls leaned their heads together beside a wooden horse and tiny cart. A huntsman puppet dangled in a corner. On a table were bits of brightly painted wood. I smelled the clean shavings and the fresh paint. Puppets, I thought. Someone was making puppets. I was belly down on a bed with a blanket over me. I was warm. The skin of my face and my hands and feet burned unpleasantly, but that could be ignored, for the great pain that bored into my back took precedence. My mouth was not so dry. Had I drunk something? I seemed to recall the spill of warm tea in my mouth, but it was not a definite memory. Feet in felted wool slippers approached my bed. Someone bent down and lifted the blanket off me. Cool air flowed across my skin. Deft hands moved over me, prodding the area around my wound. So thin. Were he better fleshed, I'd say he had more chance, said an old woman's voice sadly. Will he keep his toes and fingers? A woman's voice. Close by, a young woman. I could not see her, but she was near. The other woman bent over me. She handled my hands, bending the fingers and pinching at the ends of them. I winced and tried feebly to pull away. If he lives, he'll keep his fingers, she said, not unkindly but factually. They will be tender, for he must shed all the skin and flesh that was frozen. By themselves they are not too bad. The infection in his back is what may kill him. There's something inside that wound, an arrowhead and part of the shaft by the look of it. Cannot you take it out? Ivory Hands spoke from somewhere in the room. Easily, the woman replied. I realized she was speaking the tongue of Buck, with a mountain accent. But he will certainly bleed, and he has not much blood left he can part with. And the foulness of his wound may spread in fresh-flowing blood to poison all his body. She sighed. Would that Jong Kui was still alive. She was very wise in this type of thing. It was she who pulled from Prince Rorisk the arrow that had pierced his chest. The wound bubbled with his very life's breath, and still she did not let him die. I am not such a healer as she, but I will try. I will send my apprentice with a salve for his hands and feet and face. Rub his skin well with it each day, and do not be dismayed at the shedding of skin. As for his back, we must keep a drawing poultice on, to suck the poison from it as best we may. Food and drink you must get into him, as much as he will take. Let him rest. And a week hence we will pull that arrow, and hope he has built the strength to live through it. Joffron, know you a good drawing poultice? 1 or 2. Bran and goosegrass is a good one, she offered. It would do well. Would that I could stay and tend him, but I have many another to see to. Cedar Knoll was attacked last night. A bird has come with tidings that many were injured before the soldiers were driven off. I cannot tend one and leave many. I must leave him in your hands. And in my bed? Ivory Hands said dolefully. I heard the door close behind the healer. I drew in a deeper breath, but found no strength to speak. Behind me, I heard the man moving about the hut. The small sounds of water poured and crockery moved. Footsteps came closer. I think he's awake, Joffron said softly. I gave a small nod against my pillow.
"Try to get this down him, then," suggested Ivory Hands. "Then let him rest. I shall return with bran and goosegrass for your poultice, and some bedding for myself, for I suppose he must stay here."
A tray was passed over my body, and came into my view. There were a bowl and a cup on it. A woman sat beside me. I could not turn my head to see her face, but the fabrics of her skirt were mountain-woven. Her hand spooned up a bit from the bowl and offered it to me. I sipped at it cautiously. Some sort of broth. From the cup wafted the scents of chamomile and valerian. I heard a door slide open, and then shut. I felt a waft of cold air move through the room. Another spoonful of broth. A third. "Where?" I managed to say. "What?" she asked, leaning closer. She turned her head and leaned down to see my face. Blue eyes. Too close to my own. "Did you say something?" I refused the spoon. It was suddenly too much effort to eat, even though what I had taken had heartened me. The room seemed darker. When next I awoke, night was deep around me. All was silent, save for the muted crackling of a fire in the hearth. The light it cast was fitful, but enough to show me the room. I felt feverish and very weak, and horribly thirsty. There was a cup of water on a low table near my bed. I tried to reach for it, but the pain in my back stopped my arm's movement. My back felt taut with the swollen wound. Any movement awakened it. "Water," I mouthed, but the dryness of my mouth made it a whisper. No one came. Near the hearth, my host had made up a pallet for himself. He slept like a cat, lax, but with that aura of constant wariness. His head was pillowed on his outstretched arm, and the fire glazed him with light. I looked at him, and my heart turned over in my chest. His hair was smoothed back, sleek on his skull, confined to a single plait, bearing the clean lines of his face, expressionless and still. It seemed a chiseled mask. The last trace of boyishness had been burned away, leaving only the clean planes of his lean cheeks and high forehead and long straight nose. His lips were narrower, his chin firmer than I recalled. The dance of the firelight lent colour to his face, staining his white skin with its amber. The fool had grown up in the time we had been apart. It seemed too much change for 12 months, and yet this year had been longer than any in my life. For a time, I simply lay and looked at him. His eyes opened slowly, as if I had spoken to him. For a time he stared back at me without a word. Then a frown creased his brow. He sat up slowly, and I saw that truly he was ivory, his hair the colour of fresh ground flour. It was his eyes that stopped my heart and tongue. They caught the firelight, yellow as a cat's. I finally found my breath. "Fool," I sighed sadly. "What have they done to you?" My parched mouth could barely shape the words. I reached out my hand to him, but the movement pulled the muscles of my back, and I felt my injury open again. The world tilted and slid away. Safety. That was my first clear sensation. It came from the soft warmth of the clean bedding, the herb fragrance of the pillow beneath my head. Something warm and slightly damp pressed gently on my wound and muffled its stab. Safety clasped me as gently as the cool hands that held my frost-bitten hands between them. I opened my eyes, and the firelit room slowly swam into focus. He was sitting by my bed. There was a stillness about him that was not repose as he stared past me, and into the darkened room. He wore a plain robe of white wool, with a round collar. The simple clothes were a shock after the years of seeing him in motley. It was like seeing a garish puppet stripped of its paint. Then a single silver tear trickled down one cheek beside the narrow face. I was astonished. "Fool!" My voice came out as a croak this time. His eyes came instantly to mine, and he dropped to his knees beside me. His breath came and went raggedly in his throat. He snatched up the cup of water and held it to my mouth while I drank. Then he set it aside, to take up my dangling hand. He spoke softly as he did this, more to himself than to me.
"What have they done to me, Fitz? Gods, what have they done to you to mock you so? What has become of me that I did not even know you, though I carried you in my arms?"
His cool fingers moved tentatively down my face, tracing the scar and the broken nose. He leaned down suddenly to rest his brow against mine.
"When I recall how beautiful you were,"
he whispered brokenly, and then fell silent. The warm drip of his tear against my face felt scalding. He sat up abruptly, clearing his throat. He wiped his sleeve across his eyes, a child's gesture that unmanned me even more. I drew a deeper breath and gathered myself. "You've changed," I managed to say.
"Have I? I imagine I have. How could I not have changed? I thought you dead, and all my life for naught. Then now, this moment, to be given back, both you and my life's purpose. I opened my eyes to you and thought my heart would stop, that madness had finally claimed me. Then you spoke my name. Changed, you say? More than you can imagine. As much as you have plainly changed yourself. This night, I hardly know myself." It was as close as I had ever heard the fool come to babbling. He took a breath, and his voice cracked on his next words. "For a year I have believed you dead, Fitz. For a whole year." He had not released my hand. I felt the trembling that went through him. He stood suddenly, saying, "We both need something to drink." He walked away from me across the darkened room. He had grown, but it was in shape rather than size. I doubted he was much taller, but his body was no longer a child's. He was lean and slight as ever, muscled, as tumblers are. He brought a bottle from a cabinet, 2 simple cups. He uncorked the bottle, and I smelled the warmth of the brandy before he poured. He came back to sit by my bed and offer me a cup. I managed to wrap my hand around it, despite my blackened fingertips. He seemed to have recovered some of his aplomb. He looked at me over the rim as he drank. I lifted my head and tipped a spill of mine into my mouth. Half went down my beard, and I choked, as if I had never had brandy before. Then I felt the hot race of it in my belly. The fool shook his head as he gently wiped my face. "I should have listened to my dreams. Over and over I dreamed you were coming. It was all you ever said in the dream, 'I am coming.' Instead, I believed so firmly that I had failed somehow, that the catalyst was dead. I could not even see who you were when I picked you up from the ground." "Fool," I said quietly. I wished he would stop speaking. I simply wanted to be safe for a time, and think of nothing. He did not understand. He looked at me and grinned his old sly fool smile. "You still don't understand, do you? When word reached us that you were dead, that Regal had killed you, my life ended. It was worse, somehow, when the pilgrims began to trickle in to hail me as the White Prophet. I knew I was the White Prophet. I have known it since I was a child, as did those who raised me. I grew up knowing that someday I would come north to find you, and that between the two of us we would put time in its proper course. All of my life I knew I would do that. I was not much more than a child when I set out. Alone, I made my way to Buck Keep to seek the catalyst that only I would recognize, and I found you, and I knew you, though you did not know yourself. I watched the ponderous turning of events and marked how each time you were the pebble that shifted that great wheel from its ancient path. I tried to speak to you of it, but you would have none of it. The catalyst? Not you, oh no.
He laughed, almost fondly. He drained off the rest of his brandy at a gulp, then held my cup to my lips. I sipped. He rose, then, to pace a turn about the room, and then halted to refill his cup. He came back to me again. I saw it all come to the tottering brink of ruin. But always you were there, the card never dealt before, the side of the die that had never before fallen uppermost. When my king died, as I knew he must, there was an heir to the Farseer line, and Fitz chivalry yet lived, the catalyst that would change all things so that an heir would ascend to the throne. He gulped his brandy again, and when he spoke, the scent of it rode his breath. I fled with Ketrican and the unborn child, grieving yet confident that all would come to pass as it must, for you were the catalyst. But when word came to us that you were dead— He halted abruptly. When he tried to speak again, his voice had gone thick and lost its music. It made me a lie. How could I be the White Prophet if the catalyst were dead? What could I predict? The changes that could have been, had you lived? What would I be but a witness as the world spun deeper and deeper into ruin? I had no purpose any more. Your life was more than half of mine, you see. It was in the interweaving of our doings that I existed. Worse, I came to wonder if any part of the world were truly what I believed it. Was I a white prophet at all, or was it but some peculiar madness, a self-deception to console a freak? For a year, Fitz. A year. I grieved for a friend I had lost, and I grieved for the world that somehow I had doomed. My failure, all of it. And when Ketrican's child, my last hope, came into the world still and blue, what could it be but my doing somehow? No! The word burst from me with a strength I had not known I had. The fool flinched, as if I had struck him. Then, "Yes," he said simply, carefully taking my hand again. "I am sorry. I should have known you did not know. The Queen was devastated at the loss. And I. The Farseer heir, my last hope, crumbled away. I had held myself together, telling myself, well, if the child lives and ascends the throne, perhaps that will have been enough. But when she was brought to bed with naught but a dead babe for all her travails, I felt my whole life had been a farce, a sham, an evil jest played on me by time. But now—" He closed his eyes a moment. "Now I find you truly alive. So I live. And again, suddenly, I believe, once more I know who I am, and who my catalyst is." He laughed aloud, never dreaming how his words chilled my blood. I had no faith. I, the White Prophet, did not believe my own foreseeing. Yet here we are, Fitz, and all will still come to pass, as it was ever meant to do. Again he tipped the bottle to fill his cup. The liquor, when he poured it, was the colour of his eyes. He saw me staring and grinned delightedly. "Ah, you say, but the White Prophet is no longer white. I suspect it is the way of my kind. I may gain more colour now as the years pass." He made a deprecating motion. "But that is of little import. I have already talked too much. Tell me, Fitz, tell me all. How did you survive? Why are you here?" "Verity calls me. I must go to him." The fool drew in his breath at my words. Not a gasp, but a slow inhalation, as if he took life back into himself. He almost glowed with pleasure at my words.
So he lives. Ah!
Before I could speak no more, he lifted his hands.
Slowly. Tell me all in order. These are words I have hungered to hear. I must know everything.
And so I tried. My strength was small, and sometimes I felt myself borne up on my fever, so that my words wandered, and I could not recall where I had left off my tale of the past year. I got as far as Regal's dungeon, then could only say, "He had me beaten and starved." The fool's quick glance at my scarred face and the casting aside of his eyes told me he understood. He, too, had known Regal too well. When he waited to hear more, I shook my head slowly. He nodded, then put a smile on his face.
"It's all right, Fitz. You are weary. You have already told me what I most long to hear. The rest will keep. For now, I shall tell you of my year."
I tried to listen, clinging to the important words, storing them in my heart. There was so much I had wondered for so long. Regal had suspected the escape. Kettricken had returned to her rooms to find that her carefully chosen and packed supplies were gone, spirited away by Regal's spies. She had left with little more than the clothes on her back and a hastily grabbed cloak. I heard of the evil weather the fool and Kettricken had faced the night they slipped away from Buck Keep. She had ridden my sooty, and the fool had battled headstrong Ruddy all the way across the Six Duchies in winter. They had reached Blue Lake at the end of the winter storms. The fool had supported them and earned their passage on a ship by painting his face and dyeing his hair and juggling in the streets. What color had he painted his skin? White, of course, all the better to hide the stark white skin that Regal's spies would be watching for. They had crossed the lake with little incident, and passed Moon's Eye and travelled into the mountains. Immediately, Kettricken had sought her father's aid in finding what had become of Verity. He had indeed passed through Jampe, but nothing had been heard of him since. Kettricken had put riders on his trail and even joined in the search herself. But all her hopes had come to grief. Far up in the mountains she had found the site of a battle. The winter and the scavengers had done their work. No one man could be identified, but Verity's buck standard was there. The scattered arrows and hewn ribs of one body showed it was men, and not the beasts or elements that had attacked them. There were not enough skulls to go with the bodies, and the scattering of the bones made the number of dead uncertain. Kettricken had clung to hope, until a cloak had been found that she remembered packing for Verity. Her hands had embroidered the buck on the breast patch. A tumble of mouldering bones and ragged garments were beneath it. Kettricken had mourned her husband as dead. She had returned to Jampe to pendulum between devastated grief and seething rage at Regal's plots. Her fury had solidified into a determination that she would see Verity's child upon the Six Duchies' throne and a fair reign returned to the folk. Those plans had sustained her until the stillbirth of her child. The fool had scarcely seen her since, save to catch glimpses of her pacing through her frozen gardens, her face as still as the snows that overlaid the beds. There was more shuffled in with his account of both major and minor news for me. Sooty and Ruddy were both alive and well. Sooty was in foal to the young stallion despite her years. I shook my head over that. Regal had been doing his best to provoke a war. The roving gangs of bandits that now plagued the mountain folk were thought to be in his pay. Shipments of grain that had been paid for in spring had never been delivered, nor had the mountain traders been permitted to cross the border with their wares. Several small villages close to the Six Duchies border had been found looted and burned with no survivors. King Eod's wrath, slow to stir, was now at white heat. Although the mountain folk had no standing army as such, there was not one inhabitant who would not take up arms at the word of their sacrifice. War was imminent. Andy had tales of patience, the lady of Buck Keep, brought erratically by word of mouth, passed among merchants and on to smugglers. She did all she could to defend Buck's coast. Money was dwindling, but the folk of the land gave to her what they called the ladies' levy, and she disposed of it as best she could amongst her soldiers and sailors. Buck Keep had not fallen yet, though the raiders now had encampments up and down the whole coastline of the Six Duchies. Winter had quieted the war, but spring would bathe the coast in blood once more. Some of the smaller keeps spoke of treaties with the red ships. Some openly paid tribute in the hopes of avoiding forging. The coastal duchies would not survive another summer, so said Chade. My tongue was silent as the fool spoke of him. He had come to Jampe by secret ways in high summer, disguised as an old peddler, but made himself known to the Queen when he arrived. The fool had seen him then.
War agrees with him, the fool observed. He strides about like a man of 20. He carries a sword at his hip, and there is fire in his eyes. He was pleased to see how her belly swelled with the far-seer air, and they spoke bravely of Verity's child on the throne. But that was high summer, he sighed. Now I hear he has returned. I believe because the Queen has sent word of her stillbirth. I have not seen him yet. What hope he can offer us now I do not know. He shook his head. There must be an heir to the far-seer throne, he insisted. Verity must get one. Otherwise—
He made a helpless gesture. Why not Regal? Would not a child from his loins suffice?
No.
His eyes went afar.
No. I can tell you that quite clearly, yet I cannot tell you why. Only that in all futures I have seen he makes no child, not even a bastard. In all times he reigns as the last far-seer, and ushers in the dark.
A shiver walked over me. He was too strange when he spoke of such things, and his odd words had brought another worry into my mind. There were two women, a minstrel starling and an old woman pilgrim, Kettle. They were on their way here. Kettle said she sought the White Prophet. I little thought he might be you. Have you heard aught of them? Have they reached Jampe town? He shook his head slowly.
No one has come seeking the White Prophet since winter closed on us.
He halted, reading the worry in my face.
Of course, I do not know of all who come here. They may be in Jampe, but I have heard nothing of two such as that.
He reluctantly added,
Bandits prey on roadside travellers now. Perhaps they were delayed.
Perhaps they were dead. They had come back for me, and I had sent them on alone.
Fitz?
I'm all right, fool. A favour.
I like not that tone already. What is it?
Tell no one I am here. Tell no one I am alive. Just yet.
He sighed. Not even Ketrican? To tell her that Verity lives still?
Fool. What I have come to do I intend to do alone. I would not raise false hopes in her. She has endured the news of his death once. If I can bring him back to her, then will be time enough for true rejoicing. I know I ask much, but let me be a stranger you are aiding. Later, I may need your aid in obtaining an old map from the Jampe libraries. But when I leave here, I would go alone. I think this quest is one best accomplished quietly. I glanced aside from him and added, Let Fitz chivalry remain dead. Mostly, it is better so.
Surely you will at least see Chade?
He was incredulous. Not even Chade should know I live. I paused, wondering which would anger the old man more, that I had attempted to kill Regal when he had always forbidden it, or that I had so badly botched the task. This quest must be mine alone. I watched him, and saw a grudging acceptance in his face.
He sighed again. "I will not say I agree with you completely, but I shall tell no one who you are."
He gave a small laugh. Talk fell off between us. The bottle of brandy was empty. We were reduced to silence, staring at one another drunkenly. The fever and the brandy burned in me. I had too many things to think of and too little I could do about any of them. If I lay very still, the pain in my back subsided to a red throb. It kept pace with the beating of my heart.
"Too bad you didn't manage to kill Regal,"
the fool observed suddenly. "I know. I tried. As a conspirator and an assassin, I'm a failure." He shrugged for me.
"You were never really good at it, you know. There was a naivete to you that none of the ugliness could stain, as if you never truly believed in evil. It was what I liked best about you."
The fool swayed lightly where he was, but righted himself.
"It was what I missed most, when you were dead."
I smiled foolishly. A while back, I thought it was my great beauty. For a time the fool just looked at me. Then he glanced aside and spoke quietly.
"Unfair. Were I myself, I would never have spoken such words aloud. Still, Fitz."
He looked at me and shook his head fondly. He spoke without mockery, making almost a stranger of himself.
"Perhaps half of it was that you were so unaware of it. Not like Regal. Now there's a pretty man, but he knows it too well. You never see him with his hair tousled or the red of the wind on his cheeks."
For a moment, I felt oddly uncomfortable. Then I said, "Nor with an arrow in his back, more's the pity." And we both went off into the foolish laughter that only drunks understand. It woke the pain in my back to a stabbing intensity, however, and in a moment I was grasping for breath. The fool rose, steadier on his feet than I would have expected, to take a drippy bag of something off my back and replace it with one almost uncomfortably warm from a pot on the hearth. That done, he came again to crouch beside me. He looked directly in my eyes, his yellow ones as hard to read as his colourless ones had been. He laid one long, cool hand along my cheek, and then gentled the hair back from my eyes.
"Tomorrow," he told me gravely, "we shall be ourselves again, the fool and the bastard, or the white prophet and the catalyst, if you will. We will have to take up those lives, as little as we care for them, and fulfill all fate has decreed for us. But for now, just between us two and for no other reason save I am me, and you are you. I tell you this, I am glad that you are alive. To see you take breath puts the breath back in my lungs. If there must be another, my fate is twined around. I am glad it is you."
He leaned forward then and, for an instant, pressed his brow to mine. Then he breathed a heavy sigh and drew back from me.
"Go to sleep, boy,"
he said in a fair imitation of Chade's voice.
"Tomorrow comes early, and we've work to do."
He laughed unevenly.
"We've the world to save, you and I."
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
21. Confrontations. Diplomacy may very well be the art of manipulating secrets. What would any negotiation come to were not there secrets to either share or withhold? And this is as true of a marriage pact as it is of a trade agreement between kingdoms. Each side knows truly how much it is willing to surrender to the other to get what it wishes. It is in the manipulation of that secret knowledge that the hardest bargain is driven. There is no action that takes place between humans in which secrets do not play a part, whether it be a game of cards or the selling of a cow. The advantage is always to the one who is shrewder in what secret to reveal and when. King Shrewd was fond of saying that there was no greater advantage than to know your enemy's secret when he believed you ignorant of it. Perhaps that is the most powerful secret of all to possess. The days that followed were not days for me, but disjointed periods of wakefulness interspersed with wavery fever dreams. Either my brief talk with the fool had burned my last reserves, or I finally felt safe enough to surrender to my injury. Perhaps it was both. I lay on a bed near the fool's hearth and felt wretchedly dull, when I felt anything at all. Overheard conversations rattled against me. I slipped in and out of awareness of my own misery. But never far away, like a drum beating the tempo of my pain, was Verity's "Come to me, come to me." Other voices came and went through the haze of my fever, but his was a constant. "She believes you are the one she seeks. I believe it too. I think you should see her. She has come a long and weary way, seeking the white prophet." Geoffron's voice was low and reasonable. I heard the fool set down his rasp with a clack.
"Tell her she is mistaken, then. Tell her I am the white toy-maker. Tell her the white prophet lives farther down the street, 5 doors down on the left."
"I will not make mock of her," Geoffron said seriously. "She has travelled a vast distance to seek you, and on the journey lost all but her life. Come, Holy One, she waits outside. Will not you talk to her just for a bit?"
"Holy One!" The fool snorted with disdain. "You have been reading too many old scrolls, as has she. No, Geoffron."
Then he sighed and relented.
"Tell her that I will walk with her 2 days hence, but not today."
"Very well."
Geoffron plainly did not approve.
"But there is another one with her, a minstrel. I don't think she will be put off as easily. I think she is seeking him."
"Ah, but no one knows he is here, save you, me, and the healer. He wishes to be left alone for a time while he heals."
I moved my mouth. I tried to say I would see Starling, that I had not meant to turn Starling away. "I know that, and the healer is still at Cedar Knoll, but she is a smart one, this minstrel. She has asked the children for news of a stranger, and the children, as usual, know everything."
"And tell everything,"
the fool replied glumly. I heard him fling down another tool in annoyance.
"I see I have but one choice, then."
"You will see them?"
A snort of laughter from the fool.
"Of course not. I mean that I will lie to them."
Afternoon sun slanting across my eyes. I woke to voices, arguing.
"I only wish to see him."
A woman's voice, annoyed. "I know he is here."
"Ah, I suppose I shall admit you are right. But he sleeps."
The fool with his maddening calm.
"I still would see him."
Starling, pointedly. The fool heaved a great sigh.
"I could let you in to see him. But then you would wish to touch him, and once you had touched him, you would wish to wait until he awakened, and once he awakened, you would wish to have words with him. There would be no end to it. And I have much to do today. A toy-maker's time is not his own."
"You are not a toy-maker. I know who you are, and I know who he truly is."
The cold was flowing in the open door. It crept under my blankets, tightened my flesh, and tugged at my pain. I wished they would shut it.
"Ah, yes, you and Kettle know our great secret. I am the White Prophet, and he is Tom the Shepherd. But today I am busy prophesying puppets finished tomorrow, and he is asleep, counting sheep, in his dreams."
"That's not what I mean."
Starling lowered her voice, but it carried anyway.
"He is Fitz Chivalry. Son of chivalry the abdicated, and you are the fool.
Once, perhaps, I was the fool. It is common knowledge here in Jampe. But now I am the toy-maker. As I no longer use the other title, you may take it for yourself if you wish. As for Tom, I believe he takes the title bed-bolster these days.
I will be seeing the Queen about this.
A wise decision. If you wish to become her fool, she is certainly the one you must see. But for now, let me show you something else. No, step back, please, so you can see it all. Here it comes.
I heard the slam and the latch.
The outside of my door,
the fool announced gladly.
I painted it myself. Do you like it?
I heard the thud as of a muffled kick, followed by several more. The fool came humming back to his work table. He took up the wooden head of a doll and a paintbrush. He glanced over at me.
Go back to sleep. She won't get in to see Kettricken any time soon. The Queen sees few people these days. And when she does, it's not likely she'll be believed. And that is the best we can do for now, so sleep while you may, and gather strength. For I fear you will need it.
Daylight on white snow. Belly down in the snow amongst the trees, looking down on a clearing. Young humans at play, chasing one another, leaping and dragging one another down to roll over and over in the snow. They are not so different from cubs. Envious. We never had other cubs to play with while we were growing. It is like an itch, the desire to race down and join in. They would be frightened. We caution ourselves. Only watch. Their shrill yelps fill the air. Will our she-cub grow to be like these, we wonder? Braided hair flies behind us as they race through the snow, chasing one another.
Fitz, wake up. I need to talk to you.
Something in the fool's tone cut through both fog and pain. I opened my eyes, then squinted painfully. The room was dark, but he had brought a branch of candles to the floor by my bedside. He sat beside them, looking into my face earnestly. I could not read his face. It seemed that hope danced in his eyes and at the corners of his mouth, but also he seemed braced as if he brought me bad tidings.
Are you listening? Can you hear me?
He pressed. I managed a nod. Then, yes. My voice was so hoarse I hardly knew it. Instead of getting stronger for the healer to pull the arrow, I felt as if the wound were getting stronger. Each day the area of pain spread. It pushed always at the edge of my mind, making it hard to think.
I have been to dine with Chade and Kettricken. He had tidings for us.
He tilted his head and watched my face carefully as he said,
Chade says there is a Farseer child in Buck, just a babe yet, and a bastard, but of the same Farseer lineage as Verity and Chivalry. He swears it is so.
I closed my eyes.
Fitz! Wake up and listen to me. He seeks to persuade Kettricken to claim the child, to either say that it is her rightful child by Verity, hidden by a false stillbirth to protect her from assassins, or to say the child is Verity's bastard, and that Queen Kettricken chooses to legitimize her and claim her as heir.
I could not move. I could not take a breath. My daughter, I knew, kept safe and hidden, guarded by Burrich, to be sacrificed to the throne, taken from Molly and given to the Queen, my little girl, whose name I didn't even know, taken to be a princess and in time a queen, put beyond my reach. Forever.
Fitz!
The fool put his hand on my shoulder and squeezed it gently. I knew he longed to shake me. I opened my eyes. He peered into my face.
Have you nothing to say to me?
He asked carefully.
May I have some water?
While he got it for me, I composed myself. He helped me drink. By the time he took the cup, I had decided what question would be most convincing.
What did Kettricken say to the news that Verity had fathered a bastard. It could scarcely bring her joy.
The uncertainty I had hoped for spread across the fool's face.
The child was born at the end of harvest, too late for Verity to have sired it before he left on his quest. Kettricken grasped it faster than I did.
He spoke almost gently.
You must be the father. When Kettricken asked Chade directly, he said as much.
He cocked his head to study me.
You did not know?
I shook my head slowly. What was honor to one such as I? Bastard and assassin, what claim did I have to nobility of soul? I spoke the lie I would always despise.
I could not have fathered a child born at harvest. Molly had turned me out of her bed months before she left Buck.
I tried to keep my voice steady as I spoke.
If the mother is Molly and she claims the child is mine, she lies.
I strove to be sincere as I added,
I am sorry, fool. I have fathered no Farseer heir for you. Nor do I intend to.
It was no effort to let my voice choke, and tears mist my eyes.
Strange.
I shook my head against the pillow.
That such a thing could bring me such pain. That she could seek to pass the babe off as mine.
I closed my eyes. The fool spoke gently.
As I understand it, she has made no claims for the child. As of yet, I believe she knows nothing of Chade's plan.
I suppose I should see both Chade and Kettricken, to tell them I am alive and reveal the truth to them. But when I am stronger, just now, fool, I would be alone.
I begged him. I wanted to see neither sympathy nor puzzlement on his face. I prayed he would believe my lie, even as I despised myself for the foul thing I had said of Molly. So I kept my eyes closed, and he took his candles and went away. I lay for a time, in the dark, hating myself. It was better this way, I told myself. If ever I returned to her, I could make all right, and if I did not, at least they would not take our child from her. I told myself over and over again I had done the wise thing. But I did not feel wise. I felt traitorous. I dreamed a dream at once vivid and stultifying. I chipped black stone. That was the entire dream, but it was endless in its monotony. I was using my dagger as a chisel and a rock as a hammer. My fingers were scabbed and swollen from the many times my grip had slipped and I'd struck them instead of the dagger hilt. But it didn't stop me. I chipped black stone and waited for someone to come and help me. I awoke one evening to find Kettle sitting on my bed. She looked even older than I recalled. Hazy winter daylight seeped through a parchment window to touch her face. I studied her for a time before she realized I was awake. When she did, she shook her head at me.
I should have guessed from all your strangeness. You were bound for the White Prophet yourself.
She leaned closer and spoke in a whisper.
He will not allow Starling in to see you. He says you are too weak for so lively a visitor, and that you wish no one to know you are here just yet. But I'll take word of you to her. Shall I?
I closed my eyes. A time of bright morning and a knock at the door. I could not sleep. Nor could I stay awake for the fever that racked me. I had drunk willow bark tea until my belly was sloshing. Still my head pounded, and I was always shivering or sweating. The knock came again, louder, and Kettle set down the cup she had been plaguing me with. The fool was at his work table. He put aside his carving tool, but Kettle called, "I'll get it," and opened the door, even as he was saying, "No, let me." Starling pushed in, so abruptly that Kettle exclaimed in surprise. Starling came past her, into the room, shaking snow from her cap and cloak. She shot the fool a look of triumph. The fool merely nodded cordially at her, as if he had been expecting her. He turned back to his carving without a word. The bright sparks of anger in her eyes grew hotter. I sensed her satisfaction in something. She shut the door loudly behind her, and came into the room like the north wind herself. She dropped to sit cross-legged on the floor beside me.
"So, Fitz, I'm so glad to see you again. Kettle told me you were hurt. I'd have come to see you before, but I was turned away at the door. How are you today?"
I tried to focus my mind. I wished she would move more slowly and speak more softly.
"It's too cold in here,"
I complained petulantly.
"And I've lost my earring."
I had only discovered the loss that morning. It fretted me. I could not recall why it was so important, but my mind would not let go of it either. The very thought made my head ache worse. She stripped off her mittens. One hand was bandaged still. She touched my forehead with the other. Her hand was blessedly cold. Odd that cold could feel so good.
"He's burning up,"
she accused the fool.
"Haven't you the sense to give him willow bark tea?"
The fool shaved off another curl of wood.
"There's a pot of it in there by your knee if you haven't overset it. If you can get him to drink any more of it, you're a better man than I."
Another curl of wood. That would not be hard, Starling said in an ugly little voice. Then, in a kinder tone, to me,
"Your earring isn't lost. See, I have it right here."
She took it from the pouch at her belt. One small part of me worked well enough to notice that she was warmly dressed in the mountain style now. Her hands were cold and a bit rough as she put the earring back in my ear for me. I found a question.
"Why did you have it?"
"I asked Kettle to bring it to me," she told me bluntly. "When he would not let me in to see you, I had to have a token, something to prove to Kettricken that all I told her was true. I have been to her and spoken to her and her counsellor this very day." The Queen's name broke through my wandering thoughts and gave me a moment to focus.
"Kettricken? What have you done?" I cried in dismay. "What have you told her?"
Starling looked startled. "Why, all she must know so that she will help you on your quest. That you are truly alive, that Verity is not dead, and that you will seek him. That word must be sent to Molly that you are alive and well, so that she shall not lose heart, but will keep your child safe until you return. That—" "I trusted you!" I cried out. "I trusted you with my secrets, and you have betrayed me. What a fool I've been!" I cried out in despair. All was lost.
"No, I am the fool!"
He broke into our conversation. He walked slowly across the room and stood looking down on me.
"The more so that I'd believed you trusted me, it seems,"
he went on, and I had never seen him so pale.
"Your child,"
he said to himself.
"a true child of the Farseer lineage."
His yellow eyes flickered like a dying fire as they darted from Starling to me.
"You know what such tidings mean to me. Why? Why lie to me?"
I did not know what was worse, the hurt in the fool's eye, or the triumph in the glance Starling gave him.
"I had to lie, to keep her mine. The child is mine, not a Farseer heir," I cried out desperately. "Mine and Molly's, a child to grow and love, not a tool for a kingmaker. And Molly must not hear I am alive from any save me. Starling, how could you have done this to me? Why was I such an idiot? Why did I talk of such things at all to anyone?"
Now Starling looked as injured as the fool. She stood up stiffly, and her voice was brittle. "I but sought to help you do what you must do." Behind Starling the wind gusted the door open. "That woman has a right to know her husband is alive." "To which woman do you refer?" asked another icy voice. To my consternation, Ketrican swept into the room with Chade at her heels. She regarded me with a terrible face. Grief had ravaged her, and carved deep lines beside her mouth, and eaten the flesh from her cheeks. Now anger raged in her eyes as well. The blast of cold wind that came with them cooled me for an instant. Then the door was closed, and my eyes moved from face to familiar face. The small room seemed crowded with staring faces with cold eyes looking at me. I blinked. There were so many of them, and so close, and all stared at me. No one smiled, no welcome, no joy, only the savage emotions that I had awakened with all the things I had wrought. Thus was the catalyst greeted. No one wore any expression I'd hoped to see. None, save Chade. He crossed the room to me in long strides, stripping off his riding gloves as he came. When he threw back the hood of his winter cloak, I saw that his white hair was bound back in a warrior's tail. He wore a band of leather across his brow, and centered on his forehead was a medallion of silver, a buck with antlers lowered to charge. The sigil Verity had given to me. Starling moved hastily from his path. He gave her not a glance as he folded easily to sit on the floor by my bed. He took my hand in his, narrowed his eyes at the sight of the frostbite. He held it softly. "Oh, my boy, I believed you were dead. When Burrich sent me word he had found your body, I thought my heart would break. The words we had when last we parted. But here you are, alive, if not well." He bent and kissed me. The hand he set to my cheek was calloused now, the pox scarcely visible on the weathered flesh. I looked up in his eyes and saw welcome and joy. Tears clouded my own as I had to demand, "Would you truly take my daughter for the throne? Another bastard for the Farseer line? Would you have let her be used as we have been used?" Something grew still in his face. The set of his mouth hardened into resolve. "I will do whatever I have to do to see a true-hearted Farseer on the Six Duchies throne again, as I am sworn to do, as you are sworn also." His eyes met mine. I looked at him in dismay. He loved me. Worse, he believed in me. He believed that I had in me that strength and devotion to duty that had been the backbone of his life. Thus, he could inflict on me things harder and colder than Regal's hatred of me could imagine. His belief in me was such that he would not hesitate to plunge me into any battle, that he would expect any sacrifice of me. A dry sob suddenly racked me and tore at the arrow in my back. "There is no end," I cried out. "That duty will hound me to death. Better I were dead. Let me be dead, then." I snatched my hand away from Chade, heedless of how much that motion hurt. "Leave me!" Chade didn't even flinch. "He is burning with fever," he said accusingly to the fool. "He doesn't know what he's saying. You should have given him willow bark tea." A terrible smile crooked the fool's lips. Before he could reply, there was a sharp, shredding sound. A grey head was forced through the greased hide window, flashing a muzzle full of white teeth. The rest of the wolf soon followed, oversetting a shelf of potted herbs onto some scrolls set out below them. Night Eyes sprang, nails skittering on the wood floor, and slid to a halt between me and the hastily standing Chade. He snarled all around. "I will kill them for you if you say so." I dropped my head down to my pillows. My clean, wild wolf. This was what I had made of him. Was it any better than what Chade had made of me? I looked around them again. Chade was standing, his face very still. Every single face held some shock, some sadness, some disappointment that I was responsible for. Despair and fever shook me.
"I'm sorry," I said weakly. "I have never been what you thought I was," I confessed. "Never." Silence filled up the room. The fire crackled briefly. I dropped my face to my pillow and closed my eyes. I spoke the words I was compelled to say. "But I shall go and find Verity. Somehow I will bring him back to you, not because I am what you believe me to be," I added, slowly lifting my head. I saw hope kindle in Chade's face. "But because I have no choice. I have never had any choice." "You do believe Verity is alive?" The hope in Kettrican's voice was savagely hungry. She swept toward me like an ocean storm. I nodded my head. Then, "Yes," I managed. "Yes, I believe he lives. I have felt him strongly with me." Her face was so close, huge in my sight. I blinked my eyes and then could not focus them. "Why has he not returned, then? Is he lost, injured? Does he have no care for those he left behind?" Her questions rattled against me like flung stones, one after another. "I think—" I began, and then could not. Could not think, could not speak. I closed my eyes. I listened to a long silence. Night Eyes whined, then growled deep in his throat. "Perhaps we should all leave for a time?" Starling ventured unevenly. "Fitz is not up to this just now."
"You may leave,"
the fool told her grandly.
"Unfortunately, I still live here."
"Going hunting. It is time to go hunting. I looked to where we came in, but the scentless one has blocked that way, covering it over with another piece of deerskin. Door. Part of us knows that is the door, and we go to it, to whine softly and prod at it with our nose. It rattles against its catch like a trap about to spring shut. The scentless one comes, stepping lightly, warily. He stretches his body past me to put a paw on the door and open it for me. I slip out, back into a cool night world. It feels good to stretch my muscles again, and I flee the pain and the stuffy hut and the body that does not work on this wild sanctuary of flesh and fur. The night swallows us, and we hunt. It was another night. Another time, before, after, I did not know. My days had come unlinked from one another. Someone lifted a warm compress from my brow and replaced it with a cooler one. "I'm sorry, fool," I said.
32,
said a voice wearily. Then,
"Drink."
it added more gently. Cool hands raised my face. A cup lapped liquid against my mouth. I tried to drink. Willow bark tea. I turned my face away in disgust. The fool wiped my mouth and sat down on the floor beside my bed. He leaned companionably close against it. He held his scroll up to the lamplight and went on reading. It was deep night. I closed my eyes and tried to find sleep again. All I could find were things I'd done wrong, trusts I'd betrayed. "I'm so sorry," I said.
33,
said the fool without looking up.
33 what?
I asked. He glanced over at me in surprise.
"Oh, you're truly awake and talking?"
"Of course, 33 what?"
33 I'm sorries. To various people, but the greatest number of them to me. 17 calls for Burrich. I lost count of your calls for Molly, I'm afraid, and a grand total of 62 I'm coming verities."
"I must be driving you crazy. I'm sorry."
34. No, You've just been raving rather monotonously. It's the fever, I suppose.
I suppose. The fool went back to reading. I'm so tired of being on my belly, I ventured.
There's always your back.
The fool suggested to see me wince. Then,
do you want me to help you shift to your side?
No. That just hurts more.
Tell me if you change your mind.
His eyes went back to the scroll. Jade hasn't been back to see me, I observed. The fool sighed and set aside his scroll.
No one has. The healer came in and berated us all for bothering you. They're to leave you alone until she pulls the arrow out. That's tomorrow. Besides, Jade and the Queen have had much to discuss. Discovering that both you and Verity are still alive has changed everything for them.
Another time he would have included me. I paused, knowing I was wallowing in self-pity, but unable to stop myself. I suppose they feel they cannot trust me any more, not that I blame them. Everyone hates me now, for the secrets I kept, for all the ways I failed them.
Oh, not everyone hates you,
the fool chided gently.
Only me, really.
My eyes darted to his face. His cynical smile reassured me.
Secrets,
he said, and sighed.
Some day I shall write a long philosophical treatise on the power of secrets, when kept or told.
Do you have any more brandy?
Thirsty again? Do have some more willow bark tea.
There was acid courtesy in his voice now, overladen with honey.
There's plenty, you know, buckets of it, all for you.
I think my fever is down a bit, I offered humbly. He lifted a hand to my brow.
So it is, for now. But I do not think the healer would approve of you getting drunk again.
The healer is not here, I pointed out. He arched a pale eyebrow at me.
Burrich would be so proud of you.
But he rose gracefully and went to the oak cabinet. He stepped carefully around Night Eyes sprawled on the hearth in heat-soaked sleep. My eyes travelled to the patched window, and then back to the fool. I supposed some sort of agreement had been worked out between them. Night Eyes was so deeply asleep he was not even dreaming. His belly was full as well. His paws twitched when I quested toward him, so I withdrew. The fool was putting the bottle and 2 cups on a tray. He seemed too subdued. I am sorry, you know.
So you have told me 35 times.
But I am. I should have trusted you and told you about my daughter. Nothing, not a fever, not an arrow in my back would keep me from smiling when I said that phrase, my daughter. I tried to speak the simple truth. It embarrassed me that it seemed a new experience. I've never seen her, you know. Only with the skill, anyway. It's not the same. And I want her to be mine and Molly's, not a child that belongs to a kingdom with some vast responsibility to grow into. Just a little girl, picking flowers, making candles with her mother, doing... I floundered, and finished. Whatever it is that ordinary children are allowed to do. Jade would end that. The moment that anyone points to her and says, "There, she could be the far-seer heir." She's at risk. She'd have to be guarded and taught to fear, to weigh every word and consider every action. Why should she? She isn't truly a royal heir. Only a bastard's bastard. I said those harsh words with difficulty, and vowed never to let anyone say them to her face. Why should she be put in such danger? It would be one thing if she were born in a palace and had 100 soldiers to guard her. But she has only Molly and Burrich.
Burrich is with them? If Jade chose Burrich, it is because he thinks him the equal of 100 guards. But far more discreet, the fool observed. Did he know how that would wrench me? He brought my cups and the brandy and poured for me. I managed to pick up my own cup. To a daughter, yours and Molly's,
he offered, and we drank. The brandy burned clean in my throat. "So," I managed. "Chade knew all along and sent Burrich to guard her. Even before I knew, they knew. Why did I feel they had stolen something from me?"
"I suspect so, but I am not certain."
The fool paused, as if wondering at the wisdom of telling me. Then I saw him discard the reserve.
"I've been putting pieces together, counting back the time. I think Patience suspected. I think that's why she started sending Molly to take care of Burrich when his leg was injured. He didn't need that much care, and he knew it as well as Patience did, but Burrich is a good year, mostly because he talks so little himself. Molly would need someone to talk to, perhaps someone that had once kept a bastard himself. That day we were all up in his room. You had sent me there to see what he could do for my shoulder? The day you locked Regal out of Shrewd's rooms to protect him?"
For a moment he seemed caught in the memory. Then he recovered.
"When I came up the stairs to Burrich's loft, I heard them arguing. Well, Molly arguing and Burrich being silent, which is his strongest way to argue. So I eavesdropped."
He admitted frankly.
"But I didn't hear much. She was insisting he could get some particular herb for her. He wouldn't. Finally, he promised her he would tell no one, and bade her to think well and do what she wished to do, not what she thought was wisest. Then they said no more, so I went in. She excused herself and departed. Later, you came and said she had left you."
He paused.
"Actually, looking back, I was as dull-witted as you not to have worked it out just from that."
"Thank you," I told him dryly.
"You're welcome. Though I will admit we all had much on our minds that day."
I'd give anything to be able to go back in time and tell her that our child would be the most important thing in the world for me. More important than king or country.
"Ah, so you would have left Buck Keep that day to follow her and protect her?"
The fool quirked an eyebrow at me. After a time I said, "I couldn't." The words choked me, and I washed them down with brandy.
"I know you couldn't have. I understand. You see, no one can avoid fate. Not as long as we are trapped in time's harness, anyway, and—"
He said more softly,
"No child can avoid the future that fate decrees. Not a fool, not a bastard. Not a bastard's daughter."
A shiver walked up my spine. Despite all my belief, I feared. "Are you saying that you know something of her future?" He sighed and nodded. Then he smiled and shook his head.
"That is how it is for me. I know something of a Farseer's heir. If that heir is she, then doubtless years from now I shall read some ancient prophecy and say, 'Ah, yes, there it is. It was foretold how it would come to be.' No one truly understands a prophecy until it comes true. It's rather like a horseshoe. The smithy shows you a bit of iron stock and you say it will never fit. But after it's been through the fire and hammered and filed, there it is, fitting perfectly to your horse's hoof, as it would never fit any other."
It sounds as if you are saying prophets shape their prophecies to be true after the fact.
He cocked his head. "And a good prophet, like a good smith, shows you that it fits perfectly."
He took the empty glass from my hand.
"You should be sleeping, you know. Tomorrow the healer is going to draw the arrowhead out. You will need your strength."
I nodded, and suddenly found my eyes were heavy. Chade gripped my wrists and pulled down firmly. My chest and cheek pressed against the hard wooden bench. The fool straddled my legs and pinned my hips down with his leaning weight. Even Kettle had her hands on my bare shoulders, pressing me down on the unyielding bench. I felt like a hog trussed for slaughter. Starling stood by with lint bandaging, and a basin of hot water. As Chade drew my hands down tight, I felt as if my whole body might split open at the rotten wound in my back. The healer squatted beside me. I caught a glimpse of the pincers she held, black iron, probably borrowed from the blacksmith's shed. "Ready?" she asked.
"No,"
I grunted. They ignored me. It wasn't me she was talking to. All morning she had worked on me as if I were a broken toy, prodding and pressing the foul fluids of infection from my back, while I squirmed and muttered curses. All had ignored my imprecations, save the fool, who had offered improvements on them. He was very much himself again. He had persuaded Night Eyes to go outside. I could sense the wolf prowling about the door. I had tried to convey to him what was to be done. I'd pulled enough quills from him in our time together that he had some idea of necessary pain. He still shared my dread.
"Go ahead,"
Chade told the healer. His head was close to mine, his beard scratching my shaven cheek.
"Steady, my boy."
He breathed into my ear. The cold jaws of the pincers pressed against my inflamed flesh. "Don't pant. Hold still," the healer told me severely. I tried. It felt as if she were plunging them into my back, seeking for a grip. After an eternity of probing, the healer said, "Hold him!" I felt the jaws of the pincers clench. She pulled, ripping my spine up and out of my body. Or so it felt. I recall that first grating of metal head against bone, and all my resolutions not to scream were forgotten. I roared out my pain and my consciousness together. I tumbled again into that vague place that neither sleep nor wakefulness could reach. My feverish days had made it entirely too familiar to me. Skill River. I was in it, and it was in me. Only a step away, it had always been only a step away. Surcease from pain and loneliness, swift and sweet. I was tattering away in it, coming undone like a piece of knitting comes unravelled when the right thread is tugged. All my pain was coming undone as well. No, Verity forbade it firmly. "Back you go, Fitz," as if he shooed a small child away from the fire. I went. Like a diver surfacing, I came back up to the hard bench and voices over me. The light seemed dim. Someone exclaimed about blood and called for a cloth full of snow. I felt it pressed to my back while a sopping red rag was tossed to the fool's rug. The stain spread out on the wool, and I flowed with it. I was floating, and the room was full of black specks. The healer was busy by the fire. She drew another smith's tool from the flames. It glowed, and she turned to look at me. "Wait!" I cried in horror, and half reared up off the bench, only to have Chade catch me by the shoulders. "It has to be done," he told me harshly, and held me in a grip of iron as the healer came near. At first I felt only pressure as she held a hot brand to my back. I smelled the burning of my own flesh, and thought I did not care, until a spasm of pain jerked me more sharply than a hangman's noose. The black rose up to drag me down. "Hung over water and burned!" I cried out in despair. A wolf whined. Rising, coming up, nearer and nearer the light. The dive had been deep, the waters warm and full of dreams. I tasted the edge of consciousness, took a breath of wakefulness. Chade.
"But surely you could have told me, at least, that he was alive and had come to you. Ida and Ellen are not, fool. How often have I trusted you with my closest counsels?"
"Almost as often as you have not,"
the fool replied tartly.
"Fitz asked me to keep his presence here a secret, and it was,
until that minstrel interfered. What would it have hurt if he had been left alone to rest completely before the arrow came out? You've listened to his ravings. Do they sound to you like a man at peace with himself?"
Chade sighed.
"Still, you could have told me. You know what it would have meant to me to know he was alive." "You know what it would have meant to me to know there was a Farseer heir," the fool retorted. "I told you as soon as I told the Queen." "Yes, but how long had you known she existed, since you sent Burrage to keep watch over Molly? You knew Molly carried his child when last you came to visit, yet you said nothing."
Chade took a sharp breath, then cautioned. "Those are names I'd as soon you did not speak. Not even here, not even to the Queen have I given those names. You must understand, fool. The more folk who know, the greater the risk to the child. I'd never have revealed her existence, save that the Queen's child died and we believed Verity dead." "Save your hope of keeping secrets. A minstrel knows Molly's name. Minstrels keep no secrets." His dislike of Starling glittered in his voice. In a colder tone, he added,
"So what did you really plan to do, Chade? Pass off Fitz's daughter as Verity's? Steal her from Molly and give her to the Queen to raise as her own?"
The fool's voice had gone deadly soft. "Aye. The times are hard, and the need so great, but not steal her, no. Burrage would understand, and I think he could make the girl understand. Besides, what can she offer the child, a penniless candlemaker, bereft of her trade? How can she care for her? The child deserves better, as does the mother, truly, and I would do my best to see she was provided for also, but the baby cannot be left with her. Think, fool! Once others knew the babe was of Farseer lineage, she could only be safe on the throne, or in line for it. The woman listens to Burrage. He could make her see that."
"I'm not so sure you could make Burrage see that. He gave one child up to royal duty. He may not feel it's a wise choice a second time."
"Sometimes all the choices are poor ones, fool, and still a man must choose." I think I made some small sound, for they both came to me quickly. "Boy?" Chade demanded anxiously. "Boy, are you awake?" I decided I was. I opened one eye a crack. Night. Light from the hearth and a few candles. Chade and the fool and a bottle of brandy. And me. My back felt no better. My fever felt no less. Before I could even try to ask, the fool held a cup to my lips. Damnable willow bark tea. I was so thirsty. I drank it all. The next cup he offered was meat broth, wonderfully salty. "I'm so thirsty," I managed to say when I'd finished it. My mouth felt sticky with thirst, thick with it. "You've lost a lot of blood," Chade explained needlessly.
"Do you want more broth?"
the fool asked. I managed the tiniest nod. The fool took the cup and went to the hearth. Chade leaned close and whispered, strangely urgent, "Fitz, tell me one thing. Do you hate me, boy?" For a moment I didn't know. But the thought of hating Chade meant too great a loss to me. Too few folk in the world cared for me. I could not hate even one of them. I shook my head a tiny bit. "But," I said slowly, carefully forming the thick words, "don't take my child. Do not fear," he told me gently. His old hand smoothed my hair back from my face. "If Verity is alive, there will be no need of it. For the time being, she is safest where she is, and if King Verity returns and assumes his throne, he and Ketrican will get children of their own. Promise?" I begged. He met my eyes. The fool brought the broth to me, and Chade stepped aside to make room for him. This cup was warmer. It was like life itself flowing back into me. When it was gone, I could speak more strongly. "Chade," I said. He had walked over to the hearth and was staring into it. He turned back to me when I spoke. "You did not promise." I reminded him. "No," he agreed gravely. "I did not promise. Times are too uncertain for that promise." For a long time I just looked at him. After a time he gave his head a tiny shake and looked aside. He could not meet my eyes. But he offered me no lies. So it was up to me. "You can have me," I told him quietly. "And I will do my best to bring Verity back and do all I can to restore him to his throne. You can have my death, if that is what it takes. More than that, you can have my life, Chade. But not my child's. Not my daughter's." He met my eyes and nodded slowly. Recovery was a slow and painful business. It seemed to me that I should have relished each day in a soft bed, each mouthful of food, each moment of safe sleep. But it was not so. The frost-bitten skin on my fingers and toes peeled and snagged on everything, and the new skin beneath was horribly tender. Every day the healer came to poke at me. She insisted that the wound on my back must be kept open and draining. I grew weary of the foul-smelling bandages she took away, and wearier still of her picking at my wound to see that it did not close too soon. She reminded me of a crow on a dying animal, and when I tactlessly told her so one day, she laughed at me. After a few days I was moving about again, but never carelessly. Every step, every reach of a hand was a cautious thing. I learned to keep my elbows snug to my side, to decrease the pull of muscles in my back. Learned to walk as if I balanced a basket of eggs on my head. Even so, I wearied quickly, and too strenuous a stroll might bring the fever back at night. I went daily to the baths, and, though soaking in the hot water eased my body, I could not be there even a moment without recalling that here was where Regal sought to drown me, and there was where I had seen Burrich clubbed to the ground. "Come to me, come to me," would begin the siren call in my head then, and my mind would soon be full of thoughts and wonderings about Verity. It was not conducive to a peaceful spirit. Instead, I would find myself planning every detail of my next journey. I made a mental list of the equipment I must beg from Kettricken, and debated long and hard over taking a riding animal. In the end, I decided against it. There was no grazing for one. My capacity for unthinking cruelty was gone. I would not take a horse or pony simply to have it die. I knew, too, that soon I must ask leave to search the libraries to see if there might be found a precursor to Verity's map. I dreaded seeking out Kettricken, for she had not summoned me at all. Every day I reminded myself of these things, and every day I put it off one day more. As of yet, I still could not walk the length of Jampe without stopping to rest. Conscientiously I began to force myself to eat more and to push the limits of my strength. Often the fool joined me on my strengthening walks. I knew he hated the cold, but I welcomed his silent companionship too much to suggest he stay warm within. He took me once to see Sooty, and that placid beast welcomed me with such pleasure that I returned every day thereafter. Her belly was swelling with Ruddy's foal. She'd drop early in spring. She seemed healthy enough, but I fretted over her age. I took an amazing amount of comfort from the old mare's gentle presence. It pulled at my injury to lift my arms to groom her, but I did it anyway, and Ruddy as well. The spirited young horse needed more handling than he was getting. I did my best with him, and missed Burrich every moment of it. The wolf came and went as he pleased. He joined the fool and me on our walks, and strolled into the hut afterward at our heels. It was almost distressing to see how swiftly he adapted. The fool muttered about the claw marks on his door, and the shed fur on his rugs, but they liked each other well enough. A wolf puppet began to emerge in sections from chunks of wood on the fool's work table. Night Eyes developed a taste for a certain seed cake that was also the fool's favorite. The wolf would stare fixedly at him whenever the fool was eating it, drooling great pools of saliva onto the floor until the fool would relent and give him a share. I scolded them both about what sweets could do to his teeth and coat, and was ignored by both of them. I suppose I felt a bit of jealousy at how quickly he came to trust the fool, until Night Eyes asked pointedly one day, "Why should I not trust whom you trust?" I had no answer to that. "So, when did you become a toy maker?" I asked the fool idly one day. I was leaning on his table, watching his fingers thread the limbs and torso of a jumping jack onto his stick framework. The wolf was sprawled out under the table, deeply asleep. He shrugged one shoulder.
"It became obvious, once I was here, that King Eod's court was no place for a fool."
He gave a short sigh.
"Nor did I truly have the desire to be the fool for anyone save King Shrewd. That being so, I cast about for some other means to earn my bread. One evening, quite drunk, I asked myself what I knew best. Why, being a puppet, I replied to myself, jerked about by the strings of fate, and then tossed aside to crumble in a heap. That being so, I decided that I would no longer dance to the strings' pull, but would pull the strings. The next day I put my resolution to the test. I soon discovered a liking for it. The simple toys I grew up with and the ones that I saw in Buck seemed wondrous strange to mountain children. I found I needed to have few dealings with the adults, which suited me well. Children here learn to hunt and fish and weave and harvest at a very early age, and whatever they garner is their own. So I trade for what I need. Children, I have found, are much more swift to accept the unusual. They admit their curiosity, you see, rather than disdaining the object that arouses it."
His pale fingers tied a careful knot. Then he picked his creation up and set it to dancing for me. I watched its gay prancing, with a retroactive desire to have possessed such a thing of brightly painted wood and finely sanded edges. I want my daughter to have things such as that. I heard myself say aloud. Well-made toys and soft bright shirts, pretty hair ribbons and dolls to clutch. "She will," he promised me gravely. "She will." The slow days passed. My hands began to look normal again, and even to have some callus on them again. The healer said I might go with no bandaging on my back. I began to feel restless, but knew I did not yet have the strength to leave. My disquiet, in turn, agitated the fool. I did not realize how much I paced until the evening he rose from his chair and shoved his table over into my path to divert me from my course. We both laughed, but it did not dispel the underlying tension. I began to believe I destroyed peace wherever I went. Kettle visited often and drove me to distraction with her knowledge of scrolls concerning the White Prophet. Too often they mentioned a catalyst. Sometimes the fool was drawn into her discussions. More often he simply made non-committal noises as she tried to explain it all to me. I almost missed her dour taciturnity. I confess, too, that the more she talked, the more I wondered how a woman of Buck had ever chanced to wander so far from her homeland, to become a devotee of a distant teaching that would some day lead her back to her homeland. But the old kettle showed through when she deflected my shyly posed questions. Starling came, though not as often as Kettle, and usually when the fool was out and about on errands. It seemed that they could not be in the same room without striking sparks from one another. As soon as I was able to move about at all, she began to persuade me to take outside walks with her, probably to avoid the fool. I suppose they did me good, but I took no enjoyment in them,
I had had my fill of winter cold, and usually her conversation made me feel both restless and spurred. Her talk was often of the war back in Buck, snippets of news overheard from Chade and Kettrican, for she was often with them. She played for them in the evenings as best she could with her damaged hand and a borrowed harp. She lived in the main hall of the royal residence. This taste of a court life seemed to agree with her. She was frequently enthused and animated. The bright clothes of the mountain folk set off her dark hair and eyes, while the cold brought colour to her face. She seemed to have recovered from all misfortune, to be once more filled with life. Even her hand was healing well, and Chade had helped her barter for wood to make a new harp. It seemed to me that her optimism only made me feel older and weaker, and more wearied. An hour or two with her wore me out as if I had been exercising a headstrong filly. I felt a constant pressure from her to agree with her. Often I could not. "He makes me nervous," she told me once, in one of her frequent diatribes against the fool. "It's not his colour, it's his manner. He never says a kind or simple word to anyone, not even to the children who come to trade for his toys. Have you marked how he teases and mocks them? He likes them, and they like him," I said wearily. "He does not tease them to be cruel. He teases them as he teases everyone. The children enjoy it. No child wishes to be spoken down to." The brief walk had tired me more than I wished to admit to her, and it was tedious constantly to defend him to her. She made no reply. I became aware of Night Eyes shadowing us. He drifted from the shelter of a cluster of trees to the snow-laden bushes of a garden. I doubted his presence was a great secret, and yet he was uneasy about strolling openly through the streets. It was strangely comforting to know he was close by. I tried to find another topic. "I have not seen Chade in some days now," I ventured. I hated to fish for news of him, but he had not come to me, and I would not go to him. I did not hate him, but I could not forgive his plans for my child. "I sang for him last night." She smiled at the recollection. "He was at his most witty. He can even bring a smile to Kettrican's face. It is hard to believe he lived in such isolation for years. He draws people to himself like a flower draws bees. He has a most gentlemanly way of letting a woman know she is admired. And—" "Chade?" The word burst from me incredulously. "Gentlemanly?" "Of course," she said in amusement. "He can be quite charming when he has the time. I sang for him and Kettrican the other night, and he was quite gracious in his thanks. A courtier's tongue he has." She smiled to herself, and I could see that whatever Chade had said had stayed pleasantly with her. To try to envision Chade as a charmer of women required my mind to bend in an unaccustomed direction. I could think of nothing to say, and so left her in her pleasant reverie. After a time she added, unexpectedly, "He will not be going with us, you know." "Who? Where?" I could not decide if my recent fever had left me slow-witted, or if the minstrel's mind jumped about like a flea. She patted my arm comfortingly. "You are getting tired. We had best turn back. I can always tell when you are worried. You ask the most inane questions." She took a breath and returned to her topic. "Chade will not be going with us to seek Verity. He has to go back to Buck to pass the word of your quest and hearten the folk there. Of course, he will respect your wishes and make no mention of you, only that the Queen has set forth to find the king and restore him to the throne." She paused and tried to say casually, "He has asked me to devise some simple ditties for him, based on the old songs, so they may be easily learned and sung." She smiled at me, and I could tell how pleased she was he had asked this of her. "He will spread them among the taverns and inns of the road, and like seeds they will sprout and trail from there. Simple songs saying that Verity will return to set things right, and that a far-seer heir will rise to the throne to unite the 6 duchies,
in both victory and peace. He says it is most important to keep the heart in the people, and to keep before them the image of verity returning. I sorted my way back through her chatter of songs and prophecies. Us, you said, us who? And going where? She stripped off her glove, and set her hand to my forehead quickly. Are you feverish again? A bit, perhaps. Let us turn back now. As we began retracing our steps through the quiet streets, she added patiently, Us. You and I and Kettricken. Going to find Verity. Had you forgotten that was why you came to the mountains? Kettricken says the way will be hard. It is not terribly difficult to travel to the scene of the battle, but if Verity went on from there, then it is on one of the ancient paths marked on her old map, and they may not be paths at all any more. Her father is plainly not enthused about her undertaking. His mind is fixed only on the waging of war against Regal. While you seek your husband king, your false brother seeks to make our folks his slave, he has told her. So she must gather what supplies are given to her willingly, and take only such folk as would go with her, rather than stay to fight Regal. There are not many of those, to be sure, and I wish to go back to the fool's house, I said faintly. My head was spinning and my stomach churning. I had forgotten that this had been the way of it at King Shrewd's court. Why had I expected it to be different here? The plans would be made, the arrangements undertaken, and then they would tell me what they wished me to do, and I would do it. Had not that always been my function? To go to such and such a place and kill that certain man, a man I'd never met before, all on someone else's say? I did not know why it suddenly shocked me so to find that all their momentous planning had moved on without any words from me, as if I were no more than a horse in a stall, waiting to be saddled, mounted, and reined to the hunt. Well, was not that the bargain I had offered Chade? I reminded myself. That they could have my life if they would, but leave my child alone? Why be surprised? Why even be concerned at all? I should simply go back to the fools to sleep and eat and build my strength until called for. Are you all right? Starling asked me suddenly, anxiously. I don't think I have ever seen you so pale. I'm fine, I assured her dully. I was just thinking it would be pleasant to help the fool make the puppets for a time. She frowned again. I do not understand what you see in him. Why do not you come to stay in a room near Kettricken and me? You need little tending any more. It is time you resumed your rightful place at the Queen's side. When the Queen summons me, I will go to her, I said dutifully. That will be time enough. 22. Departure. Chade Falstar occupies a unique niche in the history of the Six Duchies. Although he was never acknowledged, his strong physical resemblance to the Farseers makes it almost certain that he was blood-related to the royal line. Be that as it may, who he was pales in significance compared to what he was. Some have said he was a spy for King Shrewd for decades before the Red Ship Wars. Others have linked his name to that of Lady Time, who almost certainly was a poisoner and thief for the royal family. These beliefs can never be substantiated. What can be known without a doubt was that he emerged into public life following the desertion of Buck Keep by the pretender, Regal Farseer. He put his service at the beck and call of Lady Patience, who was able to draw on his established network of people throughout the Six Duchies, both to gather information and to distribute resources for the defense of the coastline. There is much evidence to suggest that initially he endeavored to remain a private and secretive figure. His unique appearance made this difficult, and he eventually abandoned all attempts. Despite his years, he became something of a hero, a dashing old man, if you will, coming and going from inns and taverns at all hours, eluding and taunting Regal's guardsmen, bringing news and passing funds for the defense of the coastal duchies. His exploits made him admired. Always he bade the folk of the 6 duchies to take heart, and foretold to them that King Verity and Queen Ketrican would return, to lift from their backs the yokes of taxation and warfare under which they suffered. While a number of songs have been made of his deeds, his most accurate is the song cycle Chade Falstar's Reckoning, attributed to Queen Ketrican's minstrel, Starling Birdsong. My memory rebels at recalling those last days in Jampe. A bleakness of spirit settled on me, one that remained unchanged by friendship or brandy. I could find no energy, no will to bestir myself. If fate is some great wave that is going to bear me up and dash me against a wall regardless of what I choose, why then I choose to do nothing. Let it do with me as it will, I declared grandiosely, if a trifle drunkenly, to the fool one evening. To this he said nothing. He simply continued sanding the shags into the wolf puppet's coat. Night Eyes, wakeful but silent, lay at the fool's feet. When I was drinking, he shielded his mind from me and expressed his disgust by ignoring me. Kettle sat in the hearth corner, knitting and alternating between looking disappointed or disapproving. Chade sat in a straight-backed chair across the table from me. A cup of tea was before him, and his eyes were cold as jade. Needless to say, I was drinking alone, for the 3rd straight night. I was testing to the limits Burrich's theory that while drinking could solve nothing, it could make the unbearable tolerable. It did not seem to be working for me. The more I drank, the less tolerable my situation seemed, and the more intolerable I became to my friends. The day had brought me more than I could bear. Chade had come to see me finally, to say that Ketrican wished to see me on the morrow. I allowed as I would be there. With a bit of prodding from Chade, I agreed that I would be presentable, washed, shaven, cleanly attired, and sober. None of which I was at that moment. It was a poor time for me to endeavour to match wits or words with Chade, but my judgment was such that I attempted it. I asked bellicose and accusing questions. He answered them calmly. Yes, he had suspected Molly carried my child, and yes, he had urged Burrich to become her protector. Burrich had already been seeing that she had money and shelter. He had been reluctant to share her dwelling, but when Chade had pointed out the dangers to her and the child if anyone else figured out the circumstances, Burrich had agreed. No, he had not told me. Why? Because Molly had coerced Burrich into promising her he would not tell me of her pregnancy. His condition for guarding her as Chade requested was that Chade would also respect that promise. Initially, Burrich had hoped I would puzzle out for myself why Molly had disappeared. He had also confided to Chade that as soon as the child was born, he would consider himself freed of his promise and would tell me, not that she was pregnant, but that I had a child. Even in my state, I could see that that was about as devious as Burrich had ever managed to be. A part of me appreciated the depth of his friendship, that he'd bend his promise that far for me. But when he had gone to tell me of my daughter's birth, he had instead discovered evidence of my death. He had gone straight to Buck, to leave word with a stonemason there, who passed word to another, and so on until Chade came to meet Burrich at the fish docks. They had both been incredulous.
Burrich could not believe that you had died. I could not understand why you had still been there. I had left word with my watchers all up and down the river road, for I had been sure you would not flee to Bingtown, but would immediately set out for the mountains. I had been so sure that despite all you had endured, your heart was true. It was what I told to Burrich that night, that we must leave you alone to discover for yourself where your loyalty was. I had wagered, Burrich, that left to your own devices, you would be like an arrow released from a bow, flying straight to Verity. That, I think, was what shocked us both the most, that you had died there, and not on the road to your king.
Well, I declared with a drunkard's elaborate satisfaction, you were both wrong.
You both thought you knew me so well. You both thought you had crafted such a tool as could not defy your purposes. But I did not die there, nor did I go to seek my king. I went to King Regal for myself."
I leaned back in my chair and crossed my arms on my chest, then sat up abruptly at the uncomfortable pressure on my healing injury.
"For myself," I repeated. "Not for my king or Buck or any of the 6 duchies. For me. I went to kill him. For me."
Chade merely looked at me, but from the hearth corner where Kettle rocked, her old voice rose in complacent satisfaction.
"The White Scriptures say, 'He shall thirst for the blood of his own kin, and his thirst shall go unslaked. The catalyst shall hunger for a hearth and child in vain, for his children shall be another's, and another's child his own.'"
"No one can force me to fulfill any such prophecies," I vowed in a roar. "Who made them, anyway?"
Kettle went on rocking. It was the fool who answered me. He spoke mildly, without looking up from his work.
"I did. In my childhood, in the days of my dreaming, before I knew you anywhere save in my dreams. You are doomed to fulfill them,"
Kettle told me gently. I slammed my cup back onto the table.
"Damned if I will!"
I shouted. No one jumped or replied. In a terrible instant of crystalline recall, I heard Molly's father's voice from his chimney corner.
"Damn you, girl!"
Molly had flinched, but ignored him. She had known there was no reasoning with a drunk.
"Molly!"
I moaned suddenly and put my head down on my arms to weep. After a time, I felt Chade's hands on my shoulders.
"Come, boy. This avails you nothing. To bed with you. Tomorrow you must face your queen."
There was far more patience in his voice than I deserved, and I suddenly knew the depths of my churlishness. I rubbed my face on my sleeve and managed to lift my head. I did not resist as he helped me to my feet and steered me toward the cot in the corner. As I sat down on the edge of it, I said quietly,
"You knew. You knew all along."
"Knew what?" he asked me tiredly.
"Knew all about the catalyst and the White Prophet."
He blew air out through his nose.
"I know nothing of that. I knew something of the writings about them. Recall that things were comparatively settled before your father abdicated. I had many long years after I had taken to my tower, when my king did not require my services for months at a time. I had much time for reading and many sources for scrolls. So I had encountered some of the foreign tales and writings that deal with a catalyst and a White Prophet."
His voice became milder, as if he'd forgotten the anger in my question.
"It was only after the fool had come to Buck Keep, and I had quietly discovered that he had a strong interest in such writings, that my own interest was piqued. You yourself once told me that he had referred to you as the catalyst. So I began to wonder. But in truth, I give all prophecies small credence."
I lay back, gingerly. I could almost sleep on my back again. I rolled to my side, kicked off my boots, and dragged a blanket up over me.
"Fitz." "What?"
I asked Chade grudgingly.
"Kettricken is angry with you. Do not expect her patience tomorrow, but keep in mind that she is not only our queen. She is a woman who has lost a child and been kept in suspense over her husband's fate for over a year. Hounded away from her adopted country, only to have trouble dog her steps to her native land. Her father is understandably bitter. He turns a warrior's eye toward the 6 duchies and Regal, and has no time for quests to search for the brother of his enemy, even if he believed he lived. Kettricken is alone.
more grievously alone than you or I can imagine, find tolerance for the woman and respect for your queen.
He paused uncomfortably.
You will need both tomorrow. I can be of little help to you with her.
I think he went on after that, but I had ceased to listen. Sleep soon dragged me under its waves. It had been some time since skill dreams had troubled me. I do not know if my physical weakness had finally banished my dreams of battle, or if my constant guard against Regal's coterie had blocked them from my mind. That night, my brief respite ended. The strength of the skill dream that snatched me from my body was as if a great hand had reached inside me, seized me by the heart, and dragged me out of myself. I was suddenly in another place. It was a city, in the sense that folk dwelt there in great number, but the folk were unlike any I had ever seen, nor had I ever seen such dwellings. The buildings soared and spiraled to airy heights. The stone of the walls seemed to have flowed into their forms. There were bridges of delicate tracery and gardens that both cascaded down and tendrilled up the sides of the structures. There were fountains that danced, and others that pooled silently. Everywhere brightly clad people moved through the city, as numerous as ants. Yet all was silent and still. I sensed the flow of folk, the play of the fountains, the perfume of the unfolding blossoms in the gardens. All was there. But when I turned to behold it, it was gone. The mind could sense the delicate tracery of the bridge, but the eye saw only the fallen rubble gone to rust and rot. Frescoed walls had been wind-polished away to roughly plastered bricks. A turn of the head changed a leaping fountain to weedy dust in a cracked basin. The hastening crowd in the market spoke only with the voice of a racing wind, heavy with stinging sand. I moved through this ghost of a city, bodiless and seeking, unable to decipher why I was there or what was drawing me. It was neither light nor dark there, neither summer nor winter. I am outside time, I thought, and wondered if this was the ultimate hell of the fool's philosophy, or the final freedom. I saw, at last, far ahead of me, a small figure plodding along one of the vast streets. His head was bowed to the wind, and he held his cloak's hem over his mouth and nose as he walked to shield him from the sand-laden wind. He was not a part of the ghostly crowd, but moved through the rubble, skirting the places where some unrest in the earth had sunken or ridged the paved street. I knew, in that instant of sighting him, that this was verity. I knew by the jerk of life I felt in my chest, and knew then that what had pulled me here was the tiny pebble of verity's skill that hid still within my own consciousness. I sensed also that the danger to him was extreme, yet I saw nothing to threaten him. He was at a great distance from me, seen through the hazy shadows of buildings that had been, veiled in the ghosts of a market-day crowd. He trudged heavily along, alone and immune to the ghost city, and yet entwined in it. I saw nothing, but danger loomed over him like a giant's shadow. I hastened after him, and in the blinking of an eye was beside him. "Ah," he greeted me. "So you have come at last, Fitz. Welcome." He did not pause as he walked, nor turn his head. Yet I felt a warmth, as if he had clasped my hand in greeting, and I felt no need to reply. Instead, I saw with his eyes the lure and the danger. A river flowed ahead. It was not water. It was not glistening stone. It partook of both those things, but was neither. It sliced through the city like a gleaming blade, sliding out of the riven mountains behind us, and continuing until it disappeared into a more ancient river of water, like a seam of coal bared by a cutting tide, or gold veining quartz. It lay exposed on the earth's body. It was magic, purest ancient magic, inexorable and heedless of men, flowed there. The river of skill I had so tediously learned to navigate was to this magic as the bouquet of wine is wine. That which I glimpsed with Verity's eyes had a physical existence as concrete as my own. I was immediately drawn to it, as a moth is drawn to a candle flame. It was not just the beauty of that shining flow. The magic filled every one of Verity's senses. The sound of its rushing was musical, a running of notes that kept one waiting and listening in the certainty that the sound was building to something. The wind carried its scent, elusive and changeable. One moment the edge of lemon blossoms, and the next a smoky coiling of spices. I tasted it on every breath, and longed to plunge myself into it. I was suddenly sure that it could quench every appetite I had ever suffered, not just those of my body, but the vague yearnings of my soul as well. I longed for my body to be here as well, that I might experience it as completely as Verity did. Verity paused, lifting his face. He drew in a deep breath, air laden with skill, as fog is laden with moisture. Suddenly I could taste in the back of Verity's throat a hot metallic tang. The longing he had felt for it suddenly became an all-consuming desire. He thirsted for it. When he got to it, he would throw himself on his knees and drink his fill. He would be filled with all the consciousness of the world. He would partake of the whole and become the whole. At last, he would know completion. But Verity himself would cease to exist. I drew back in fascinated horror. I don't think there is anything more frightening than to encounter the true will for self-destruction. Despite my own attraction to the river, it touched off an anger in me. This was not worthy of Verity. Neither the man nor the prince I had known could be capable of such a cowardly act. I looked at him as if I had never seen him, and realized how long it had been since I had seen him. The bright blackness of his eyes had become a dull darkness. The cloak that the wind snapped about him was a rent rag of a thing. The leather of his boots had long ago cracked, the stitches of the seams giving way and gaping open. The steps he took were uncertain, uneven things. Even if the wind had not buffeted him, I doubted his stride would have been steady. His lips were pale and cracked, and his flesh had a greyish overtone to it, as if the very blood of his body had forsaken it. There had been summers when he skilled against the red ships to such an extent that the flesh and muscle fell from his body, leaving him a gaunt skeleton of a man with no physical stamina. Now he was a man of stamina alone, ropey muscles stretched on a framework of bones that was scarcely cloaked in flesh at all. He was the embodiment of weary purpose. Only his will kept him upright and moving toward the magic flow. I do not know where I found my own will to resist it. Possibly it was because I had paused and focused myself on Verity for an instant, and seen all the world would lose if he ceased to exist as himself. Whatever the source of my strength, I pitted it against his. I threw myself into his path, but he walked through me. There was nothing to me here. "Verity, please, stop, wait!" I cried, and flung myself at him. A furious feather on the wind. I had no effect on him. He didn't even pause. "Someone has to do it," he said quietly. 3 steps later he added, "For a time I hoped it would not be me. But over and over I have asked myself, who else then?" He turned to look at me with those burnt-to-ashes eyes. "No other answer has ever come. It has to be me." "Verity, stop!" I pleaded. But he continued to walk, not hurrying, not lagging, but simply trudging along the way a man does when he has measured the distance he must go and matched his strength to it. He had the endurance to get there, if he walked. I withdrew a bit, feeling my strength
ebbing. For a moment, I feared I would lose him by being drawn back to my sleeping body. Then I realized an equally potent fear. Linked so long, and even now being pulled along after him, I might find myself drowned alongside him in that vein of magic. If I had had a body in that realm, I probably would have seized on to something and held on. As I pleaded with Verity to stop and listen to me, I instead anchored myself in the only other way I could imagine. I reached with my skill, grasping after those others whose lives touched mine, Molly, my daughter, Chade, and the fool, Burrich and Kettrican. I had no true skill links with any of them, so my grip was a tenuous one at best, lessened by my frantic fear that at any moment Will or Carrad or even Burl might somehow become aware of me. It seemed to me that it slowed Verity. "Please wait," I said again. "No," he said quietly. "Don't seek to dissuade me, Fitz. It's what I have to do." I had never thought to measure my skill strength against Verity's. I had never imagined we could be opposed to each other. But as I proceeded to batter myself against him, I felt very much like a child, kicking and screaming, as his father calmly carried him off to bed. Verity not only ignored my attack, I sensed that his will and concentration were elsewhere. He moved implacably on toward the black flow, and my consciousness was borne along with him. Self-preservation lent a frantic new strength to my struggles. I strove to push him away, to drag him back, but it availed me nothing. But there was a terrible duality to my struggle. I longed for him to win. If he overpowered me and dragged me down with him, then I need take no responsibility for it. I could open myself to that flow of power and be quenched in it. It would be an end to all torments, surcease at last. I was so tired of doubts and guilts, so weary of duties and debts. If Verity carried me into that flow of skill with him, I could finally surrender with no shame. There came a moment when we stood on the brink of that iridescent flow of power. I stared down at it with his eyes. There was no gradual shore. Instead, there was a knife's-edge brink where solid earth gave way to a streaming otherness. I stared at it, seeing it as a foreign thing in our world, a warping of our very world's nature. Ponderously, Verity lowered himself to one knee. He stared into that black luminescence. I did not know if he hesitated to say farewell to our world, or if he paused to gather his will to destroy himself. My will to resist was suspended. This was a door to an otherness I could not even imagine. Hunger and curiosity drew us closer to the brink. In the next moment, he plunged his hands and forearms into the magic. I shared that sudden knowledge with him, so I screamed with him as the hot current ate the flesh and muscle from his arms. I swear I felt the acid lick of it across the bared bones of his fingers and wrist and forearm. I knew his pain, yet it was crowded from his features by the rapturous smile that overwhelmed his face. My link with him was suddenly a clumsy thing that barred me from sensing in full what he felt. I longed to be beside him, to bear my own flesh to that magic river. I shared his conviction that he could end all pain if only he would give in and plunge the rest of himself into the stream. So easy. All he had to do was lean forward a bit and let go. He crouched over the stream on his knees, sweat dripping from his face, only to disappear as tiny puffs of steam when it fell into the flow. His head was bowed, and his shoulders moved up and down with the strength of his panting. Then he begged me suddenly, in a tiny voice, "Pull me back." I had not had the strength to oppose his determination, but when I joined my will to his and together we fought the terrible allure of the power, it was just enough. He was able to draw his forearms and hands free from the stuff, though it felt
as if he drew them out of solid stone. It gave him up reluctantly, and as he staggered back I sensed in full for a moment what he had shared. There was the oneness of the world flowing there like a single sweet note drawn purely out. It was not the song of humanity, but an older, greater song of vast balances and pure being. Had Verity surrendered to it, it would have ended all his torments. Instead, he tottered to his feet and turned away from it. He carried his forearms stretched out before him, palms up, the fingers curled into cups, as if he begged for something. In shape they had not changed, but now arms and fingers gleamed silver with the power that had penetrated and fused with his flesh. As he began to walk away from the stream with the same studied purposefulness with which he had approached it, I felt how his arms and hands burned as if with frostbite. "I don't understand," I said to him. "I don't want you to. Not yet." I felt a duality in him. The skill burned in him like a forge fire of incredible heat, but the strength of his body was only sufficient to keep him walking. It was effortless for him to shield my mind from the pull of that river now, but for him to move his own body up the path taxed both his flesh and his will. "Fitz, come to me, please." It was no skill order this time, not even the command of a prince, only the plea of a man to another. "I have no coterie, Fitz. Only you. If the coterie that Galen created for me had been true, then I would have more faith that what I must do is possible. Yet not only are they false to me, but they seek to defeat me. They peck at me like birds on a dying buck. I do not think their attacks can destroy me, but I fear they may weaken me enough that I do not succeed. Or worse yet, that they may distract me and succeed in my place. We cannot allow that, boy. You and I are all that stand between them and their triumph. You and I, the Farseers." I was not there in any physical sense, yet he smiled at me and lifted one terrible gleaming hand to cup my face. Did he intend what he did? I do not know. The jolt was as powerful as if a warrior had slammed his shield into my face, but not pain. Awareness, like sunlight bursting through clouds to illuminate a clearing in the forest. Everything suddenly stood out clearly, and I saw all the hidden reasons and purposes for what we did, and I understood with a painful purity of enlightenment why it was necessary I follow the path before me. Then all was gone, and I dwindled off into blackness. Verity was gone, and my understanding with him. But for that one brief instant I had glimpsed the completeness of it. Only I remained now, but myself was so tiny I could only exist if I held on with all my might. So I did. From a world away I heard Starling cry out in fear, "What's wrong with him?" And Chade replied gruffly, "It's only a seizure, such as he has from time to time. His head full. Hold his head or he'll dash his own brains out." Distantly, I felt hands gripping and restraining me. I surrendered myself to their care and sank into the darkness. I came to for a bit some time later. I recall little of it. The fool raised my shoulders and steadied my head that I could drink from a cup a concerned Chade held to my lips. The familiar bitterness of elfbark puckered my mouth. I had a glimpse of Kettle standing over me, lips folded in a tight line of disapproval. Starling stood away, her eyes huge as a cornered animal's, not deigning to touch me. "That should bring him round," I heard Chade say, as I sank into a deep sleep. The next morning I arose early, despite my pounding head, and sought the baths. I slipped out so silently that the fool did not waken, but Night Eyes arose,
and ghosted out with me. "Where did you go last night?" he demanded. But I had no answer for him. He sensed my reluctance to think about it. "I go to hunt now," he informed me tartly. "I advise you to drink but water after this." I assented humbly, and he left me at the door of the bathhouse. Within was the mineral sink of the hot water that bubbled up from the earth. The mountain folk trapped it in great tanks and channeled it through pipes to other tubs so that one might choose the heat and depth one wished. I scrubbed myself off in a washing tub, then submerged myself in the hottest water I could stand, and tried not to recall the scalding of the skill on Verity's forearms. I emerged red as a boiled crab. At the cool end of the bath hut, there were several mirrors on the wall. I tried not to see my own face as I shaved. It reminded me too vividly of Verity's. Some of the gauntness had left it in the last week or so, but the streak of white at my brow was back, and showed even more plainly when I bound my hair back in a warrior's tail. I would not have been surprised to see Verity's handprint on my face, or to find my scar eradicated and my nose straightened. Such had been the power of that touch. But Regal's scar on my face stood out pallidly against my steam-reddened face. Nothing had improved the broken nose. There was no outward sign of my encounter last night at all. Again and again, my mind circled back to that moment, to that touch of purest power. I fumbled to recall it, and almost could. But the absolute experience of it, like pain or pleasure, could not be recalled in full, but only in pale memory. I knew I had experienced something extraordinary. The pleasures of skilling, which all skill users were cautioned against, were like a tiny ember compared to the bonfire of knowing, feeling, and being that I had briefly shared last night. It had changed me. The anger I had been nursing toward Kettricken and Chade was gutted. I could find the emotion still, but I could not bring it back in force. I had briefly seen not only my child, but the entire situation from all possible views. There was no malice in their intent, nor even selfishness. They believed in the morality of what they did. I did not. But I could no longer deny entirely the sense of what they sought. It left me feeling soulless. They would take my child away from Molly and me. I could hate what they did, but I could not focus that anger at them. I shook my head, drawing myself back to the moment. I looked at myself in the mirror, wondering how Kettricken would see me. Did she still see the young man who had dogged Verity's steps and so often served her at court? Or would she look at my scarred face and think she did not know me, that the Fitz she had known was gone? Well, she knew by now how I had gained my scars. My queen should not be surprised. I would let her judge who stood behind those marks. I braced my nerves, then turned my back to the mirror. I looked over my shoulder. The center of injury in my back reminded me of a sunken red starfish in my flesh. Around it the skin was tight and shiny. I flexed my shoulders and watched the skin tug against the scar. I extended my sword arm and felt the tiny pull of resistance there. Well, no sense worrying about it. I pulled on my shirt. I returned to the fool's hut to clothe myself afresh, and found, to my surprise, that he was dressed and ready to accompany me. Clothes were laid out on my cot, a white, loose-sleeved shirt of soft, warm wool, and dark leggings of a heavier woolen weave. There was a short, dark surcoat to match the leggings. He told me that Chade had left them. It was all very simple and plain.
"It suits you,"
the fool observed. He himself had dressed much as he did every day, in a woolen robe, but this one was dark blue with embroidery at the sleeves and hem. It was closer to what I had seen the mountain folk wear. It accentuated his pallor far more than the white one had, and made plainer to my eyes the slight tawniness of his skin, eyes, and hair, were beginning to possess. His hair was as fine as ever. Left to itself, it still seemed to float freely around his face. But today he was binding it back. "I did not know Kettricken had summoned you," I observed, to which he grimly replied,
"All the more reason to present myself. Chade came to check on you this morning and was concerned to find you gone. I think he half fears that you have run off with the wolf again. But in case you had not, he left a message for you. Other than those who have been in this hut, no one in Jumpe has been told your true name, much as it must surprise you to find that the minstrel had that much discretion. Not even the healer knows who she healed. Remember, you are Tom the shepherd, until such time as Queen Kettricken feels she can speak more plainly to you. Understand?"
I sighed. I understood all too well. "I never knew Jumpe to host intrigue before," I observed. He chuckled.
"You have visited here only briefly before this, believe me. Jumpe breeds intrigues every bit as convoluted as Buckkeep did. As strangers here, we are wise to avoid being drawn into them, as much as we can."
"Save for the ones we bring with us," I told him, and he smiled bitterly as he nodded. The day was bright and crisp. The sky, glimpsed overhead through the dark evergreen boughs, was an endless blue. A small breeze ran alongside us, rattling dry snow crystals across the frozen tops of the snowbanks. The dry snow squeaked under our boots, and the cold roughly kissed my freshly shaven cheeks. From farther off in the village I could hear the shouts of children at play. Night Eyes pricked his ears to that, but continued to shadow us. The small voices in the distance reminded me of seabirds crying, and I suddenly missed the shores of Buck acutely.
"You had a seizure last night?"
the fool said quietly. It was not quite a question. "I know," I said briefly.
"Kettle seemed very distressed by it. She questioned Chade most closely about the herbs he prepared for you, and when they did not rouse you as he had said they would, she went off in her corner. She sat there most of the night, knitting loudly and peering at him disapprovingly. It was a relief to me when they all finally left." I wondered if Starling had stayed, but did not ask it. I did not even want to know why it mattered to me. "Who is Kettle?"
the fool asked abruptly. "Who is Kettle?" I asked, startled.
"I believe I just said that."
"Kettle is—" It suddenly seemed odd that I knew so little about someone I had travelled with so long. "I think she grew up in Buck, and then she travelled and studied scrolls and prophecies and returned to seek the White Prophet." I shrugged at the scantiness of my knowledge.
"Tell me, do you find her portentous?"
"What?"
"Do you not feel there is something about her, something that—"
He shook his head angrily. It was the first time I had ever seen the fool searching for words.
"Sometimes I feel she is significant, that she is wound up with us. Other times she seems but a nosy old woman with an unfortunate lack of taste in her choice of companions."
"You mean me?" I laughed.
"No, I mean that interfering minstrel."
"Why do you and Starling dislike one another so?" I asked tiredly.
"It is not dislike, dear Fitzy. On my part it is disinterest. Unfortunately, she cannot conceive of a man who could look at her with no interest in bedding her. She takes my simple dismissal of her as an insult, and strives to make of it some lack or fault in me, while I take offence at her proprietary attitude toward you. She has no true affection for Fitz, you know, only for being able to say she knew Fitz chivalry."
I was silent, fearing that what he said was true. And so we came to the palace at Jumpe. It was as unlike Buck Keep as I could imagine. I have heard it said that the dwellings at Jumpe
owe their origins to the dome-shaped tents some of the nomadic tribes still use. The smaller dwellings were still tent-like enough that they did not startle me as the palace still did. The living heart tree that was its centre pole towered immensely above us. Other secondary trees had been patiently contorted over years to form supports for the walls. When this living framework had been established, mats of bark cloth had been draped gracefully over them to form the basis for the smoothly curving walls. Plastered with a sort of clay and then painted in bright colours, the houses would always remind me of tulip buds or mushroom caps. Despite its great size, the palace seemed organic, as if it had sprouted up from the rich soil of the ancient forest that sheltered it. Size made it a palace. There were no other outward signs, no flags, no royal guards flanking the doors. No one sought to bar our entrance. The fool opened the carved wood-framed doors of a side entrance, and we went in. I followed him as he threaded his way through a maze of freestanding chambers. Other rooms were on platforms above us, reached by ladders, or, for the grander ones, staircases of wood. The walls of the chambers were flimsy things, with some temporary rooms of no more than bark-cloth tapestries stretched on frameworks. The inside of the palace was but only slightly warmer than the forest outside. The individual chambers were heated by freestanding braziers in the winter. I followed the fool to a chamber whose outer walls were decorated with delicate illustrations of water birds. This was a more permanent room, with sliding wooden doors likewise carved with birds. I could hear the notes of Starling's harp from within and the murmur of low voices. He tapped at the door, waited briefly, and then slid it open to admit us. Ketrican was within, and the fool's friend Joffron, and several other people I did not recognize. Starling sat on a low bench to one side, playing softly while Ketrican and the others embroidered a quilt on a frame that almost filled the room. A bright garden of flowers was being created on the quilt top. Chade sat not far from Starling. He was dressed in a white shirt and dark leggings with a long wool vest, gaily embroidered over the shirt. His hair was pulled back in a grey warrior's tail, with the leather band on his brow bearing the Buck sigil. He looked decades younger than he had in Buck Keep. They spoke together more softly than the music. Ketrican looked up, needle in hand, and greeted us calmly. She introduced me to the others as Tom, and politely asked if I were recovering well from my injury. I told her I was, and she bade me be seated and rest myself a bit. The fool circled the quilt, complimented Joffron on her stitchery, and when she invited him, he took a place beside her. He took up a needle and floss, threaded it, and began adding butterflies of his own invention to one corner of the quilt, while he and Joffron talked softly of gardens they had known. He seemed very at ease. I felt at a loss, sitting idly in a room full of quietly occupied people. I waited for Ketrican to speak to me, but she went on with her work. Starling's eyes met mine, and she smiled, but stiffly. Chade avoided my glance, looking past me, as if we were strangers. There was conversation in the room, but it was soft and intermittent, mostly requests for a skein of thread to be passed, or comments on each other's work. Starling played the old familiar Buck ballads, but wordlessly. No one spoke to me, or paid me any mind. I waited. After a time, I began to wonder if it was a subtle form of punishment. I tried to remain relaxed, but tension repeatedly built up in me. Every few minutes I would remember to unclench my jaws and loosen my shoulders. It took some time for me to see a similar anxiety in Ketrican. I had spent many hours attending my lady in Buck Keep when she had first come to court. I had seen her lethargic at her needlework, or lively in her garden. But now she sewed furiously, as if the fate of the 6 duchies depended on her completing this quilt. She was thinner than I recalled, the bones and planes of her face showing more plainly. Her hair, a year after she had cut it to morn verity, was still too short for her to confine it well. The pale strands of it constantly crept forward. There were lines in her face, around her eyes and mouth, and she frequently chewed on her lips, a thing I had never seen her do before. The mornings seemed to drag on, but finally one of the young men sat up straight, then stretched, and declared his eyes were getting too weary for him to do any more today. He asked the woman at his side if she had a mind to hunt with him today, and she readily agreed. As if this were some sort of signal, the others began to rise and stretch and make their farewells to Kettricken. I was struck at their familiarity with her, until I recalled that here she was not regarded as queen, but as eventual sacrifice to the mountains. Her role among her folk would never be seen as that of ruler, but as guide and coordinator. Her father, King Eod, was known amongst his own folk as the sacrifice, and was expected to be ever and always unselfishly available to his folk, to help in any way they might require. It was a position that was both less regal than that of Buck royalty, and more beloved. I wondered idly if it might not have suited Verity more to have come here and been Kettricken's consort. Fitz chivalry. I looked up to Kettricken's command. Only she, I, Starling, Chade, and the fool remained in the room. I almost looked to Chade for direction, but his eyes had excluded me earlier. I sensed I was on my own here. The tone of Kettricken's voice made this a formal interview. I stood straight, and then managed a rather stiff bow. "My queen, you summoned me. Explain yourself." The wind outside was warmer than her voice. I glanced up at her eyes. Blue ice. I lowered my gaze and took a breath. "Shall I report, my queen? If it will explain your failures, do so." That startled me. My eyes flew to hers, but though our glances met, there was no meeting. All the girl in Kettricken had burned away, as the impurities are burned and beaten from iron ore in a foundry. With it seemed to have gone any feeling for her husband's bastard nephew. She sat before me as ruler and judge, not friend. I had not expected to feel that loss so keenly. Despite my better judgment, I let ice creep into my own voice. "I shall submit to my queen's judgment on that," I offered. She was merciless. She had me start not with my own death, but days before that, when we had first begun plotting to whisk King Shrewd secretly from Buck Keep and Regal's reach. I stood before her, and had to admit that the coastal dukes had approached me with the offer of recognizing me as king-in-waiting rather than Regal. Worse, I had to tell her that although I had refused that, I had promised to stand with them, assuming the command of Buck Keep Castle and the protection of Buck's coast. Chade had once warned me that it was as close to treason as made no difference, but I was tired to death of all my secrets, and I relentlessly bared them. More than once I wished Starling were not in the room, for I dreaded hearing my own words made into a song denouncing me. But if my queen deemed her worthy of confidence, it was not my place to question it. So I went on, down the weary track of days. For the first time she heard from me how King Shrewd had died in my arms, and how I had hunted down and killed both Serene and Justin in the great hall before everyone. When it came to my days in Regal's dungeon, she had no pity on me. Had me beaten and starved, and I would have perished there if I had not feigned death. I said. It was not good enough for her. No one, not even Burrich, had known a full telling of those days. I steeled myself and launched into it. After a time my voice began to shake. I faltered in my telling. Then I looked past her at the wall, took a breath, and went on.
I glanced at her once to find her gone white as ice. I stopped thinking of the events behind my words. I heard my own voice dispassionately relating all that had happened. I heard Kettricken draw in her breath when I spoke of skilling to verity from my cell. Other than that, there was not a sound in the room. Once my eyes wandered to Chade, I found him sitting deathly still, his jaw set, as if he endured some torment of his own. I forged my way on through the story, telling without judgment of my own resurrection by Burrich and Chade, of the wit magic that made it possible, and of the days that followed. I told of our angry parting, of my journeys in detail, of the times when I could sense verity, and the brief joinings we shared, of my attempt on Regal's life, and even of how verity had unwillingly implanted into my soul his command to come to him. On and on, my voice getting huskier as my throat and mouth dried with the telling. I did not pause nor rest until I had finished telling her of my final staggering trek into Jampe, and when at last my full tale of days was told out to her, I continued to stand, emptied and weary. Some people say there is a relief in the sharing of cares and pains. To me, there was no catharsis, only an unearthing of rotting corpses of memories, a baring of still suppurating wounds. After a time of silence, I found the cruelty to ask, "Does my account excuse my failures, my queen?" But if I had thought to rend her, I failed there also. "You make no mention of your daughter, Fitzchivalry." It was true. I had not made mention of Molly and the child. Fear sliced through me like a cold blade. I had not thought of her as pertaining to my report. She obviously must. Queen Kettricken said implacably. I forced myself to look at her. She clasped her hands before her. Did they tremble? Did she feel any remorse for what she said next? I could not tell. Given her lineage, she much more than pertains to this discussion. Ideally, she should be here, where we could guarantee a measure of safety to the Farseer heir. I imposed calm on my voice. My queen, you are mistaken in naming her so. Neither I nor she have any legitimate claim to the throne. We are both illegitimate. Kettricken was shaking her head. We do not consider what is or is not between you and her mother. We consider only her bloodline. Irregardless of what you may claim for her, her lineage will claim her. I am childless. Until I heard her speak that word aloud, I did not grasp what her depth of pain was. A few moments ago, I had thought her heartless. Now I wondered if she was completely sane any more. Such was the grief and despair that one word conveyed. She forced herself on. There must be an heir to the Farseer throne. Chade has advised me that alone I cannot rally the people to protect themselves. I am too foreign to their eyes still. But no matter how they see me, I remain their queen. I have a duty to do. I must find a way to unite the 6 duchies and repulse the invaders from our shores. To do that, they must have a leader. I had thought to offer you. But he has said that they will not accept you either. That matter of your supposed death and use of beast magic is too big an obstacle. That being so, there remains only your child of the Farseer line. Regal has proven false to his own blood. She, then, must be sacrificed for our people. They will rally to her. I dared to speak. She is only an infant, my queen. How can she... She is a symbol. It is all the people will require of her right now, that she exist. Later, she will be their queen in truth. I felt as if she had knocked the wind from me. She spoke on. I shall be sending Chade to fetch her here, where she may be kept safe and properly educated as she grows. She sighed. I would like her mother to be with her. Unfortunately, we must present the child as mine. Somehow. How I hate such deceptions. But Chade has convinced me of the necessity. I hope he will also be able to convince your daughter's mother. More to herself, she added, We shall have to say that we said my child was stillborn to make Regal believe there was no heir to threaten. My poor little son. His people will never know he was born. And that, I suppose, is how he is sacrifice for them. I found myself looking at Kettricken closely, and finding there remained very little of the Queen I had known at Buck Keep. I hated what she was saying. It outraged me. Yet my voice was gentle as I asked, Why is any of this necessary, my Queen? King Verity lives. I shall find him and do all I can to return him to you. Together you shall rule at Buck Keep, and your children after you. Shall he? Will we? Will they? Almost she shook her head in denial. It may be, Fitz chivalry. But for too long I put my faith in believing that things would turn out as they should. I will not fall prey to those expectations again. Some things must be made certain before further risks can be taken. An heir to the Farseer line must be assured. She met my eyes calmly. I have made up the declaration and given a copy to Chade, with another to be kept safely here. Your child is heir to the throne, Fitz chivalry. I had been keeping my soul intact with a tiny hope for so long, for so many months. I had lured myself along with the idea that when all was over and done, I could somehow go back to Molly and win again her love, that I could claim my daughter as my own. Other men might dream of high honours, or riches, or deeds of valour sung by minstrels. I wanted to come to a small cot as light faded, to sit in a chair by a fire, my back aching from work, my hands rough with toil, and hold a little girl in my lap, while a woman who loved me told me of her day, of all the things I had ever had to give up simply by virtue of the blood I carried. That was the dearest. Must I now surrender that? Must I become, to Molly, forever the man who had lied to her, who had left her with child and never returned, and then caused that child to be stolen from her as well? I had not meant to speak aloud. I did not realize I had until the Queen replied, That is what it is to be sacrifice, Fitz chivalry. Nothing can be held back for oneself. Nothing. I will not acknowledge her then. The words burned my tongue to speak them. I will not claim her as mine. You need not. I shall claim her as mine. No doubt she will carry the Farseer looks. Your blood is strong. For our purposes, it is sufficient that I know the child is yours. You have already acknowledged that to Starling, the minstrel. To her you said you had fathered a child with Molly, a candle-maker from Buck Keep town. In all of the 6 duchies, the witness of a minstrel is recognized by law. She has already set her hand to the document, with her oath, that she knows the child to be a true Farseer. Fitz chivalry. She went on, and her voice was almost kind, though my ears rang to hear her words, and I near reeled where I stood. No one can escape fate. Not you, not your daughter. Step back and see, this is why she came to be. When all circumstances conspired to deny the Farseer line an heir, somehow one was yet made. By you. Accept and endure. They were the wrong words. She might have been raised to them, but I had been told, the fight is not over until you have won it.
I lifted my eyes and looked around at them all. I don't know what they saw on my face, but their faces became still. "I can find Verity," I said quietly. "And I will." They were silent. "You want your king," I said to Kettricken. I waited until I saw assent in her face. "I want my child," I said quietly. "What are you saying?" Kettricken demanded coldly. "I am saying that I want the same things you do. I wish to be with the one I love, to raise our child with her." I met her eyes. "Tell me I can have that. It is all I have ever wanted." She met my eyes squarely. "I cannot make you that promise, Fitzchivalry. She is too important for simple love to claim her." The words struck me as both utterly absurd and completely true. I bowed my head in what was not assent. I stared a hole into the floor, trying to find other choices, other ways. "I know what you will say next," Kettricken said bitterly. "That if I claim your child for the throne, you will not help me find Verity. I have considered long and well, knowing that this will sever me from your help. I am prepared to seek him out on my own. I have the map. Somehow I shall—" "Kettricken." I cut into her speech with her name said quietly, bereft of her title. I had not meant to. I saw it startled her. I found myself slowly shaking my head. "You do not understand. Were Molly standing here before me with our daughter, still I would have to seek my king. No matter what is done to me, no matter how I am wronged, still I must seek Verity." My words changed the faces in the room. Chade lifted his head and looked at me with fierce pride shining in his eyes. Kettricken turned aside, blinking at tears. I think she may have felt slightly ashamed. To the fool, I was once more his catalyst. In Starling there bloomed the hope that I might still be worthy of a legend. But in me, there was the overriding hunger for the absolute. Verity had shown it to me in its pure physical form. I would answer my king's skill command, and serve him as I had vowed. But another call beckoned me now as well. The skill. 23. The Mountains. One might suppose that the mountain kingdom, with its sparse hamlets and scattered folk, was a new realm but recently gathered together. In truth, its history far predates any of the written records of the 6 duchies. To call this region a kingdom is truly a misnomer. In ancient times, the diverse hunters, herders, and farmers, both nomadic and settled, gradually gave their allegiance to a judge, a woman of great wisdom, who resided at Jampe. Although this person has come to be called the king or queen of the mountains by outsiders, to the residents of the mountain kingdom, he or she is still the sacrifice, the one who is willing to give all, even life, for the sake of those who are ruled. The first judge who lived at Jampe is now a shadowy figure of legend, her deeds known only by the songs of her that mountain folk still sing. Yet old as those songs are, there is an even older rumor of a more ancient ruler and capital city. The mountain kingdom, as we know it today, consists almost entirely of the wandering folk and settlements on the eastern flanks of the mountains. Beyond the mountains lie the icy shores that border the White Sea. Some few trade routes still meander through the sharp teeth of the mountains to reach the hunting folk who live in that snowy place. To the south of the mountains are the unsettled forests of the rain wilds, and somewhere the source of the Rain River, that is the trade boundary of the Chalcid states. These are the only lands and folks that have been truly charted beyond the mountains.
Yet there have always been legends of another land, one locked and lost in the peaks, beyond the mountain kingdom. As one travels deeper in the mountains, past the boundaries of the folk who owe allegiance to Jampe, the land becomes even more rugged and unyielding. Snow never leaves the taller peaks, and some valleys host only glacial ice. In some areas, it is said that great steams and smoke pour up from cracks in the mountains, and that the earth may tremble quietly, or wrench itself in violent shakings. There are few reasons for anyone to venture into that region of scree and cliffs. Hunting is easier and more profitable on the greener slopes of the mountains. There is insufficient grazing to lure any shepherd's flocks. Regarding that land, we have the usual tales that distant lands spawn. Dragons and giants, ancient tumble-down cities, savage unicorns, treasure hoards and secret maps, dusty streets paved with gold, valleys of eternal spring where the water rises steaming from the ground, dangerous sorcerers spell-locked in caves of gems, and ancient sleeping evils embedded in the earth. All are said to reside in the ancient, nameless land beyond the boundaries of the mountain kingdom. Kettricken truly had expected me to refuse to help her search for Verity. In the days of my convalescence she had determined she would seek for him on her own, and to that end she had mustered supplies and animals. In the 6 duchies, a queen would have had the royal treasury to draw on, as well the enforced largesse of her nobles. Such was not the case in the mountain kingdom. Here, while King Eod remained alive, she was no more than a younger relative of the sacrifice. While it was expected that she would succeed him some day, it gave her no right to command the wealth of her people. In truth, even were she sacrifice, she would have not had access to riches and resources. The sacrifice and his immediate family lived simply within their beautiful dwelling. All of Jampe, the palace, the gardens, the fountains, all belonged to the folk of the mountain kingdom. The sacrifice did not want for anything, but neither did he possess excess. So Kettricken turned not to royal coffers and nobles eager to curry favour, but to old friends and cousins for what she needed. She had approached her father, but he had told her firmly but sadly that finding the king of the 6 duchies was her concern, not that of the mountain kingdom. Much as he grieved with his daughter over the disappearance of the man she loved, he could not divert supplies from defending the mountain kingdom from Regal of the 6 duchies. Such was the bond between them that she could accept his refusal with understanding. It shamed me to think of the rightful queen of the 6 duchies turning to the charity of her relatives and friends, but only when I was not nursing my resentment toward her. She had designed the expedition to her convenience, not mine. I approved of little of it. In the days before we departed, she deigned to consult me on some aspects of it, but my opinions were overridden as often as they were listened to. We spoke to one another civilly, without the warmth of either anger or friendship. There were many areas where we disagreed, and when we did, she did as she judged wisest. Unspoken, but implied, was that my judgment in the past had been faulty and short-sighted. I wanted no beasts of burden that might starve and freeze. Block as I might, the wit left me vulnerable to their pain. Kettricken, however, had procured 6 creatures that she claimed did not mind snow and cold, and browsed rather than grazed. They were jeppas, creatures native to some of the remoter parts of the mountain kingdom. They reminded me of long-necked goats with paws instead of hooves. I had small faith that they would be able to carry enough to make them worth the nuisance of dealing with them. Kettricken told me calmly that I would soon get used to them. "It all depends on how they taste," Night Eyes suggested philosophically. I was prone to agree with him. Her choice of companions for the expedition irked me even more.
I saw no sense to her risking herself, but on that point I knew better than to argue. I resented Starling's going once I discovered what she had bargained to be allowed to go. Her reason was still to find a song that would make her reputation. She had bought her place in our group by her unspoken trade, that only if she were allowed to go would she make written record that Molly's child was mine also. She knew I felt she had betrayed me, and wisely avoided my company after that. With us would go 3 cousins of Kettrickens, all big, stoutly muscled folk, well practised in travelling through the mountains. It would not be a large party. Kettricken assured me that if 6 were not enough to find Verity, then 600 would not suffice. I agreed with her that it was easier to supply a smaller party, and that often they travelled faster than large groups. Chade was not to be of our party. He was going back to Buck Keep to bear the tidings to Patience that Kettricken would seek out Verity, and to plant the seeds of rumour that there was, indeed, an heir to the 6 duchies' throne. He would also be seeing Burrich and Molly, and the child. He had offered to let Molly and Patience and Burrich know that I was still alive. The offer had come awkwardly, for he knew full well that I hated the part he had played in claiming my daughter for the throne. But I swallowed my anger and spoke to him politely, and was rewarded with his solemn promise that he would say nothing of me to any of them. At the time, it seemed like the wisest course. I felt that only I could fully explain to Molly why I had acted as I had, and she had already mourned me as dead once. If I did not survive this quest, she would not grieve any more than she had. Chade came to bid me farewell the night he left for Buck. At first we both tried to pretend that all was well between us. We talked of small things that had once mattered to both of us. I felt genuine loss when he told me of Slink's death. I tried to talk him into taking Ruddy and Sooty with him to return them to Burrich's care. Ruddy needed a firmer hand than he was getting, and the stallion could be far more than transportation to Burrich. His stud service could be sold or traded, and Sooty's foal represented more wealth to come, but Chade shook his head and said he must travel swiftly and attract no attention. One man with 3 horses was a target for bandits, if nothing else. I had seen the vicious little gelding Chade had for a mount. Bad-tempered as he was tough and agile and, Chade assured me, very swift in a chase over bad terrain. He grinned as he said it, and I knew that that particular ability of the horse had been well tested. The fool was right, I thought then bitterly. War and intrigue did agree with him. I looked at him, in his tall boots and swirling cloak, at the rampant buck he wore so openly on his brow above his green eyes, and tried to equate him with the gentle-handed old man who had schooled me in how to kill people. His years were there still, but he carried them differently. Privately, I wondered what drugs he used to prolong his energy. Yet as different as he was still Chade. I wanted to reach out to him and know that there was still a bond of some kind between us, but I could not. I could not understand myself. How could his opinions still matter so much to me when I knew he was willing to take my child and my happiness for the sake of the Farseer throne? I felt it was a weakness in myself that I could not find the strength of will to hate him. I reached for that hatred, and came up with only a boyish sulkiness that kept me from clasping his hand at his departure, or wishing him well. He ignored my surliness, which made me feel even more childish. After he was gone, the fool gave me the leather saddlebag he had left for me. Inside was a very serviceable sheath knife, a small pouch of coins, and a selection of poisons and healing herbs, including a generous supply of elf bark, wrapped and carefully labelled that it should be used only with the greatest caution and in the greatest need, was a small paper of caris seed. In a battered leather sheath was a plain but serviceable short sword. I felt a sudden anger at him that I could not explain. "It is so typical of him,"
I exclaimed, and dumped the bag out on the table for the fool to witness. Poison and knives! That is what he thinks of me. This is still how he sees me. Death is all he can imagine for me.
I doubt he expected you to use them on yourself.
The fool observed mildly. He pushed the knife away from the marionette he was stringing.
Perhaps he thought you might use them to protect yourself.
Don't you understand? I demanded of him. These are gifts for the boy Chade taught to be an assassin. He can't see that isn't who I am any longer. He can't forgive me for wanting a life of my own.
Any more than you can forgive him for no longer being your benevolent and indulgent tutor.
The fool observed dryly. He was knotting the strings from the control paddles to the marionette's limbs.
It's a bit of a threat, isn't it? To see him stride about like a warrior, putting himself joyfully in danger for something he believes in, flirting with women, and generally acting as if he's claimed a life of his own for himself.
It was like a dash of cold water in the face. Almost I had to admit my jealousy that Chade had boldly seized what still eluded me. That isn't it at all! I snarled at the fool. The marionette he was working on wagged a rebuking finger at me, while the fool smirked at me over his head. It had an uncanny resemblance to Ratsey.
"What I see," he observed, to no one in particular, "is that it is not Verity's buckhead he wears on his brow. No, the sigil he chose is more like one, let me see, one that Prince Verity chose for his bastard nephew. Do not you see a resemblance?"
I was silent for a time. Then, what of it? I asked grudgingly. The fool swung his marionette to the floor, where the bony creature shrugged eerily.
"Neither King Shrewd's death nor Verity's supposed death flushed that weasel out of hiding. Only when he believed you murdered did anger flare up in him hot enough for him to fling aside all hiding and pretense and declare he would yet see a true Farseer on the throne."
The marionette wagged a finger at me. "Are you trying to say he does this for me, for my sake? When the last thing I would wish is to see the throne claim my child?" The marionette crossed its arms and wagged its head, thoughtfully.
"It seems to me that Chade has always done what he thought was best for you, whether you agreed or not. Perhaps he extends that to your daughter. She would be, after all, his grandniece, and the last living remnant of his bloodline, excluding Regal and yourself, of course."
The marionette danced a few steps.
"How else would you expect a man that old to provide for a child so young? He does not expect to live forever. Perhaps he thought she would be safer astride a throne than ridden over by another who wished to claim it."
I turned away from the fool and made some pretense of gathering clothing to wash. It would take me a long time to think through what he had said. I was willing to accept Kettrigan's choice of tents and clothing for her expedition, and honest enough to be grateful that she saw fit to provide for my clothing and shelter as well. Had she excluded me totally from her entourage, I could not have completely faulted her. Instead, Geoffron came one day, bearing a stack of clothing and bedding for me, and to measure my feet for the sack-like boots the mountain folk favoured. She proved merry company, for she and the fool exchanged playful barbs all the while. His fluency in Tjurda exceeded my own, and at times I was hard-pressed to follow the conversation, while half of the fool's word-plays escaped me. I wondered, in passing, exactly what went on between those two. When I had first arrived, I had thought her some sort of disciple to him. Now I wondered if she had not affected that interest simply as an excuse to be near him. Before she left, she measured the fool's feet as well, and asked him questions as to what colours and trims he wished worked into the boots. "New boots?" I asked him after she had gone. "As little as you venture outside, I would scarcely think you need them." He gave me a level look. The recent merriment faded from his face.
You know I must go with you.
He pointed out calmly. He smiled an odd smile.
Why else do you think we have been brought together in this far place? It is by the interaction of the catalyst and the White Prophet that the events of this time shall be returned to their proper course. I believe that if we succeed, the red ships will be driven from the Six Duchies coast, and a Farseer will inherit a throne. That would seem to fit most of the prophecies.
Kettle agreed from her hearth corner. She was tying off the last row of knitting on a thick mitten.
If the plague of the mindless hunger is forging, and your actions put a stop to that, that would fit another prophecy as well.
Kettle's knack of providing a prophecy for every occasion was beginning to grate on me. I took a breath, and then asked the fool, "And what does Queen Kettricken say about your joining her party?"
I haven't discussed it with her, he replied blithely. I am not joining her, Fitz. I am following you.
A sort of bemusement came over his face.
I have known since I was a child that together we should do this task. It had not occurred to me to question that I would go with you. I have been making preparations since the day you arrived here. As have I,
Kettle observed quietly. We both turned to stare at her. She feigned not to notice as she tried on the mitten, and admired its fit. "No," I said bluntly. Bad enough to look forward to dying pack animals, I was not going to witness the death of another friend. It was too obvious a voice that she was hopelessly too old for such a trek.
I thought you might stay here in my home,
the fool offered more gently.
There is plenty of firewood for the rest of the winter and some supplies of meal, and I expect to die on the journey if it's any comfort to you.
She took off the mitten and set it with its mate. Casually, she inspected what was left of her skein of wool. She began to cast on stitches, the yarn flowing effortlessly through her fingers.
And you needn't worry about me before then. I've made provision for myself. I've done a bit of trading, and I have the food and such that I'll need.
She glanced up at me from her needles, and added quietly,
I have the wherewithal to see this journey through to the end.
I had to admire her calm assumption that her life was still her own, to do with as she wished. I wondered when I had begun to think of her as a helpless old woman that someone would have to look after now. She looked back down to her knitting, needlessly, for her fingers continued to work whether she watched them or not.
I see you understand me,
she said quietly. And that was that. I have never known any expedition to get off exactly as planned. Generally, the larger one is, the more difficulties it has. Ours was no exception. The morning before we were scheduled to depart, I was rudely shaken out of my sleep. "Get up, Fitz. We have to leave now," Kettricken said tersely. I sat up slowly. I was wide awake instantly, but my healing back still did not encourage me to move swiftly. The fool was sitting on the edge of his bed, looking more anxious than I had ever seen him. "What is it?" I demanded.
"Regal."
I had never heard so much venom in one word. Her face was very white, and she knotted and unknotted her fists at her side. "He has sent a courier under a truce flag to my father, saying that we harbour a known traitor to the Six Duchies. He says that if we release you to him, he will see it as a sign of good faith with the Six Duchies and will not consider us an enemy. But if we do not, he will loose the troops he has poised on our borders, for he will know that we plot with his enemies against him." She paused. "My father is considering what to do. Kettricken, I am but the excuse," I protested. My heart was hammering in my chest. Night Eyes whined anxiously. "You must know it has taken him months to mass these troops. They are not there because I am here. They are in place because he plans to move against the Mountain Kingdom no matter what. You know Regal. It is all a bluff to see if he can get you to turn me over to him. Once you do, he will find some other pretext to attack." "I am not a simpleton," she said coldly. "Our watchers have known of the troops for weeks.
We have been doing what we can to prepare ourselves. Always our mountains have been our strongest defense. But never before have we confronted an organized foe in such numbers. My father is sacrifice, Fitz. He must do whatever will best serve the mountain kingdom. So now he must ponder if by turning you over, he will have a chance to treat with Regal. Do not think my father is stupid enough to trust him, but the longer he can delay an attack against his people, the better prepared they will be.
It sounds as if there is little left to decide, I said bitterly.
There was no reason for my father to make me privy to the courier's message,
Kettricken observed.
The decision is his.
Her eyes met mine squarely, and held a shadow of our old friendship.
I think perhaps he offers me a chance to spirit you away. Before I would be defying his orders to turn you over to Regal. Perhaps he thinks to tell Regal you have escaped, but he intends to track you down.
Behind Kettricken, the fool was pulling on leggings under his nightshirt.
It will be harder than I had planned,
Kettricken confided in me.
I cannot involve any other mountain folk in this. It will have to be you, me, and Starling. Alone. And we must leave now, within the hour.
I'll be ready, I promised her.
Meet me behind Joss's woodshed,
she said, and left. I looked at the fool. So, do we tell Kettle?
Why are you asking me?
He demanded. I gave a small shrug. Then I got up and began dressing hastily. I thought of all the small ways in which I was not prepared and then gave it up as useless. In a very short time the fool and I shouldered our packs. Night Eyes rose, stretched thoroughly, and went to the door to precede us.
I shall miss the fireplace, but the hunting will be better.
He accepted all so calmly. The fool took a careful look around the hut, and then closed the door behind us.
That's the first place I've ever lived that was solely mine,
he observed as we walked away from it.
You leave so much behind to do this,
I said awkwardly, thinking of his tools, his half-finished puppets, even the plants growing inside by the window. Despite myself, I felt responsible for it. Perhaps it was because I was so glad that I was not going on alone. He glanced over at me and shrugged.
I take myself with me. That's all I truly need. Or own.
He glanced back at the door he had painted himself.
Joffron will take good care of it. And of Kettle, too.
I wondered if he left behind more than I knew. We were nearly to the woodshed when I saw some children racing down the path toward us.
"There he is!"
one cried, pointing. I shot a startled glance at the fool, then braced myself, wondering what was to come. How could one defend oneself against children? At a loss, I awaited the attack. But the wolf did not wait. He sank low to his belly in the snow, even his tail flat. As the children closed the distance, he suddenly shot forward straight at the leader. "No!" I cried aloud in horror, but none of them paid me any heed. The wolf's front paws struck the boy's chest to drive him down hard into the snow. In a flash, Night Eyes was up and after the others, who fled, shrieking with laughter, as one after another he caught up with them and mowed them down. By the time he'd felled the last one, the first boy was up and after him, vainly trying to keep up with the wolf and making wild grabs at his tail as Night Eyes flashed by him, tongue lolling. He felled them all again, twice more, before he halted in one of his racing loops. He watched the children getting to their feet, then glanced over his shoulder at me. He folded his ears down abashedly, then looked back to the children, his tail wagging low. One girl was already digging a chunk of flatbread out of her pocket, while another teased him with a strip of leather, snaking it over the snow and trying to get him involved in a tug-of-war. I feigned not to notice.
"I'll catch up with you later,"
he offered. "No doubt," I told him dryly.
The fool and I kept walking. I glanced back once to see the wolf, teeth set in the leather and all 4 feet braced, while 2 boys dragged at the other end of it. I surmised that I now knew how he had been spending his afternoons. I think I felt a pang of envy. Kettricken was already waiting. 6 laden jeppas were roped together in a train. I wished now I had taken the time to learn more about them, but I had assumed the others would have the care of them. "We're still taking all of them?" I asked in dismay.
"It would take too long to unpack the loads and repack, with only what we need. Perhaps later we'll abandon the extra supplies and animals, but for now I simply wish to be gone as soon as possible."
"Then let's leave," I suggested. Kettricken looked pointedly at the fool. "What are you doing here? Wishing Fitz farewell?"
"I go where he does,"
the fool said quietly. The Queen looked at him, and something in her face almost softened.
"It will be cold, fool. I have not forgotten how you suffered from the cold on the way here. Where we go now, the cold will linger long after spring has reached Jampe."
"I go where he does,"
the fool repeated, quietly. Kettricken shook her head to herself. Then she shrugged. She strode to the lead of the line of jeppas and snapped her fingers. The lead animal flapped his hairy ears and followed her. The others followed him. Their obedience impressed me. I quested briefly toward them and found such a strong herd instinct at work that they scarcely thought of themselves as separate animals. As long as the lead animal followed Kettricken, there would be no problems with the others. Kettricken led us along a trail that was little more than a path. It wound mostly behind the scattered cottages that housed the winter residents of Jampe. In a very short time, we left the last of the huts behind and travelled through ancient forest. The fool and I walked behind the string of animals. I watched the one in front of us, marking how his wide, flat feet spread on the snow, much as the wolf's did. They set a pace slightly faster than a comfortable walk. We had not gone too far before I heard a shout behind us. I flinched and glanced hastily over my shoulder. It was Starling, coming at a run, her pack jouncing on her shoulders. When she came up to us, she said accusingly, "You left without me." The fool grinned. I shrugged. "I left when my queen commanded it," I observed. She glared at us, and then hurried past us, floundering through the loose snow beside the trail to pass the jeppas to catch up with Kettricken. Their voices carried clearly in the cold air. "I told you I was leaving right away," the Queen said tersely. "Then I did." To my amazement, Starling had the sense to be quiet. For a brief time she struggled along in the loose snow beside Kettricken. Then she gradually gave it up, letting first the jeppas, and then the fool and me pass her. She fell in behind me. I knew our pace would be difficult for her to match. I felt sorry for her. Then I thought of my daughter, and did not even look back to see if she was keeping up. It was the beginning of a long, uneventful day. The path led always uphill, never steeply, but the constant grade was taxing. Kettricken did not let up on the pace, but kept us moving steadily. None of us talked much. I was too busy breathing and trying to ignore the gradually increasing ache in my back. Sound flesh covered the arrow wound now, but the muscles under it still complained of their new healing. Great trees towered above us. Most of the trees were evergreens, some of kinds I had never seen before. They made a perpetual twilight of the brief winter day's greyness. There was little underbrush to struggle with. Most of the scenery was of the staggered ranks of immense trunks and a few low-swooping branches. For the most part, the live branches of the trees began far over our heads. From time to time we passed patches of smaller deciduous trees that had sprung up in patches of open forest made by a great tree's demise. The path was well packed.
evidently used often by animals and by folk on skis. It was narrow, and if one did not pay attention it was easy to step off the path and sink surprisingly deep in the unpacked snow. I tried to pay attention. The day was mild by mountain standards, and I soon discovered that the clothing Kettricken had procured for me was very efficient at keeping me warm. I loosened my coat at the throat, and then the collar of my shirt to let body heat escape. The fool threw back the fur-rimmed hood of his coat to reveal that he wore a gay woolen hat within it. I watched the tassel on the end of it bobbing as he walked. If the pace bothered him, he said nothing about it. Perhaps, like me, he had no breath left to complain. Shortly after midday, Night Eyes joined us. "Good doggy," I observed aloud to him. "This pales in comparison to what Kettle is calling you," he observed smugly. "I pity you all when the old bitch catches up with the pack. She has a stick. Is she following us? She tracks quite well for a noseless human." Night Eyes trotted past us, moving with surprising ease, even in the unpacked snow, to the side of the trail. I could tell he was enjoying the ripple of unease that his scent pushed through the trailing jeppas. I watched him as he passed them all, and then Kettricken. Once he was in the lead, he ranged confidently ahead, just as if he knew where we were going. I soon lost sight of him, but I did not worry. I knew he would circle back often to check on us. "Kettle is following us," I told the fool. He shot me a questioning look. "Night Eye says she is quite angry with us." His shoulders rose and fell in a quick sigh.
"Well, she has a right to her own decision,"
he observed to himself. Then to me he added,
"It still unnerves me a bit when you and the wolf do that."
"Does it bother you that I'm witted?"
"Does it bother you to meet my eyes?"
he rejoined. It was enough. We kept walking. Kettricken held us to a steady pace for as long as the daylight lasted. A trampled area under the shelter of some of the great trees was our stopping place. While it did not look frequently used, we were on some sort of trader's trail to Jumpe. Kettricken was matter-of-fact in her total command of us. She gestured Starling to a small rick of dry firewood protected from the snow by canvas. "Use some to get a fire started, and then take care to replace at least as much as we use. Many folk stop here, and in foul weather, a life may depend on that wood being there." Starling meekly obeyed. She directed the fool and I as we assisted her in setting up a shelter. When we were finished, we had a tent shaped rather like the cap of a mushroom. That done, she portioned out the tasks of unloading bedding and moving it into the tent, unloading the animals and picketing the lead animal, and melting snow for water. She herself shared fully in the tasks. I watched the efficiency with which she established our camp and saw to our needs. With a pang, I realized she reminded me of Verity. She would have made a good soldier. Once our basic camp was established, the fool and I exchanged glances. I went to where Kettricken was checking our jeppas. Those hardy beasts were already at work, nibbling bud tips and bark from the smaller trees that fronted one side of the camp. "I think Kettle may be following us," I told her. "Do you think I should go back and look for her?" "To what end?" Kettricken asked me. The question sounded callous, but she went on. "If she can catch up with us, then we will share what we have. You know that. But I suspect that she will weary before she gets here and turn back to Jumpe. Perhaps she has already turned back, and perhaps she has become exhausted and sunk down by the side of the trail," I thought. But I did not go back. I recognized in Kettricken's words the harsh practicality of the mountain folk. She would respect Kettle's decision to follow us, even if her attempt to do so killed her. Kettricken would not interfere with her own will for herself. I knew that among the mountain folk It was not unusual for an old person to choose what they called sequestering, a self-imposed exile where cold might put an end to all infirmities. I, too, respected Kettle's right to choose her life path, or die in the attempt. But it did not stop me from sending Night Eyes back down our trail to see if she was still coming. I chose to believe it was only curiosity on my part. He had just returned to camp with a bloody white hair in his jaws. At my request, he stood, stretched, and woefully commanded me, "Guard my meat, then." He disappeared into the gathering dusk. The evening meal of porridge and hearth-cakes was just finished cooking when Kettle came into the camp with Night Eyes at her heels. She stalked up to the fire and stood warming her hands at it as she glowered at the fool and me. The fool and I exchanged a glance. It was a guilty one. I hastily offered Kettle the cup of tea I had just poured for myself. She took it and drank it before she said accusingly,
"You left without me."
"Yes," I admitted. "We did. Kettricken came to us and said we must leave right away, so the fool and I—"
"I came anyway,"
she announced triumphantly, cutting through my words.
"And I intend to go on with you."
"We are fleeing," Kettricken said quietly. "We can't slow our pace for you." Sparks near leaped from Kettle's eyes.
"Did I ask you to?"
she asked the Queen tartly. Kettricken shrugged. "Just so you understand," she said quietly.
"I do."
Kettle replied as quietly, and it was settled. I had watched this interchange with a sort of awe. I felt an increase in respect for both of the women afterward. I think I fully grasped then how Kettricken perceived herself. She was the Queen of the Six Duchies, and she did not doubt it. But unlike many, she had not hidden behind a title or taken offence at Kettle's quick reply to her. Instead, she had answered her, woman to woman, with respect but also authority. Once more I had glimpsed her mettle, and found I could not fault it. We all shared the yurt that night. Kettricken filled a small brazier with coals from our fire and brought it within. It made the shelter surprisingly comfortable. She posted a watch and included both Kettle and herself in that duty. The others slept well. I lay awake for a time. I was once more on my way to find Verity. That brought a tiny measure of release from the incessant skill command, but I was also on my way to the river, where he had laved his hands in raw skill. That seductive image lurked always at the edge of my mind now. Resolutely I pushed the temptation from my mind, but that night my dreams were full of it. We broke camp early, and were on our way before the day was fairly born. Kettricken bid us discard a second, smaller yurt that had been brought along to accommodate our original larger party. She left it, carefully stowed at the stopping place where another might find and make use of it. The freed beast was loaded instead with the bulk of the packs the humans had carried. I was grateful, for the throbbing of my back was unceasing now. For 4 days Kettricken held us to that pace. She did not say if she truly expected pursuit. I did not ask. There were no real opportunities for private talk with anyone. Kettricken always led, followed by the animals, the fool and me, Starling, and often trailing us by quite a distance, Kettle. Both women kept their promises. Kettricken did not slow the pace for the old woman, and Kettle never complained of it. Each night she came into camp late, usually accompanied by Night Eyes. She was often just in time to share our food and shelter for the night, but she arose the moment Kettricken did the next day, and never complained. The 4th night, when we were all within the tent and settling down to sleep, Kettricken suddenly addressed me. "Fitz chivalry, I would have your thoughts on something," she declared. I sat up, intrigued by the formality of her request. "I am at your service, my queen," Beside me, the fool muffled a snicker. I suppose we both looked a bit odd, sitting in a welter of blankets and furs and addressing one another so formally, but I kept my demeanour. Kettricken added a few bits of dry wood to the brazier to bring up a flame and light. She took out an enamelled cylinder, removed the cap, and coaxed out a piece of vellum. As she gently unrolled it, I recognized the map that had inspired Verity to his quest. It seemed odd to look at the faded map in this setting. It belonged to a much more secure time in my life, when hot meals of good food were taken for granted, when my clothes were tailored to fit me, and I knew where I would sleep each night. It seemed unfair that my whole world had changed so much since I had last seen the map, but that it remained unchanged, an aging flap of vellum with a worn tracery of lines on it. Kettricken held it flat on her lap and tapped a blank spot on it. "This is about where we are," she told me. She took a breath, as if bracing herself. She tapped another spot, likewise, unmarked. "This is about where we found the signs of a battle, where I found Verity's cloak and the bones." Her voice quavered a bit on the words. She looked up suddenly, and her eyes met mine, as they had not since Buck Keep. "You know, Fitz, it is hard for me. I gathered up those bones and thought they were his. For so many months I believed him dead, and now, solely on your word of some magic that I do not possess or understand, I try to believe he is alive, that there is still hope. But I have held those bones, and my hands cannot forget the weight and chill of them, nor my nose that smell." "He lives, my lady," I assured her quietly. She sighed again. "Here is what I would ask you. Shall we go directly to where the trails are marked on this map, the ones that Verity said he would follow? Or do you wish to be taken to the battle site first?" I thought for a time. "I am sure you gathered from that place all there was to gather, my queen. Time has passed, part of a summer and more than half of a winter, since you were last there." "No, I can think of nothing I might find there that your trackers did not, when the ground was bared of snow. Verity lives, my queen, and he is not there, so let us not seek him there, but where he said he would go." She nodded slowly, but if she took heart from my words, she did not show it. Instead, she tapped the map again. "This road here shown is known to us. It was a trade road once, and although no one even recalls what its destination was, it is still used. The more remote villages and the solitary trappers have their paths to it, and they then follow it down to Jampe. We could have been travelling on it all this time, but I did not wish to. It is too well used. We have come by the swiftest route, if not the widest. Tomorrow, however, we shall cross it, and when we do, we shall set our backs toward Jampe and follow it up into the mountains." Her finger traced it on the map. "I have never been to that part of the mountains," she said simply. "Few have, other than trappers or occasional adventurers who go to see if the old tales are true. Usually they bring back tales of their own that are even stranger than the ones that prompted them to go adventuring." I watched her fingers walk slowly across the map. The faint lines of the ancient road diverged into 3 separate trails with different destinations. It began and ended, that road, with no apparent source or destination. Whatever had once been marked at the end of those lines had faded away into inky ghosts. Neither of us had any way of knowing which destination Verity had chosen. Though they did not look far separated on the map, the terrain of the mountains could mean they were days or even weeks apart. I also had small trust in such an old map being reliably to scale. "Where are we going first?" I asked her. She hesitated briefly. Then her finger tapped one of the trail ends. "Here. I think this one would be closest." "Then that is a wise choice." She met my eyes again. "Fitz, could you not simply skill to him and ask him where he is, or bid him come to us, or at least ask him why he has not returned to me?" At each small shake of my head, her eyes grew wilder. "Why not?" she demanded in a shaking voice. "This great and secret magic of the Farseers cannot even call him to us in such need?" I kept my eyes on her face, but I wished there had been fewer listening ears. Despite all Kettricken knew of me, I still felt very uneasy speaking of the skill with anyone save Verity. I chose my words carefully. "By skilling to him, I might place him in great danger, my lady, or draw trouble down on us." "How?" she demanded. I briefly considered the Fool, Kettle, and Starling. It was hard to explain to myself the uneasiness I felt at speaking bluntly of a magic that had been guarded as a secret for so many generations. But this was my queen, and she had asked me a question. I lowered my eyes and spoke. "The coterie Galen made was never loyal to the king, not to King Shrewd, not to King Verity. Always they were the tool of a traitor, used to cast doubt on the king's abilities and undermine his ability to defend his kingdom." From Kettle came a small gasp of indrawn breath, while Kettricken's blue eyes went steely grey with cold. I continued. "Even now, were I to openly skill to Verity, they might find a way to listen. By such a skilling, they might find him, or us. They have grown strong in the skill and ferreted out ways of using it that I have never learned. They spy on other skill users. They can, using only the skill, inflict pain or create illusion. I fear to skill to my king, Queen Kettricken. That he has not chosen to skill to me makes me believe my caution is the same as his." Kettricken had gone snow-pale as she mulled my words. Softly she asked, "Always disloyal to him, Fitz? Speak plainly. Did not they aid in defending the 6 duchies at all?" I weighed my words as if I were reporting to Verity himself. "I have no proof, my lady, but I would guess that skill messages of red ships were sometimes never relayed, or were deliberately delayed. I think the commands that Verity skilled forth to the coterie members in the watchtowers were not passed on to the keeps they were to guard. They obeyed him enough that Verity could not tell his messages and commands had been delivered hours after he had sent them. To his dukes, his efforts would appear inept, his strategies untimely or foolish." My voice trailed away at the anger that blossomed in Kettricken's face. Colour came up in her cheeks. Angry roses. "How many lives?" she asked harshly. "How many towns? How many dead, or worse, forged? All for the prince's spite, all for a spoiled boy's ambition for the throne. How could he have done it, Fitz? How could he have stood to let people die simply to make his brother look foolish and incompetent?" I did not have any real answers to that. Perhaps he did not think they were people and towns. I heard myself say softly. Perhaps to him they were only game pieces, possessions of Verity's to be destroyed if he could not win them for himself. Kettricken closed her eyes. "This cannot be forgiven," she said quietly to herself. She sounded ill with it. With an oddly gentle finality she added,
You will have to kill him, Fitzchivalry. So odd. To be given that royal command at last. I know that, my lady. I knew it when last I tried. No. She corrected me. When last you attempted it, it was for yourself. Did not you know that had angered me? This time I tell you that you must kill him for the sake of the 6 duchies. She shook her head, almost surprised. It is the only way in which he can be sacrificed for his people. To be killed for them, before he can hurt them any more. She looked around abruptly at the circle of silent people huddled in bedding, staring at her. Go to sleep. She told all of us, as if we were willful children. We must get up early again tomorrow morning, and once more travel swiftly. Sleep while you can. Starling went outside to take up her first night's watch. The others lay back, and as the flames from the brazier fell and the light dimmed, I am sure they slept. But despite my weariness, I lay and stared into the darkness. About me were only the sounds of people breathing, of the night wind barely moving through the trees. If I quested out, I could sense Night Eyes prowling about, ever alert for the unwary mouse. The peace and stillness of the winter-bound forest was all around us. They all slept, deeply, save for Starling on watch. No one else heard the rushing drive of the skill urge that grew stronger within me every day of our journeying. I had not spoken to the Queen of my other fear, that if I reached out to Verity with the skill, I would never return, but would instead immerse myself in that skill river I had glimpsed, and be forever borne away on it. Even to think on that temptation brought me quivering to the edge of acquiescence. Fiercely, I set my walls and boundaries, putting every guard between me and the skill that I had ever been taught. But tonight I set them not just to keep Regal and his coterie out of my mind, but to keep myself in it.
24. The Skill Road. What is the true source of magic? Is one born with it in the blood, as some dogs are born to follow a scent, while others are best at herding sheep? Or is it a thing that may be won by any, with the determination to learn? Or rather, are magics inherent to the stones and waters and earths of the world, so that a child imbibes abilities with the water he drinks, or the air he breathes? I ask these questions with no concept of how to discover the answers. Did we know the source, could a wizard of great power be deliberately created by one desiring to do so? Could one breed for magic in a child, as one breeds a horse for strength or speed? Or select a babe and begin instruction before the child could even speak? Or build one's house where one might tap the magic where the earth is richest with it? These questions so frighten me that I have almost no desire to pursue the answers, save that if I do not, another may. It was early afternoon when we came to the wide trail marked on the map. Our narrow path merged into it as a stream joins a river. For some days we were to follow it. Sometimes it led us past small villages tucked into sheltered folds of the mountains, but Ketrican hastened us past them without stopping. We passed other travellers on the road, and these she greeted courteously, but firmly turned aside all efforts at conversation. If any recognized her as Eod's daughter, they gave no sign of it. There came a day, however, when we passed the entire day without so much as a glimpse of another traveller, let alone a village or hut. The trail grew narrower, and the only tracks upon it were old ones, blurred by fresh snow. When we rose the next day and set forth upon it, it soon dwindled to no more than a vague track through the trees. Several times Ketrican paused and cast about, and once she made us backtrack, and then go on in a new direction. Whatever signs she was following were too subtle for me. That night, when we camped, she again took out her map and studied it. I sensed her uncertainty and came to sit beside her. I asked no questions and offered no advice, only gazing with her at the map's worn markings. Finally, she glanced up at me. "I think we are here," she said. Her finger showed me the end of the trade trail we had followed. "Somewhere north of us, we should find this other road. I had hoped there would be some ancient connecting trail between the two. It was an idea that made sense to me, that this old road would perhaps connect to one even more forgotten, but now—" She sighed. "Tomorrow, I suppose, we blunder on, and hope for luck to aid us." Her words did not put heart into any of us. Nevertheless, the next day we moved on. We moved steadily north, through forest that seemed to have been forever untouched by an axe. Tree branches laced and intertwined high above us, while generations of leaves and needles lay deep beneath the uneven blanketing of snow that had filtered down to the forest floor. To my wit sense, these trees had a ghostly life that was almost animal, as if they had acquired some awareness simply by virtue of their age. But it was an awareness of the greater world of light and moisture, soil and air. They regarded our passage not at all, and by afternoon I felt no more significant than an ant. I had never thought to be disdained by a tree. As we travelled on, hour after hour, I am sure I was not the only one to wonder if we had lost our way completely. A forest this old could have swallowed a road a generation ago. Roots would have lifted its cobbles, leaves and needles blanketed it. What we sought might no longer exist except as a line on an old map. It was the wolf, ranging well ahead of us, as always, who came upon it first. "I like this not at all," he announced. "The road is that way," I called to Kettricken ahead of me. My puny human voice seemed like a fly's buzzing in a great hall. I was almost surprised when she heard me and looked back. She took in my pointing hand, then, with a shrug, led her pack-sheep in a more westerly direction. We still walked for some time before I saw an arrow-straight break through the clustering of trees ahead of us. A stripe of light penetrated the forest there. Kettricken led her pack-sheep down onto its wide surface. "What is wrong with it?" He shook himself all over as if to rid his coat of water. "It is too much of man, like a fire to cook meat over." "I do not understand." He lay back his ears. "Like a great force made small and bent to a man's will, always fire seeks a way to escape containment. So does this road." His answer made no sense to me. Then we came to the road. I watched Kettricken and the Jeppas precede me. The wide road was a straight cut through the trees, its surface lower than that of the forest floor, as when a child drags a stick through sand and leaves a trough behind. The forest trees grew alongside it and leaned over it, but none of them had sent roots thrusting out into the road, nor had any saplings sprouted up from it. Neither had the snow that covered the road's surface been marred, not even by a bird's track. There were not even the muted sign of old tracks covered with snow. No one had trodden this road since the winter snows had begun. As far as I could see, no game trails even crossed it. I stepped down onto the road's surface. It was like walking into trailing cobwebs face first, a piece of ice down the back, stepping into a hot kitchen after being out in an icy wind. It was a physical sensation that seized me, as sharply as any of those others, and yet as indescribable as wet or dry is. I halted, transfixed. Yet none of the others showed any awareness of it as they hopped down from the lip of the forest onto the road's surface. Starling's only comment, to herself, was that at least here the snow was shallower and the walking better. She did not even ask herself why the snow should be shallower on the road, but only hurried after the trailing line of jepas. I was still standing on the road, looking about me, some minutes later, when Kettle stepped out of the trees and onto the road's surface. She, too, halted, for an instant. She seemed startled, and muttered something. "Did you say skill wrought?" I demanded of her. Her eyes jumped to me, as if she had been unaware of me standing right there before her. She glared. For a moment, she didn't speak. Then,
"I said hell rot," she declared. "Near twisted my ankle jumping down. These mountain boots are no stiffer than socks."
She turned away from me and trudged off after the others. I followed her. For some reason I felt as if I were wading in water, save without the resistance of water. It is a difficult sensation to describe, as if something flowed uphill around me and hurried me along with its current. It seeks a way to escape containment, the wolf observed again, sourly. I glanced up to find him trotting along beside me, but on the lip of the forest rather than on the smooth road surface. "You'd be wiser to travel up here with me." I thought about it. I seem to be all right. Walking is easier here, smoother. "Yes, and fire makes you warmer, right up until the time it burns you." I had no reply to that. Instead, I walked alongside Kettle for a way. After days of traveling single file on the narrow trail, this seemed easier and more companionable. We walked all the rest of the afternoon on the ancient road. It climbed ever upward, but always angling across the faces of the hills, so that the going was never too steep. The only things that ever marred the smooth coat of snow on its surface were occasional dead branches dropped from trees above, and most of these were decaying into sawdust. Not once did I see any animal tracks, either on the road or crossing it. "Not even a sniff of any game," Night Eyes confirmed woefully. "I shall have to range this night to find fresh meat for myself." "You could go now," I suggested. "I trust you not alone upon this road," he informed me sternly. "What could harm me? Kettle is right here beside me, so I would not be alone." "She is as bad as you are," Night Eyes insisted stubbornly, but despite my questions, he could not explain to me what he meant. Yet as the afternoon deepened into evening, I began to have notions of my own. Time and again I caught my mind drifting in vivid daydreams, musings so engrossing that coming out of them was like waking with a start. And like many a dream, they popped like bubbles, leaving me with almost no recall of what I had been thinking. Patience, giving military commands as if she were queen of the 6 duchies. Burrich, bathing a baby, and humming as he did so. 2 people I did not know, setting charred stones upon one another as they rebuilt a house. Foolish, bright-coloured images they seemed, but edged so vividly that almost I believed my own musings. The easy walking on the road that had seemed so pleasant at first began to seem an involuntary hurrying, as if a current urged me on, independent of my own will. Yet I could not have been hurrying much, for Kettle kept pace with me all the afternoon. Kettle broke in often on my thoughts to ask me trivial questions, to draw my attention to a bird overhead, or to ask if my back was bothering me. I endeavoured to answer, but moments later I could not recall what we had been talking about. I could not blame her for frowning at me, so muddle-witted was I, but neither could I seem to find a remedy for my absent mind. We passed a fallen log across the road. I thought of something odd about it, and intended to mention it to Kettle, but the thought fled before I could master it. So caught up was I in nothing at all, that when the fool halted me, I startled. I peered ahead, but could not even see the jepas any more. Then,
Fitz chivalry!
he shouted again, and I turned around to find I had walked past not only him, but our whole expedition. Kettle at my side muttered to herself as she turned back. The others had halted and were already unloading the jeppers.
"Surely you don't mean to pitch the tent in the centre of the road?"
Kettle asked in alarm. Starling and the fool looked up from where they were stretching out the goat-leather shape of the yurt.
"Fear ye the hurrying throngs and carts?"
The fool asked sarcastically. "It's flat and level. Last night I had a root or a rock under my bedding," Starling added. Kettle ignored them and spoke to Kettricken.
"And we'd be in full view for anyone who stepped onto this road for quite a way in both directions. I think we should move off and camp under the trees."
Kettricken glanced about. "It's nearly dark, Kettle, and I do not think we have a great deal to fear from pursuit. I think—" I flinched when the fool took my arm and walked me to the edge of the road.
"Climb up,"
he told me gruffly when we got to the edge of the forest. I did, scrambling up to stand once more on forest moss. Once I was there, I yawned, feeling my ears pop. Almost right away, I felt more alert. I glanced back to the road where Starling and Kettricken were gathering up the yurt-hides to move them. Kettle was already dragging the poles off the road. "So we've decided to camp off the road," I observed stupidly.
"Are you all right?"
The fool asked me anxiously. "Of course. My back is no worse than usual," I added, thinking he referred to that.
"You were standing there, staring off up the road, paying no heed to anyone. Kettle says you've been like that most of the afternoon."
"I've been a bit muddled," I admitted. I dragged off my mitten to touch my own face. I don't think I'm getting a fever, but it was like that. Bright-edged fever thoughts.
"Kettle says she thinks it's the road. She said that you said it was skill wrought."
"She said I said?"
"No."
"I thought that was what she said when we came on to it, that it was skill wrought."
"What is skill wrought?"
the fool asked me. "Shaped by skill," I replied, then added, "I suppose. I've never heard of the skill used to make or shape something." I looked, wondering, back at the road. It flowed so smoothly through the forest, a pure white ribbon vanishing off under the trees. It drew the eye, and almost I could see what lay beyond the next fold of the forested hillside.
"Fitz!"
I jerked my attention back to the fool in annoyance. "What?" I demanded. He was shivering.
"You've just been standing there, staring off down the road since I left you. I thought you'd gone to get firewood, until I looked up and saw you standing here still. What is the matter?"
I blinked my eyes, slowly. I had been walking in a city, looking at the bright yellow and red fruit heaped high in the market stalls. But even as I groped after that dream, it was gone, leaving only a confusion of colour and scent in my mind. I don't know. Perhaps I am feverish or just very weary. I'll go get the wood.
"I'm going with you,"
the fool announced. By my knee, Night Eyes whined anxiously. I looked down at him. "What's the matter?" I asked him aloud. He looked up at me, the fur between his eyes ridged with worry. "You do not seem to hear me, and your thoughts are not—" "Thoughts. It'll be all right. The fool is with me. Go and hunt. I can feel your hunger." "And I feel yours," he answered ominously. He then left, but reluctantly. I followed the fool into the woods, but did little more than carry the wood he picked up and handed to me. I felt as if I could not quite wake up. Have you ever been studying something tremendously interesting, only to suddenly look up and realize hours have passed? That is how I feel just now. The fool handed me another stick of wood.
"You are frightening me,"
he informed me quietly.
"You speak much as King Shrewd did, in the days he was weakening."
"But he was drugged then, against pain," I pointed out, "and I am not."
"That is what is frightening,"
he told me. We walked together back to camp. We had been so slow that Kettle and Starling had gathered some fuel and got a small fire going already. The light of it illuminated the dome-shaped tent and the folk moving around it. The jeppas were shadows drifting nearby as they browsed. As we piled our wood by the fire for later use, Kettle looked up from her cooking.
"How are you feeling?"
she demanded. "Better, somewhat," I told her. I glanced about for any chores that needed doing, but camp had been set without me. Kettrigan was inside the tent, poring over the map by candlelight. Kettle stirred porridge by the fire while, strange to say, the fool and Starling conversed quietly. I stood still, trying to recall something I'd meant to do, something I'd been in the middle of doing. The road. I wanted another look at the road. I turned and walked toward it.
"Fitz chivalry!"
I turned, startled at the sharpness in Kettle's call. "What is it?"
"Where are you going?"
she asked. She paused as if surprised by her own question.
"I mean, is Night Eyes about? I haven't seen him for a bit."
"He went to hunt. He'll be back." I started toward the road again.
"Usually he's made his kill and come back by now," she continued.
I paused. "There's not much game near the road," he said, "so he's had to go farther." I turned away.
"Now there's a thing that seems odd,"
she went on.
"There's no sign of human traffic on the road, and yet the animals avoid it still. Doesn't game usually follow whatever path is easiest?"
I called back to her. "Some animals do. Others prefer to keep cover."
"Go and get him, girl,"
I heard Kettle tell someone sharply. "Fitz!" I heard Starling call, but it was the fool who caught up with me and took me by the arm.
"Come back to the tent,"
he urged me, tugging at my arm. "I just want to have another look at the road."
"It's dark. You'll see nothing now. Wait until morning when we're traveling on it again. For now, come back to the tent."
I went with him, but told him irritably, "You're the one who was acting strange, fool."
"You'd not say that had you seen the look on your face but a moment ago."
The rations that night were much the same as they had been since we had left Jampe. Thick grain porridge with some chopped dried apple in it, some dried meat, and tea. It was filling but not exciting. It did nothing to distract me from the intent way the others watched me. I finally set down my tea mug and demanded, "What?" No one said anything at first. Then Kettrigan said, bluntly, "Fitz, you don't have a watch tonight. I want you to stay in the tent and sleep." "I'm fine, I can stand watch." I began to object, but it was my queen who ordered, "I tell you to stay within the tent tonight." For a moment, I fought my tongue. Then I bowed my head. "As you command. I am, perhaps, overly tired." "No. It is more than that, Fitzchivalry. You scarcely ate tonight, and unless one of us forces you to speak, you do nothing save gaze off into the distance. What distracts you?" I tried to find an answer to Kettrigan's blunt question. "I do not know. Exactly. At least, it is a difficult thing to explain." The only sound was the tiny crackling of the fire. All eyes were on me. "When one is trained to skill," I went on more slowly, "one becomes aware that the magic itself has a danger to it. It attracts the attention of the user. When one is using the skill to do a thing, one must focus one's attention tightly on the intent and refuse to be distracted by the pulling of the skill. If the skill user loses that focus, if he gives in to the skill itself, he can become lost in it, absorbed by it. I lifted my eyes from the fire and looked around at their faces. Everyone was still, save for Kettle, who was nodding ever so slightly. Today, since we found the road, I have felt something that is almost like the pull of the skill. I have not attempted to skill. Actually, for some days, I have blocked the skill from myself as much as I can, for I have feared that Regal's coterie may try to break into my mind and do me harm. But despite that, I have felt as if the skill were luring me, like a music I can almost hear, or a very faint scent of game. I catch myself straining after it, trying to decide what calls me. I snapped my gaze back to Kettle. I saw the distant hunger in her eyes. Is it because the road is skill-wrought? A flash of anger crossed her face. She looked down to her old hands curled in her lap. She gave a sigh of exasperation.
It might. The old legends that I have heard say that when a thing is skill-wrought, it can be dangerous to some folk. Not to ordinary people, but to those who have an aptitude for the skill, but have not been trained in it, or to those whose training is not advanced far enough for them to know how to be wary.
I have never heard of any legends about skill-wrought things. I turned to the Fool and Starling. Have either of you? Both shook their heads slowly. It seems to me, I said carefully to Kettle, that someone as well-trained as the Fool should have come across such legends, and certainly a trained minstrel should have heard something about them. I continued to look at her, levelly. She crossed her arms on her chest.
I am not to blame for what they have not read or heard, she said stiffly. I only tell you what I was told a long time ago.
How long ago? I pressed. Across from me, Kettricken frowned, but did not interfere.
A very long time ago, Kettle replied coldly, back when young men respected their elders.
The Fool's face lit with a delighted grin. Kettle seemed to feel she had won something, for she set her tea mug in her porridge bowl with a clatter and handed them to me.
It is your turn to clean the dishes, she told me severely.
She got up and stamped away from the fire and into the tent. As I slowly gathered the dishes to wipe them out with clean snow, Kettricken came to stand beside me. What do you suspect? She asked me in her forthright way. Do you think she is a spy? An enemy among us? No. I do not think she is an enemy, but I think she is something. Not just an old woman with a religious interest in the Fool, something more than that. But you don't know what? No, I don't. Only I have noticed that she seems to know a deal more about the skill than I expect her to. Still, an old person gathers much odd knowledge in a lifetime. It may be no more than that. I glanced up to where the wind was stirring the tree-tops. Do you think we shall have snow tonight? I asked Kettricken. Almost certainly. And we shall be fortunate if it stops by morning. We should gather more firewood and stack it near the tent's door. No, not you. You should go within the tent. If you wandered off now, in this darkness and with snow to come, we'd never find you. I began to protest, but she stopped me with a question. My Verity, he is more highly trained than you are in the skill? Yes, my lady. Do you think this road would call to him, as it does to you? Almost certainly. But he has always been far stronger than I in matters of skill or stubbornness. A sad smile tweaked her lips. Yes, he is stubborn, that one. She sighed suddenly, heavily. Would that we were only a man and a woman, living far from both sea and mountains.
Would that things were simple for us.
I wish for that as well, I said quietly. I wish for blisters on my hands from simple work, and Molly's candles lighting our home.
I hope you get that, Fitz.
Kettricken said quietly,
I truly do. But we've a long road to tread between here and there.
That we do. I agreed, and a sort of peace bloomed between us. I did not doubt that if circumstances demanded it, she would take my daughter for the throne. But she could no more have changed her attitude about duty and sacrifice than she could have changed the blood and bones of her body. It was who she was. It was not that she wished to take my child from me. All I needed to do to keep my daughter was to bring her husband safely back to her. We went to bed later that night than had become our custom. All were wearier than usual. The fool took first watch despite the lines of strain in his face. A new ivory cast his skin had taken on made him look terrible when he was cold, like a statue of misery carved from old bone. The rest of us did not notice the cold much when we were moving during the day, but I didn't think the fool was ever completely warm. Yet he bundled himself warmly and went to stand outside in the rising wind without a murmur of complaint. The rest of us lay down to sleep. The storm was, at first, a thing that was happening above us, in the tree-tops. Loose needles fell rattling against the yurt's skin as the storm grew more intense, small branches and occasional dumps of icy snow. The cold grew stronger and became a thing that crept in at every gap of blanket or garment. Midway through Starling's watch, Kettricken called her in, saying the storm would stand watch for us now. When Starling entered, the wolf slunk in at her heels. To my relief, no one objected very loudly. When Starling commented that he carried snow in with him, the fool replied that he had less on him than she did. Night Eyes came immediately to our part of the tent and lay down between the fool and the outer wall. He set his great head on the fool's chest and heaved a sigh before closing his eyes. I almost felt jealous.
He's colder than you are, much colder, and in the city, where hunting was so poor, he often shared food with me.
So, he is packed then? I asked with a trace of amusement.
You tell me.
Night Eyes challenged me.
He saved your life, fed you from his skills, and shared his den with you. Is he pack with us or not?
I suppose he is, I said, after a moment's consideration. I had never seen things in quite that light before. Unobtrusively, I shifted in my bedding to be slightly closer to the fool.
Are you cold?
I asked him aloud.
Not so long as I keep shivering,
he told me miserably.
Then he added,
Actually, I'm warmer with the wolf between me and the wall. He gives off a lot of heat.
He's grateful for all the times you fed him in Jampe. The fool squinted at me through the tent's dimness.
Really? I did not think animals carried memories for that long.
That startled me into thinking about it. Usually they don't. But tonight, he recalls that you fed him and is grateful. The fool lifted a hand to scratch carefully around Night Eye's ears. Night Eyes made a puppy growl of pleasure and happily snuggled closer. I wondered again at all the changes I was seeing in him. More and more often, his reactions and thoughts were a mixture of human and wolf. I was too tired to give it much thought. I closed my eyes and started to sink into sleep. After a time, I realized that my eyes were tightly shut, my jaw clenched, and I was no closer to sleep. I wanted to simply let go of consciousness, so weary was I, but the skill so threatened and lured me that I could not relax enough to sleep. I kept shifting, trying to find a physical position that was more relaxing, until Kettle, on the other side of me, pointedly asked me if I had fleas. I tried to be still. I stared up into the darkness of the tent's ceiling. listening to the blowing wind outside and the quiet breathing of my companions inside. I closed my eyes and laxed my muscles, trying to at least rest my body. I wanted so desperately to fall asleep, but skill dreams tugged at me like tiny barbed hooks in my mind, until I thought I should scream. Most were horrible. Some sort of forging ceremony in a coastal village, a huge fire burning in a pit, and captives dragged forward by jeering out-islanders, and offered the choice of being forged or flinging themselves into the pit. Children were watching. I jerked my mind back from the flames. I caught my breath and calmed my eyes. Sleep. In a night chamber in Buckkeep Castle, Lacey was carefully removing lace from an old wedding gown. Her mouth was pinched shut with disapproval as she picked out the tiny threads that secured the ornate work.
"It will bring a good price,"
Patience said to her.
"Perhaps enough to supply our watchtowers for another month. He would understand what we must do for Buck."
She held her head very upright, and there was more grey in the black of her hair than I recalled, as her fingers unfastened the strings of tiny pearls that glistened in scalloping at the neckline of the gown. Time had aged the white of the gown to ivory, and the luxuriant breadth of the skirts cascaded over their laps. Patience cocked her head suddenly, as if listening, a puzzled frown on her face. I fled. I used all my will to pry my eyes open. The fire in the small brazier burned small, shedding a reddish light. I studied the poles that supported the taut hides. I willed my breath to calmness. I dared not think of anything that might lure me out of my own life, not Molly, not Burrich, not Verity. I tried to find some neutral image to rest my mind upon, something with no special connotations to my life. I called up a bland landscape, a smooth blank plain of land, cloaked in white snow, a peaceful night sky over it, blessed stillness. I sank into it, as into a soft feather bed. A rider came swiftly, leaning low, clinging to the horse's neck, urging him on. There was a simple, safe beauty to the duo, the running horse, the man's streaming cloak, echoed by the horse's flowing tail. For a time, there was no more than this. The dark horse and rider cleaving the snowy plain under an open moonlit night. The horse ran well, an effortless stretching and gathering of muscles, and the man sat him lightly, almost appearing to ride above him, rather than on his back. The moon glinted silver off the man's brow, glistening up the rampant buck badge that he wore. Chade. 3 riders and horses appeared. 2 came from behind, but those horses were running wearily, heavily. The lone rider would outdistance them if the chase went much longer. The third pursuer cut the plain at an angle to the others. The piebald horse ran with a will, unmindful of the deeper snow he churned through in pursuit. His small rider sat him high and well, a woman or a young man. The moonlight danced lightly along a drawn blade. For a time, it looked as if the young rider would intersect with Chade's path of flight. But the old assassin saw him. He spoke to his horse, and the gelding put on a burst of speed, incredible to see. He left the 2 lumbering pursuers far behind, but the piebald reached the packed trail now, and his legs stretched long as he endeavored to catch up. For a time, it looked as if Chade would escape cleanly, but the piebald horse was fresher. The gelding could not maintain his burst of speed, and the even pace of the piebald slowly ate into his lead. The gap closed gradually, but relentlessly. Then the piebald ran right behind the black gelding. The gelding slowed, and Chade turned in the saddle and lifted an arm in greeting. The other rider shouted to him, her voice thin in the cold air. "For Verity, the true king!" She tossed a bag to him, and he threw a packet to her. Abruptly they separated, the two horses both veering from the trodden path to go wide of one another. The hoofbeats dwindled in the night. The labouring mounts of the pursuers were lathered and wet, steaming in the cold air. Their riders pulled them up, cursing, when they reached the place where Chade and his cohort separated. Snatches of conversation mixed with curses floated on the air.
"Damned Farseer partisans!"
and "No way to tell which one has it now," and finally,
"Not going back to face a Larsh over this mess."
They seemed to reach an agreement, for they let their horses breathe and then proceeded more slowly, following the trodden path, away from wherever they had come. I found myself briefly. Strange to discover I was smiling even though sweat misted my face. The skilling was strong and true. I was breathing deep with the strain of it. I tried to draw back from it, but the sweet rush of knowing was too keen. I was elated at Chade's escape, elated to know that there were partisans who worked on Verity's behalf. The world stretched out wide before me, tempting as a tray of sweet cakes. My heart chose, instantly. A baby wailed, in that endless, hopeless way that infants have. My daughter. She lay on a bed, still wrapped in a blanket that was beaded with rain. Her face was red with the earnestness of her screaming. The pent frustration in Molly's voice was frightening as she said, "Be quiet. Can't you just be quiet?" Burridge's voice, stern and weary.
"Don't be cross at her. She's only a babe. She's probably just hungry."
Molly stood, lips pinched tight, arms folded tightly across her chest. Her cheeks were red, her hair had gone to wet strands. Burridge hung up his dripping cloak. They had all been somewhere together and just returned. The ashes were dead in the fireplace, the cottage cold. Burridge went to the hearth and awkwardly knelt by it, favouring his knee and beginning to select kindling to build a fire. I could feel the tension in him, and I knew how he strove to contain his temper.
"Take care of the baby," he suggested quietly. "I'll get the fire going and put some water to boil."
Molly took off her cloak and moved deliberately to hang it by his. I knew how she hated to be told what to do. The baby continued wailing, as remorseless a demand as the winter wind outside. "I am cold and tired and hungry and wet. She's going to have to learn that sometimes she just has to wait." Burridge leaned down to blow on a spark, cursed softly when it did not catch.
"She is cold and hungry and tired and wet too,"
he pointed out. His voice was getting crisper. He continued doggedly with his fire-making.
"And she is too small to do anything about it, so she cries. Not to torment you, but to tell you she needs help. It's like a puppy yelping, woman, or a chick cheeping. She doesn't do it to annoy."
His voice was rising on every sentence. "Well, it annoys me," Molly declared and turned to the fight. "She will just have to cry about it. I'm too tired to deal with her. And she's getting spoiled. All she does is cry to be held. I never have a moment to myself any longer. I can't even sleep a night through. Feed the baby, watch the baby, change the baby, hold the baby. That's all my life is anymore." She listed off her grievances aggressively. The glint was in her eye, the same one I'd seen when she defied her father, and I knew she expected Burridge to stand and advance on her. Instead, he blew on a tiny glow and grunted in satisfaction when a narrow tongue of flame licked up and kindled a curl of birch bark. He didn't even turn to look at Molly or the wailing child. Twig after twig he set on the tiny fire, and I marvelled that he could not be aware of Molly's seething behind him. I would not have been so composed were she behind me and wearing that expression. Only when the fire was well established did he rise. And then he turned, not to Molly, but to the child. He walked past Molly as if she were not there. I did not know if he saw how she steeled herself not to flinch from the sudden blow she half expected from him. It wrung my heart to see this scar her father had left on her. Burrich leaned over the baby, speaking in his calming voice as he unwrapped her. I watched in a sort of awe as he completely changed her napkin. He glanced about, then took up a wool shirt of his that was hanging on a chair back and wrapped her in it. She continued to wail, but on a different note. He propped her against his shoulder and used his free hand to fill the kettle and set it on the fire. It was as if Molly were not there at all. Her face went white, and her eyes were huge as he began to measure out grain. When he found the water was not yet boiling, he sat down with the baby and patted her back rhythmically. The wailing became less determined, as if the baby was wearying of crying. Molly stalked over to them. "Give me the baby. I'll nurse her now." Burrich slowly turned his eyes up to her. Her face was impassive. "When you're calm and want to hold her, I'll give her to you." "You'll give her to me now. She's my child." Molly snapped and reached for her. Burrich stopped her with a look. She stepped back. "Are you trying to make me ashamed?" she demanded. Her voice was going shrill. "She's my child. I have a right to raise her as I see fit. She doesn't need to be held all the time." "That's true," he agreed blandly, but made no move to give her the child. "You think I'm a bad mother, but what do you know about children to say I'm wrong?" Burrich got up, staggered a half-step on his bad leg, and regained his balance. He took up the measure of grain. He sprinkled it over the boiling water, then stirred it to wet it evenly. Then he put a tight lid on the pot and pulled it slightly back from the fire's reach, all this while balancing the babe in the crook of one arm. I could tell he had been thinking when he answered. "Not babies, perhaps. But I know about young things, foals, puppies, calves, piglets, even hunting cats. I know if you want them to trust you, you touch them often when they are small, gently but firmly, so they believe in your strength, too." He warmed to his subject. I'd heard this lecture 100 times before, usually delivered to impatient stable boys. You don't shout at them, or make sudden moves that look threatening. You give them good feed and clean water, and keep them clean and give them shelter from the weather. His voice dropped accusingly as he added, "You don't take your temper out on them, or confuse punishment with discipline." Molly looked shocked at his words. "Discipline comes from punishment. A child learns discipline when she is punished for doing something wrong." Burrich shook his head. "I'd like to punish the man that beat that into you," he said, and an edge of his old temper crept into his voice. "What did you really learn from your father taking his temper out on you?" he demanded. "That to show tenderness to your baby is a weakness? That to give in and hold your child when she cries because she wants you is somehow not an adult thing to do?" "I don't want to talk about my father," Molly declared suddenly, but there was uncertainty in her voice. She reached for the baby like a child clutching at a favorite toy, and Burrich let her take the infant. Molly sat on the hearthstone and opened her blouse. The baby sought her breast greedily and was instantly silent. For a time, the only sounds were the wind muttering outside, the bubbling of the porridge pot, and the small stick noises of Burrich feeding the fire. "You did not always keep your patience with Fitz when he was little," Molly muttered chidingly. Burrich gave a brief snort of laughter. "I don't think anyone would have been eternally patient with that one. When I got him he was 5 or 6, and I knew nothing of him. And I was a young man with many other interests. You can put a colt in a corral or tie a dog up for a time, not so with a child. You can never forget you have a child for even an instant." He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "Before I knew it, he'd become the center of my life." An odd little pause. "Then they took him from me, and I let them. And now he's dead." A silence. I wanted desperately to reach them both, to tell them that I lived, but I could not. I could hear them, I could see them, but I could not reach them. Like the wind outside the house, I roared and pounded at the walls, to no avail. What am I going to do? What will become of us? Molly asked abruptly of no one. The despair in her voice was rending. Here I am, no husband and a child, and no way to make my own in the world. Everything I saved is gone. She looked at Burrich. I was so stupid. I always believed he would come to find me, that he would marry me, but he never did. And now he never will. She began to rock as she clutched the baby to her. Tears spilled unheeded down her cheeks. Don't think I didn't hear that old man today. The one that said he'd seen me in Buckkeep Town, and I was the wit bastard's whore. How long before that tale races through Capelin Beach? I daren't go to town any more. I can't hold up my head. Something went out of Burrich at her words. He slumped, elbow on knee, head in his hand. He muttered, I thought you had not heard him. Had he not been half as old as God, I'd have made him answer for his words. You can't challenge a man for speaking the truth, Molly said dispiritedly. That brought Burrich's head up. You're not a whore, he declared hotly. You were Fitz's wife. It's not your fault if not all were privy to it. His wife. Molly spoke mockingly to herself. I was not Burrich. He never married me. Such was how he spoke of you to me, I promise you, I know this. Had he not died, he would have come to you. He would. He always intended to make you his wife. Oh, yes, he had many intentions, and he spoke many lies. Intentions are not deeds, Burrich. If every woman who had heard a man promise marriage were a wife, well, there'd be a spate less of bastards in the world. She straightened up and wiped her tears from her face with a weary finality. Burrich made no answer to her words. She looked down into the little face that was finally at peace. The babe went to sleep. She slipped her little finger into the child's mouth to free her nipple from the babe's sleepy grip on it. As Molly did up her blouse, she smiled weakly. I think I feel a tooth coming through. Maybe she's just colicky from teething. A tooth? Let me see. Burrich exclaimed, and came to bend over the baby as Molly carefully pushed down her pink lower lip to reveal a tiny half-moon of white showing in her gum. My daughter pulled away from the touch, frowning in her sleep. Burrich took her gently from Molly and carried her over to the bed. He settled her into it, still wrapped in his shirt. By the fire, Molly took the lid off the kettle and gave the porridge a stir. I'll take care of you both, Burrich offered awkwardly. He looked down at the child as he spoke. I'm not so old I can't get work, you know. As long as I can swing an axe, we can trade or sell firewood in town. We'll get by. You're not old at all, Molly said absently as she sprinkled a bit of salt into the porridge. She went to her chair and dropped into it. From a basket by her chair, she took up a piece of mending and turned it about in her hands, deciding where to begin. You seem to wake up new each day. Look at this shirt, torn out at the shoulder seam, as if a growing boy did it. I think you get younger each day, but I feel as if I get older with every passing hour. And I can't live on your kindness forever, Burrich. I've got to get on with my life. Somehow I just can't think how to begin just now. Then don't worry about it just now, he said comfortingly. He came to stand behind her chair, his hands lifted as if he would put them on her shoulders. Instead, he crossed his arms on his chest. Soon it will be spring. We'll put in a garden and the fish runs will begin again. There may be some hiring work down at Capelin Beach. You'll see, we'll get by. His optimism reached something in her.
I should start now and make some straw hives. With great good luck, I might chance on a swarming of bees.
I know a flowering field up the hills where the bees work thick in summer. If we set out hives there, would the bees move into them?
Molly smiled at herself. They are not like birds, silly. They only swarm when the old hive has too many bees. We might get a swarm that way, but not until high summer or autumn. No. Come spring, when the bees first stir, we'll try to find a bee tree. I used to help my father hunt bees when I was smaller, before I grew wise enough to winter a hive over. You put out a dish of warmed honey to draw them, first one, and then another will come. If you are good at it, and I am, you can find the bee line and follow it back to the bee tree. That is only the start, of course. Then you have to force the swarm out of the tree and into the hive you've made ready. Sometimes, if the bee tree is small, you can simply cut it down and take the bee gum home with you.
Bee gum?
The part of the tree they nest in.
Don't they sting you?
Burrage asked incredulously. Not if you do it right. She told him calmly.
You'll have to teach me how,
he said humbly. Molly twisted in her seat to look up at him. She smiled, but it was not like her old smile. It was a smile that acknowledged that they were pretending it would all go on as they planned. She knew too well now that no hope could be completely trusted. If you'll teach me to write my letters. Lacey and Patience started, and I can read a bit, but the writing comes harder to me.
I'll teach you, and then you can teach Nettle,
he promised her. Nettle. She named my daughter Nettle, after the herb she loves, though it leaves great rashes on her hands and arms if she is careless when she gathers it. Is that how she felt about our daughter? That she brought pain even as she brought enjoyment? It pained me to think it was so. Something tugged at my attention, but I clung fiercely to where I was. If this was as close as I could come to Molly right now, then I would take what I could and cling to it.
No.
Verity spoke firmly. Come away now. You put them in danger. Do you think they would scruple to destroy them, if they thought by doing so they could hurt and weaken you? Abruptly, I was with Verity. He was somewhere cold and windy and dark. I tried to see more of what was around us, but he blocked my eyes. So effortlessly he had brought me here against my will. So effortlessly he closed off my vision. The strength of skill on him was frightening. Yet I could sense he was tired, weary almost to death despite this vast power. The skill was like a strong stallion, and Verity was the fraying rope that tethers it. It pulled at him every minute, and every minute he resisted it. We are coming to you, I told him needlessly. I know. Hurry, and do this no more. Think of them no more, and give no thought at all to the names of those who would do us harm. Every whisper here is a shout. They have powers you do not imagine, in strengths you cannot defy. Where you go, your enemies may follow. So leave no trail. But where are you? I demanded, as he thrust me away from him. Find me, he commanded me, and slammed me back into my own body and life. I sat up in my blankets, convulsively gasping for air. It reminded me of wrestling and being slammed down on the flat of my back. For a moment, I made tiny sounds as I sought to fill my lungs. Finally, I drew a full breath. I looked about me in the darkness. Outside the tent, the windstorm howled. The brazier was a small red glow in the center that illuminated little more than Kettle's huddled form, sleeping close to it.
Are you all right?
The fool asked me quietly. No, I said softly. I lay back down beside him. I was suddenly too tired to think, too tired to say another word. The sweat on my body chilled and I began to shiver. The fool surprised me by putting an arm around me. I moved closer to him gratefully, sharing warmth. The sympathy of my wolf wrapped me. I waited for the fool to say something comforting. He was too wise to try. I fell asleep, longing for words that did not exist. 25. Strategy. 6 wise men came to Jumpe Town, climbed a hill and never came down, found their flesh and lost their skins, flew away on stony wings. 5 wise men came to Jumpe Town, walked a road not up or down, were torn to many and turned to one, in the end left a task half done. 4 wise men came to Jumpe Town, they spoke in words without a sound, they begged their queen to let them go, and what became of them, no one can know. 3 wise men came to Jumpe Town, they'd helped a king to keep his crown, but when they'd tried to climb the hill, down they came in a terrible spill. 2 wise men came to Jumpe Town, gentle women there they found, forgot their quest and lived in love, perhaps were wiser than ones above. 1 wise man came to Jumpe Town, he set aside both queen and crown, did his task and fell asleep, gave his bones to the stones to keep. No wise men go to Jumpe Town to climb the hill and never come down, 'tis wiser far and much more brave to stay at home and face the grave.
Fitz, are you awake?
The fool was bending over me, his face very close to mine. He seemed anxious. I think so. I shut my eyes. Images and thoughts flickered through my mind. I could not decide which of them were mine. I tried to remember if it was important to know that. Fitz! This was Kettricken, shaking me. Make him sit up, Starling suggested. Kettricken promptly gripped me by my shirt front and hauled me into a sitting position. The sudden change dizzied me. I could not understand why they wanted me to be awake in the middle of the night. I said so. It's midday, Kettricken said tersely. The storm hasn't let up since last night. She peered at me closely. Are you hungry? Would you like a cup of tea? While I was trying to decide, I forgot what she had asked me. There were so many people talking softly, I could not sort my thoughts from theirs. I beg your pardon, I told the woman politely. What did you ask me?
Fitz!
The pale man hissed in exasperation. He reached behind me and dragged a pack over to him.
He has elf bark in here for tea. Chade left it with him. It should bring him back to himself. He doesn't need that,
an old woman said sharply. She crossed closer to me, reached up, and gripped my ear. She pinched it tightly.
Ouch! Kettle!
I rebuked her and tried to pull away. She kept her painful hold.
Wake up!
She told me sternly.
Right now!
I'm awake, I promised her, and after a scowl at me, she let go of my ear. While I looked about me in some confusion, she muttered angrily,
We're too close to that damnable road.
It's still stormy outside? I asked, bewilderedly. You've only been told that 6 times, Starling retorted, but I could hear the worry that underlay her words. I had nightmares last night. I didn't sleep well. I looked around at the circle of folk clustered around the small brazier. Someone had braved the wind for a fresh supply of wood. A kettle hung on a tripod over the brazier, heaped full of melting snow. Where's Night Eyes? I asked, as soon as I missed him. Hunting, Kettricken said, and, with very little luck, came the echo from the hillside above us. I could feel the wind past his eyes. He had folded his ears back from it. Nothing is moving in this storm. I don't know why I bother. Come back and stay warm, I suggested. At that moment, Kettle leaned over and pinched my arm savagely. I jerked back from it with a cry.
"Pay attention to us,"
she snapped at me. What are we doing? I demanded, as I sat rubbing my arm. No one's behavior made any sense to me today. Waiting for the storm to pass, Starling told me. She leaned closer to me, peering into my face. Fitz, what is the matter with you? I feel as if you're not really here. I don't know, I admitted. I feel caught in a dream, and if I don't concentrate on staying awake, I start to fall right back to sleep.
"Then concentrate,"
Kettle advised me roughly. I could not understand why she seemed so angry with me.
"Maybe he should just sleep," the fool suggested. "He seems tired, and from all the leaping and yelping he did in his sleep last night, his dreams were scarcely restful. So he will get more rest staying awake now than from going back to dreams like that,"
Kettle insisted mercilessly. She poked me suddenly in the ribs.
"Talk to us, Fitz."
About what? I hedged. Kedrican moved quickly to the attack. "Did you dream of Verity last night?" she demanded. "His skilling last night what has left you so dazed today?" I sighed. One does not answer a direct question from one's queen with a lie. "Yes," I told her. But as her eyes lit, I had to add, "But it was a dream that will bring you small comfort. He is alive, in a cold, windy place. He would let me see no more than that, and when I asked him where he was, he simply told me to find him." "Why would he behave so?" Kedrican asked. The hurt on her face was as if Verity himself had shoved her away. "He warned me severely against all skilling. I had been watching Molly and Burridge." It was so hard to admit this, for I wanted to speak nothing of what I had seen there. Verity came and took me away from there, and warned me that our enemies might find them through me and hurt them. I believe that is why he concealed his surroundings from me, because he feared that if I knew them, somehow Regal or his coterie might come to know them. "Does he fear that they seek for him also?" Kedrican asked wonderingly. "So it seems to me, though I have felt no tremor of their presence. He seems to believe they will seek him out, either by the skill or in the flesh." "Why should Regal bother to do so, when all believe Verity dead?" Kedrican asked me. I shrugged. "Perhaps to make certain that he never returns to prove them all wrong. I do not truly know my queen. I sense that my king conceals much from me. He warned me that the powers of the coterie are many and strong." "But surely Verity is as strong?" Kedrican asked with a child's faith. "He masters a storm of power such as I have never witnessed, milady, but it takes all his will to control it."
"All such control is an illusion," Kettle mumbled to herself, "a trap to deceive the unwary."
"King Verity is scarcely unwary, Dame Kettle," Kedrican retorted angrily. "No, he is not." I agreed in a conciliatory tone. "And the words were mine, not King Verity's, milady. I only seek to make you understand that what he now does is beyond my comprehension. All I can do is trust that he knows what he is about, and do as he has ordered me." "To find him," Kedrican agreed. She sighed. "Would that we could leave now this very minute. But only a fool defies a storm such as this one."
"While we bide here, Fitz chivalry is in constant danger," Kettle informed us.
All eyes turned to her. "What makes you say so, Kettle?" Kedrican asked. She hesitated.
"Anyone can see it is so. Unless he is kept talking, his thoughts drift. His eyes become empty. He cannot sleep at night without the skill coming upon him. It is obvious that the road is at fault."
"While these things are so, It is not at all obvious to me that the road is the problem. The lingering fever from his injury could be at fault, or— No. I risked interrupting my queen. It is the road. I have no fever, and I did not feel this way before I travelled on it. Explain this to me, Kettricken commanded. I don't understand it myself. I can only suppose that skill was somehow used to construct that road. It runs straighter and more level than any road I have ever known. No tree intrudes upon it, despite how little it is used. There are no animal tracks upon it. And did you mark the one tree we passed yesterday, the log that had fallen across the road? The stump and the uppermost branches were still almost sound, but all of the trunk that had fallen upon the road itself was rotted away to almost nothing. Some force moves still in that road, to keep it so clear and true. And I think whatever it is related to the skill.
Kettricken sat a moment considering this.
What do you suggest we do?
She asked me.
I shrugged. Nothing. For now. The tent is well pitched here. We'd be foolish to try to move it in this wind. I must simply be aware of the danger to myself and endeavour to avoid it, and tomorrow, or whenever the wind falls, I should walk beside the road instead of upon it.
That will be little better for you,
Kettle grumbled.
Perhaps. But as the road is our guide to Verity, it would be foolish to leave it. Verity survived this path, and he walked it alone. I paused, thinking that I now understood better some of the fragmented skill dreams I had had of him. I will manage. Somehow. The circle of faces doubtfully regarding me were not reassuring. You must, I suppose, Kettricken concluded dolefully. If there is any way we can assist you, Fitzchivalry. There is none that I can think of, I admitted.
Save to keep his mind occupied as best he can,
Kettle offered.
Do not let him sit idly nor sleep overmuch, Starling. You have your harp, have you not? Could you not play and sing for us?
I have a harp, Starling corrected her sourly. It's a poor thing compared to my old one that was taken from me at Moon's Eye. For a moment her face emptied, and her eyes turned inward. I wondered if that was how I looked when the skill pulled at me. Kettle reached to pat her softly on one knee, but Starling flinched to the touch. Still, it's what I have, and I'll play it, if you think it will help. She reached behind her for her pack, and drew from it a bundled harp. As she drew the harp from its wrappings, I could see that it was little more than a framework of raw wood, with strings stretched across it. It had the essential shape of her old harp, but with none of its grace and polish. It was to Starling's old harp what one of Hod's practice blades was to a fine sword. A thing of utility and function. No more than that. But she settled it on her lap and began tuning it. She began the opening notes of an old buck ballad when she was interrupted by a snowy nose poking its way into the tent door.
Night Eyes!
The fool welcomed him. I've meat to share. This came as a proud announcement, more than enough to gorge well on. It was not an exaggeration. When I crawled out of the tent to see his kill, it was a sort of boar. The tusks and coarse hair were much the same as those I had hunted before, but this creature had larger ears, and the coarse hair was mottled black and white. When Kettricken joined me, she exclaimed over it, saying she had seen few of them before, but they were known to roam the forest and had a reputation as vicious game best left alone. She scratched the wolf behind the ear with a mittened hand, and praised him overmuch for his bravery and skill, until he fell over in the snow, overcome with pride in himself. I looked at him lolling near on his back in the snow and wind, and could not help but grin. In an instant he had flipped to his feet, to give me a nasty pinch on the leg and demand that I open its belly for him. The meat was fat and rich. Kettricken and I did most of the butchering,
for the cold savaged the Fool and Kettle mercilessly, and Starling begged off for the sake of a harpist's hands. Cold and damp were not the best things for her still-healing fingers. I did not much mind. Both the task and the harsh conditions kept my mind from wandering as I worked, and there was an odd pleasure to being alone with Kettricken, even under such circumstances, for in sharing this humble work, we both forgot station and past, and became but two people in the cold, rejoicing in a richness of meat. We cut off long, skewering strips that would cook swiftly over the little brazier in sufficient quantity for all of us to gorge. Night-Eyes took the entrails for himself, revelling in the heart and liver and guts, and then a front leg with the satisfaction of bones to crack. He brought this gristly prize into the tent with him, but no one made comment on the snowy, bloody wolf that lay along one side of the tent wall and noisily chewed his meat, save to praise him. I thought him insufferably satisfied with himself, and told him so. He but informed me that I had never made so difficult a kill alone, let alone dragged it back intact to share. All the while, the Fool scratched his ears. Soon the rich smell of cooking filled the tent. It had been some days since we had had fresh meat of any kind, and the cold we had endured made the fat taste doubly rich to us. It brought our spirits up, and we could almost forget the howling of the wind outside and the cold that pressed so fiercely against our small shelter. After we were all sated with meat, Kettle made tea for us. I know of nothing more warming than hot meat and tea and good fellowship. "This is pack," Night-Eyes observed in contentment from his corner, and I could do no more than agree. Starling cleansed her fingers of grease and took her harp back from the Fool, who had asked to see it. To my surprise, he leaned over it with her and traced down the frame with a pale fingernail, saying, "Had I my tools here, I could shave the wood here, and smooth a curve like so along this side. I think it might fit your hands better." Starling looked at him hard, caught between suspicion and hesitancy. She studied his face for mockery, but found none. Carefully she observed, as if she spoke to all of us. "My master who taught me harping was good at the making of harps as well. Too good, perhaps. He tried to teach me, and I learned the basics, but he could not stand to watch me fumble and scrape at fine wood, as he put it. So I never learned for myself the finer points of shaping the frame, and with this hand still stiff." "When we get back at Jumpé, I could let you fumble and scrape as much as you wanted. To do is truly the only way to learn. But for here, for now, even with such knives as we have, I think I might bring a more graceful shape out of this wood." The Fool spoke openly. "If you would." She accepted quietly. I wondered when they had set their hostilities aside, and realized I had not, for some days, paid much attention to anyone save myself. I had accepted that Starling wanted little more to do with me than to be present if I did something of vast import. I had not made any of friendship's demands upon her. Both Kettricken's rank and her grief had imposed a barrier between us that I had not ventured to breach. Kettle's reticence about herself made any true conversation difficult, but I could think of no excuse for how I had excluded the Fool and the wolf from my thoughts lately. When you throw up walls against those who would use skill against you, you lock more than your skill sense inside. Night-Eyes observed. I sat pondering that. It seemed to me that my wit and my feeling for people had dimmed somewhat of late. Perhaps my companion was right. Kettle poked me suddenly, sharply. "Don't wander," she chided me. "I was just thinking," I said defensively. "Well, think aloud, then." "I've no thoughts worth sharing just now." Kettle glowered at me for being uncooperative. "Recite, then," commanded the Fool,
or sing something, anything to keep yourself focused here."
"That's a good idea," Kettle agreed, and it was my turn to glower at the fool. But all eyes were on me. I took a breath and tried to think of something to recite. Almost everyone had a favorite story or bit of poetry memorized, but most of what I had possessed had to do with the poisoning herbs or others of the assassin's arts. "I know one song," I finally admitted. "Crossfire's Sacrifice." Now Kettle scowled, but Starling struck up the open notes with an amused smile on her face. After one false start I launched into it, and carried it off fairly well, though I saw Starling flinch a time or two at the soured note. For whatever reason, my choice of song displeased Kettle, who sat grim and staring at me defiantly. When I had finished, the turn was passed to Kettricken, who sang a hunting ballad from the mountains. Then it was the fool's turn, and he humoured us with a ribald folk song about courting a milkmaid. I believe I saw a grudging admiration from Starling for that performance. That left Kettle, and I had expected her to beg off. Instead, she sang an old children's nursery rhyme about 6 wise men went to Jumpe town, climbed a hill, and never came down. All the time, eyeing me as if each word from her cracked old voice were a barb, meant just for me. But if there was a veiled insult there, I missed it, as well as the reason for her ill will. "Wolves sing together," Night Eyes observed, just as Kettricken suggested. "Play us something we all know, Starling. Something to give us heart." So Starling played that ancient song about gathering flowers for one's beloved, and we all sang along, some with more heart than others. As the last note died away, Kettle observed, "The wind's dropping." We all listened, and then Kettricken crawled from the tent. I followed her, and we stood quiet for a time, in a wind that had gone quieter. Dusk had stolen the colours from the world. In the wake of the wind, snow had begun thickly falling. "The storm has almost blown itself out," she observed. "We can be on our way tomorrow." "None too soon for me," I said. "Come to me, come to me," still echoed in the beating of my heart. Somewhere up in those mountains, or beyond them, was Verity, and the river of skill. "As for me," Kettricken said quietly, "would that I had followed my instincts a year ago, and gone to the ends of the map. But I reasoned that I could do no better than Verity had done, and I feared to risk his child. A child I lost anyway, and thus failed him both ways." "Failed him?" I exclaimed in horror. "By losing his child?" "His child, his crown, his kingdom, his father. What did he entrust me with that I did not lose Fitz chivalry? Even as I rush to be with him again, I wonder how I can meet his eyes. Oh, my queen, you are mistaken in this, I assure you. He would not perceive that you have failed him, but fears only that he abandoned you in the greatest of danger. He only went to do what he knew he must," Kettricken said quietly, and then added plaintively, "Oh, Fitz, how can you speak for what he feels when you cannot even tell me where he is?" "Where he is, my queen, is but a bit of information, a spot on that map. But what he feels and what he feels for you, that is what he breathes. And when we are together in the skill, joined mind to mind, then I know such things, almost whether I would or no." I recalled the other times I had been privy, unwillingly, to Verity's feelings for his queen, and was glad the night hid my face from her. Would this skill were such a thing I could learn? Do you know how often and how angry I have felt with you, solely because you could reach forth to the one I longed for, and know his mind and heart so easily? Jealousy is an ugly thing, and always I have tried to set it aside from me. But sometimes it seems so monstrously unfair that you are joined to him in such a way, and I am not. It had never occurred to me that she might feel such a thing. Awkwardly, I pointed out, the skill is as much a curse as it is a gift, or so it has been to me. Even if it were a thing I could gift you with, my lady, I do not know that is a thing one would do to a friend. To feel his presence and his love, for even a moment, Fitz. For that I would accept any curse that rode with it. To know his touch again, in any form. Can you imagine how I miss him? I think I can, my lady, I said quietly. Molly, like a hand gripping my heart. Chopping hard winter turnips on the tabletop. The knife was dull. She would ask Burrage to put an edge on it if he ever came in from the rain. He was cutting wood to take down to the village and sell tomorrow. The man worked too hard. His leg would be hurting him tonight. Fitz chivalry! I snapped back to Kettricken, shaking me by the shoulders. I'm sorry, I said quietly. I rubbed at my eyes and laughed. Irony. All my life it has been so difficult to use the skill. It came and went like the wind in a ship's sails. Now I am here, and suddenly skilling is as effortless as breathing. And I hunger to use it, to find out what is happening to those I love best. But Verity warns me I must not. And I must believe he knows best, as must I. She agreed wearily. We stood a moment longer in the dimness, and I fought a sudden impulse to put my arm around her shoulders and tell her it would be all right, that we would find her husband and king. Briefly, she seemed that tall, slender girl who had come from the mountains to be Verity's bride. But now she was the queen of the 6 duchies, and I had seen her strength. Surely, she needed no comfort from one such as I. We cut more slices of meat from the freezing boar, and then rejoined our companions in the tent. Night Eyes was sleeping contentedly. The fool had Starling's harp clutched between his knees and was using a skinning knife as a makeshift draw-knife to gentle some of the frame's lines. Starling sat beside him, watching and trying not to look anxious. Kettle had taken off a little pouch she wore about her neck and opened it, and was sorting out a handful of polished stones. As Kettricken and I built up the small fire in the brazier and prepared to cook the meat, Kettle insisted on explaining the rules of a game to me, or attempting to. She finally gave up, exclaiming, "You'll understand it when you've lost a few times." I lost more than a few times. She kept me at it for long hours after we had eaten. The fool continued to shave wood from Starling's harp, with many pauses to put a fresh edge on the knife. Kettricken was silent, almost moody, until the fool noticed her melancholy mood and began to tell tales of Buckkeep life before she had come there. I listened with one ear, and even I was drawn back to those days when the red ships were no more than a tale, and my life had been almost secure, if not happy. Somehow the talk rounded into the various minstrels that had played at Buckkeep, both famous and lesser, and Starling plied the fool with questions about them. I soon found myself caught up in the play of the stones. It was strangely soothing. The stones themselves were red, black, and white, smoothly polished and pleasant to hold. The game involved each player randomly drawing stones from the pouch and then placing them on the intersections of lines on a patterned cloth. It was a game at once simple and complex. Each time I won a game, Kettle immediately introduced me to more complicated strategies. It engrossed me and freed my mind from memories or ponderings. When finally all the others were already drowsing in their sleeping skins, she set up a game on the board and made me study it.
It can be won decisively in one move of a black stone, she told me, but the solution is not easy to see.
I stood at the game layout and shook my head. How long did it take you to learn to play? She smiled to herself.
As a child, I was a fast learner, but I will admit you are faster.
I thought this game came from some far land.
No, it is an old buck game.
I've never seen it played before.
It was not uncommon when I was a girl, but it was not taught to everyone. But that is of no matter now. Study the layout of the pieces. In the morning, tell me the solution.
She left the pieces set up on the cloth by the brazier. Chade's long training of my memory served me well. When I lay down, I visualized the board and gave myself one black stone with which to win. There were quite a variety of possible moves, as a black stone could also claim the place of a red stone and force it to another intersection, and a red stone had similar powers over a white. I closed my eyes, but held on to the game, playing the stone in various ways until I finally fell asleep. Either I dreamed of the game, or of nothing at all. It kept the skill dreams safely at bay. But when I awoke in the morning, I still had no solution to the puzzle she had set me. I was the first one awake. I crawled out of the tent and returned with a pot packed full of new wet snow to melt for morning tea. It was substantially warmer outside than it had been in days. It cheered me, even as it made me wonder if spring was already a reality in the lowlands. Before my mind could start wandering, I returned to puzzling about the game. Night Eyes came to rest his head on my shoulder where I sat. "I'm tired of dreaming of rocks. Lift up your eyes and see the whole thing, little brother. It is a hunting pack, not isolated hunters. See, that one. Put the black there, and do not use the red to displace a white, but set it there to close the trap. That is all." I was still wondering at the marvelous simplicity of Night Eye's solution when Kettle awoke. With a grin, she asked me if I had solved it yet. In answer, I took a black stone from the pouch and made the moves the wolf had suggested. Kettle's face went slack with astonishment. Then she looked up at me in awe.
"No one has ever figured it out that rapidly,"
she told me. I had help, I admitted sheepishly. It's the wolf's game, not mine. Kettle's eyes grew round.
"You are jesting with an old woman."
She rebuked me carefully. "No, I am not," I told her, as I seemed to have hurt her feelings. I thought about it for most of the night. I believe I even dreamed about game strategies, but when I awoke, it was Night Eyes who had the solution. She was silent for a time.
"I had thought that Night Eyes was a clever pet, one who could hear your commands even if you did not speak them aloud. But now you say he can comprehend a game. Will you tell me he understands the words I speak?"
Across the tent, Starling was propped up on one elbow, listening to the conversation. I tried to think of a way to dissemble, then rejected it fiercely. I squared my shoulders as if I were reporting to Verity himself and spoke clearly. "We are wit-bound. What I hear and understand he comprehends as I do. What interests him, he learns. I do not say he could read a scroll or remember a song, but if a thing intrigues him, he thinks on it in his own way. As a wolf, usually, but sometimes almost as anyone might. I struggled to try and put in words something I myself did not understand perfectly. He saw the game as a pack of wolves driving game, not as black and red and white markers, and he saw where he would go Were he hunting with the pack to make their kill more likely? I suppose that sometimes I see things as he sees them, as a wolf. It is not wrong, I believe. Only a different way of perceiving the world. There was a trace of superstitious fear in Kettle's eyes as she glanced from me to the sleeping wolf. Night Eyes chose that moment to let his tail rise and fall in a sleepy wag to indicate he was fully cognizant that we spoke of him. Kettle gave a shiver.
What you do with him? Is it like skilling from human to human? Only to a wolf?
I started to shake my head, but then had to shrug. The wit begins more as a sharing of feelings, especially when I was a child, following smells, chasing a chicken because it would run, enjoying food together. But when you have been together as long as Night Eyes and I have, it starts to be something else. It goes beyond feelings, and it's never really words. I am more aware of the animal that my mind lives inside. He is more aware of thinking, of what comes before and after choosing to do an action. One becomes aware that one is always making choices and considers what the best ones are. Exactly. I repeated his words for Kettle aloud. By now Night Eyes was sitting up. He made an elaborate show of stretching and then sat, looking at her, his head cocked to one side.
I see,
she said faintly.
I see.
Then she got up and left the tent. Starling sat up and stretched. It gives one an entirely different outlook on scratching his ears, she observed. The fool answered her with a snort of laughter, sat up in his bedding, and immediately reached to scratch Night Eyes behind the ears. The wolf fell over on him in appreciation. I growled at both of them, and went back to making tea. We were not as swift to be packed and on our way. A thick layer of damp snow overlay everything, making breaking camp that much more difficult. We cut up what was left of the boar and took it with us. The Jeppas were rounded up. Despite the storm, they had not wandered far. The secret seemed to be in the bag of sweetened grain that Kettricken kept to lure the leader. When we were loaded and finally ready to leave, Kettle announced that I must not be allowed to walk on the road and that someone must always be with me. I bristled a bit at that, but they ignored me. The fool volunteered quickly to be my first partner. Starling gave him an odd smile and a shake of her head over that. I accepted their ridicule by sulking manfully. They ignored that, too. In a short time, the women and the Jeppas were moving easily up the road, while the fool and I scrambled alongside on the berm that marked the edge of it. Kettle turned to shake her walking stick.
"Get him farther away than that," she scolded at the fool. "Get to where you can just see us to follow us. Go on now, go on!"
So we obediently edged back into the woods. As soon as we were out of sight of the others, the fool turned to me and excitedly demanded,
"Who is Kettle?"
"You know as much as I do," I pointed out shortly, and added a question of my own. "What is between you and Starling now?" He lifted his eyebrows at me and winked, slyly. "I doubt that very much," I retorted.
Not all are as immune to my wiles as you are, Fitz. What can I tell you? She pines for me, she yearns for me in the depths of her soul, but knows not how to express it, poor thing."
I gave it up as a bad question. "What do you mean by asking me, who is Kettle?" He gave me a pitying glance.
"It is not so complex a question, princeling. Who is this woman who knows so much of what troubles you, who suddenly fishes out of a pocket a game I have only seen mentioned once in a very old scroll, who sings for us 6 wise men went to Jumpe Town with 2 additional verses I've never heard anywhere? Who, O light of my life, is Kettle? And why does so ancient a woman choose to spend her last days hiking up a mountain?
With us.
"You're in fine spirits this morning," I observed sourly.
"Aren't I?"
He agreed.
"And you are almost as adept at avoiding my question. Surely you must have some musings on this mystery to share with a poor fool."
"She doesn't give me enough information about herself to base any wondering on," I returned.
"So, what can we surmise about one who guards her tongue as closely as all that, about someone who seems to know something of the skill as well, and the ancient games of buck and old poetry? How old do you suppose she is?"
I shrugged. "She didn't like my song about Crossfire's coterie," I offered suddenly.
"Ah, but that could easily have been just your singing. Let's not grasp at straws here."
In spite of myself, I smiled. "It has been so long since your tongue has had an edge to it, it's almost a relief to hear you mock me."
"Had I known you missed it, I would have been rude to you much sooner."
He grinned. Then he grew more serious.
"Fitz chivalry. Mystery hovers about that woman like flies on spilt beer. She absolutely reeks of omens and portents and prophecies coming into focus. I think it is time one of us asked her a few direct questions."
He smiled at me.
"Your best chance will be when she is shepherding you along this afternoon. Be subtle, of course. Ask her who was king when she was a girl, and why she was exiled."
"Exiled?" I laughed aloud. "There's a leap of imagination."
"Do you think so? I don't. Ask her, and be sure to tell me whatever she doesn't say."
"And in return for all this, you will tell me what is truly going on between you and Starling?" He gave me a sideways glance.
"Are you sure you want to know? The last time we made such a trade, when I gave you the secret you'd bargained for, you found you did not want it."
"Is this such a secret?" He arched one eyebrow at me.
"You know, I am hardly certain of the answer to that myself. Sometimes you surprise me, Fitz. More often you don't, of course. Most often I surprise myself. Such as when I volunteer to slog through loose snow and dodge trees with some bastard, when I could be parading up a perfectly straight avenue with a string of charming jepas."
I got as little information from him the rest of the morning. When afternoon came, it was not Kettle, but Starling who was my walking companion. I expected that to be uncomfortable. I still had not forgotten that she had bargained her knowledge of my child in order to be part of this expedition. But somehow, in the days since we had begun our journey, my anger had become a weary wariness toward her. I knew now there was no bit of information she would scruple to use against me, and so I guarded my tongue, resolving to say nothing at all of Molly or my daughter. Not that it would do much good now. But, to my surprise, Starling was affable and chatty. She plied me with questions, not about Molly, but about the fool, to the point at which I began to wonder if she had conceived a sudden affection for him. There had been a few times at court when women had taken an interest in him and pursued him. To those who were attracted by the novelty of his appearance, he had been mercilessly cruel in exposing the shallowness of their interest. There had been one gardener maid who was impressed with his wit so much that she was tongue-tied in his presence. I heard kitchen gossip that she left bouquets of flowers for him at the base of his tower stairs, and some surmised that she had occasionally been invited to ascend those steps. She had had to leave Buckkeep Castle to care for her elderly mother in a distant town, and that had been where it ended, as far as I knew. Yet, as slight as this knowledge of the fool was, I kept it from Starling, turning aside her questions with banalities that the two of us were childhood friends whose duties had left us very little time for socializing. This was actually very close to the truth, but I could see it both frustrated and amused her. Her other questions were as odd. She asked if I had ever wondered what his true name was. I told her that not being able to recall the name my own mother had given me had left me chary of asking others such questions. That quieted her for a time. But then she demanded to know how he had dressed as a child. My descriptions of his seasonal motleys did not suit her, but I truthfully told her that until Jampe, I had never seen him dressed in other than his jester's clothes. By afternoon's end, her questions and my answers had more of sparring in them than conversation. I was glad to join the others in a camp pitched at quite a distance from the Skill Road. Even so, Kettle kept me busy, letting me do her chores as well as my own for the sake of occupying my mind. The fool concocted a respectable stew from our supplies and the pork. The wolf contented himself with another leg off the animal. When the meal things were finally cleared away, Kettle immediately set out the game cloth and pouch of stones.
"Now, we shall see what you have learned,"
she promised me. But half a dozen games later she squinted up at me with a frown.
"You were not lying,"
she accused me. About what?
"About the wolf devising the solution. Had you mastered that strategy yourself, you would play a different game now because someone gave you the answer rather than your discovering it yourself. You don't fully understand it."
At the moment, the wolf rose and stretched. "I weary of stones and cloth," he informed me. "My hunting is more fun and offers real meat at the end of it." "So you are hungry?" "No, bored." He nosed the flap of the tent open and slipped out into the night. Kettle watched him go with pursed lips.
"I was about to ask if you could not team together to play this game. It would interest me to see how you played."
"I think he suspected that," I muttered, a bit disgruntled that he had not invited me to join him. 5 games later, I grasped the brilliant simplicity of Night Eye's noose tactic. It had lain before me all that time, but suddenly it was as if I saw the stones in motion rather than resting on the vertices of the cloth's pattern. In my next move, I employed it to win easily. I won the next 3 games handily, for I saw how it could be employed in a reverse situation as well. At the 4th win, Kettle cleared the cloth of stones. Around us, the others had already sunk into sleep. Kettle added a handful of twigs to the brazier to give us one last burst of light. Rapidly, her knotted old fingers set out the stones on the cloth.
"Again, this is your game, and it is your move," she informed me, "but this time you have only a white stone to place. A little weak white stone, but it can win for you. Think well on this one, and no cheating. Leave the wolf out of it."
I stared at the situation to fix the game in my mind, and then lay down to sleep. The game she had set out for me looked hopeless. I did not see how it could be won with a black stone, let alone a white one. I do not know if it were the stone game or our distance from the road, but I sank quickly into a sleep that was dreamless until near dawn. Then I joined the wolf in his wild running. Night Eyes had left the road far behind him and was joyously exploring the surrounding hillsides. We came on 2 snowcats feeding off a kill, and for a time he taunted them, circling just out of reach to make them hiss and spit at us. Neither would be lured from the meat, and after a time we gave up the game to head back for the yurt. As we approached the tent, we circled stealthily about the Jeppas, scaring them into a defensive bunch, and then nudging them along to mill about just outside the tent. When the wolf crept back into the tent, I was still with him as he poked the fool rudely with an icy nose. "It is good to see you have not lost all spirit and fun," he told me, as I unlocked my mind from his and roused up in my own body. "Very good," I agreed with him, and rose to face the day. 26. Signposts. One thing I have learned well in my travels:
The riches of one region are taken for granted in another. Fish we would not feed to a cat in Buck Keep is prized as a delicacy in the inland cities. In some places, water is wealth. In others, the constant flooding of the river is both an annoyance and a peril. Fine leather, graceful pottery, glass, as transparent as air, exotic flowers. All of these I have seen in such plentiful supply that the folk who possess them no longer see them as wealth. So perhaps, in sufficient quantity, magic becomes ordinary. Instead of a thing of wonder and awe, it becomes the stuff of roadbeds and signposts, used with profligacy that astounds those who have it not. That day I travelled, as before, across the face of a wooded hillside. At first, the flank of the hill was broad and gentle. I could walk in sight of the road and only slightly below it on the hillside. The huge evergreens held most of the burden of winter snow above me. The footing was even, and there were occasional patches of deep snow, but walking was not too difficult. By the end of that day, however, the trees were beginning to dwindle in size, and the slope of the hill was markedly steeper. The road hugged the hillside, and I walked below it. When it came time to camp that night, my companions and I were hard-pressed to find a level place to pitch the tent. We scrabbled quite a way down the hill before we found a place where it levelled. When we did have the yurt up, Kettricken stood looking back up at the road and frowning to herself. She took out her map and was consulting it by the waning daylight, when I asked her what the matter was. She tapped the map with a mittened finger, and then gestured to the slope above us. "By tomorrow, if the road keeps climbing and the slopes get steeper, you won't be able to keep pace with us. We'll be leaving the trees behind us by evening tomorrow. The country is going to be bare, steep, and rocky. We should take firewood with us now, as much as the Jepas can easily carry." She frowned. "We may have to slow our pace to allow you to match us." "I'll keep up," I promised her. Her blue eyes met mine. "By the day after tomorrow, you may have to join us on the road." She looked at me steadily. "If I do, then I'll have to cope with it." I shrugged and tried to smile, despite my uneasiness. What else can I do? What else can any of us do? She muttered to herself in reply. That night, when I finished cleaning the cooking pots, Kettle once again set out her cloth and stones. I looked at the spread of pieces and shook my head. "I haven't worked it out," I told her.
"Well, that is a relief," she told me. "If you, or even if you and your wolf had, I would have been too astonished for words. It's a difficult problem, but we shall play a few games tonight, and if you keep your eyes open and your wits sharp, you may see the solution to your problem." But I did not, and lay down to sleep with game cloth and pieces scattered in my brain. The next day's walk went as Kettricken had foretold. By noon I was scrabbling through brushy places and over tumbles of bared rock with Starling at my heels. Despite the breathless effort the terrain demanded, she was full of questions and all about the fool. What did I know of his parentage? Who had made his clothing for him? Had he ever been seriously ill? It had become routine for me to answer her by giving her little or no information. I expected her to weary of this game, but she was as tenacious as a bulldog. Finally, I rounded on her in exasperation and demanded to know exactly what it was about him that fascinated her so. A strange look came to her eyes, as one who steels oneself to a dare. She started to speak, paused, and then could not resist. Her eyes were avid on my face as she announced, "The fool is a woman, and she is in love with you." For a moment, it was as if she had spoken in a foreign language. I stood looking down on her and trying to puzzle out what she had meant.
Had she not begun to laugh, I might have thought of a reply, but something in her laughter offended me so deeply that I turned my back on her and continued making my way across the steep slope. "You're blushing!" she called from behind me. Merriment choked her voice. "I can tell from the back of your neck. All these years and you never even knew? Never even suspected?" "I think it's a ridiculous idea," I said without even looking back. "Really? What part of it?" "All of it," I said coldly. "Tell me you absolutely know that I'm wrong." I didn't dignify her taunt with an answer. I did forge through a patch of thick brush without pausing to hold the branches back for her. I know she knew I was getting angry because she was laughing. I pushed my way clear of the last of the trees and stood looking out over a nearly sheer rock face. There was almost no brush, and cracked grey stone pushed up in icy ridges through the snow. "Stay back!" I warned Starling as she pushed up beside me. She looked around me and sucked in her breath. I looked up the steep hillside to where the road was scored across the mountain's face like a gouge in a piece of wood. It was the only safe way across that sheer mountain face. Above us was the steep, boulder-strewn mountainside. It was not quite sheer enough to call it a cliff. There was a scattering of wind-warped trees and bushes, some with roots straggling over the rocky soil, as much as in it. Snow frosted it unevenly. Climbing up the road would be a challenge. The slope we traversed had been getting steeper all morning. I should not have been surprised, but I had been so intent on picking the best path that it had been some time since I had looked up to the road. "We'll have to return to the road," I told Starling, and she nodded, mutely. It was easier said than done. In several places I felt rock and scree slew under my feet, and more than once I went on all fours. I could hear Starling panting behind me. "Only a little farther," I called back to her as Night Eyes came toiling up the slope beside us. He passed us effortlessly, moving by leaps up the slope until he reached the edge of the road. He disappeared over the edge of it, and then returned to stand on the lip, looking down at us. In a moment, the fool appeared beside him to gaze down at us anxiously. "Need any help?" he called down. "No, we'll make it," I called back up to him. I paused, crouching and clinging to the trunk of a stunted tree to catch my breath and wipe the sweat from my eyes. Starling halted behind me, and suddenly I felt the road above me. It had a current like a river, and as the current of a river stirs the air to wind over it, so did the road. It was a wind not of winter cold, but of lives, both distant and near. The fool's strange essence floated on it, and Kettle's close-mouthed fear and Kettrican's sad determination. They were as separate and recognizable as the bouquets of different wines. "Fitz chivalry." Starling emphasized my name by hitting me between the shoulder blades. "What?" I asked her absently. "Keep moving. I can't cling here much longer. My calves are cramping." "Oh." I found my body and climbed the remaining distance to the lip of the road. The flowing skill made me effortlessly aware of Starling behind me. I could feel her placing her feet and gripping the scraggly mountain willow at the edge of the cliff. I stood for an instant on the lip of the road's edge. Then I stepped down, into the smooth surface of the road, slipping into its pull like a child slipping into a river. The fool had waited for us. Kettrican was at the head of the line of Jeppas, looking back anxiously to watch us join them. I took a deep breath and felt as if I were gathering myself together. Beside me, Night Eyes suddenly flipped my hand with his nose. "Stay with me," he suggested. I felt him groping for a firmer grip on our bond. That I could not help him alarmed me.
I looked down into his deep eyes and suddenly found a question. "You're on the road. I didn't think animals could come on the road." He gave a sneeze of disgust. "There's a difference between thinking an action is wise and doing it. And you might have noticed that the Jeppas have been travelling on the road for some days." It was too obvious. "Why do the wild animals avoid it then?" "Because we still depend on ourselves for survival. The Jeppas depend on humans and will follow them into any danger, no matter how foolish it seems to them. Thus, they have not the sense to run from a wolf either. Instead, they flee back to you humans when I scare them. It's a lot like horses or cattle and rivers. Left to themselves, they swim them only if death is right behind them, from predators or starvation. But humans convince them to swim rivers any time the human wishes to be on the other side. I think they are rather stupid." "So, why are you on this road?" I asked him with a smile. "Do not question friendship." He told me seriously.
"Fitz!"
I startled and turned to Kettle. "I'm fine," I told her, even as I knew I was not. My wit sense usually made me very aware of others around me, but Kettle had walked up right behind me, and I'd not noticed until she spoke to me. Something about the Skill Road was dulling my wit. When I did not think specifically of Night Eyes, he faded into a vague shadow in my mind. "I'd be less than that were I not striving to stay with you." He pointed out, worriedly, "It will be all right. I just have to pay attention." I told him. Kettle assumed I was speaking to her.
"Yes, you do."
Pointedly, she took my arm and started me walking. The others had gone ahead. Starling was walking with the fool and singing some love ditty as she walked. But he was looking over his shoulder worriedly at me. I gave him a nod and he nodded back uneasily. Beside me, Kettle pinched my arm.
"Pay attention to me. Talk to me. Tell me. Have you solved the game problem I gave you?"
"Not yet," I admitted. The days were warmer, but the wind that blew past us now still brought the threat of ice on the higher mountain peaks. If I thought about it, I could feel the cold on my cheeks, but the Skill Road bade me ignore it. The road was steadily climbing now. Even so, I seemed to walk effortlessly on its surface. My eyes told me that we were going uphill, but I strode along as easily as if it were down. Another pinch from Kettle.
"Think about the problem,"
she bade me curtly.
"And do not be deceived. Your body labors and is cold. Simply because you are not constantly aware of it does not mean you can ignore it. Pace yourself."
Her words seemed both foolish and wise. I realized that by hanging on to my arm, she was not only supporting herself but was forcing me to walk more slowly. I shortened and slowed my stride to match hers. "The others seem to take no harm from it," I observed to her.
"True, but they are neither old nor skill-sensitive. They will ache tonight, and tomorrow they will slow their pace. This road was built with the assumption that those who used it would be either unaware of its more subtle influences or trained in how to manage them."
"How do you know so much about it?" I demanded.
"Do you want to know about me or about this road?"
She snapped angrily. "Both, actually," I told her. She didn't answer that. After a time, she asked me,
"Do you know your nursery rhymes?"
I don't know why it made me so angry. "I don't know," I retorted. "I don't recall my earliest childhood, when most children learn them. I suppose you could say I learned stable rhymes instead. Shall I recite for you the 15 points of a good horse?"
"Recite for me instead. 6 wise men went to Jampe town."
She snarled.
"In my days, children were not only taught their learning rhymes, they knew what they meant. This is the hill in the poem, you ignorant pup. The one no wise man goes up and expects to come down again."
A shiver walked down my spine. There have been a few times in my life when I have recognized some symbolic truth in a way that stripped it down to its most frightening bones. This was one. Kettle had brought to the forefront of my mind a thing I had known for days. The wise men were skilled ones, weren't they? I asked softly. 6 and 5 and 4. Coteries, and the remains of coteries. My mind skipped up the stair of logic, substituting intuition for most of the steps. So that's what became of the skilled ones. The old one we could not find. When Galen's coterie did not work well and Verity needed more help to defend Buck, Verity and I sought for older, skilled ones, folk who had been trained by Solicity before Galen became Skillmaster. I explained to Kettle. We could find few records of names, and they had all either died or disappeared. We suspected treachery. Kettle snorted.
Treachery would be nothing new to coteries. But what more commonly happened is that people grew in the skill. They became more and more attuned to it. Eventually the skill called them. If one were strong enough in the skill, one could survive the trip up this road, but if she were not, she perished.
And if one succeeded? I asked. Kettle gave me a sidelong glance, but said nothing. What is at the end of this road? Who built it? And where does it lead?
Verity,
she said quietly at last.
It leads to Verity. You and I need know no more than that.
But you know more than that, I accused her, as do I. It leads to the source of all skill as well. Her glance became worried, then opaque.
I know nothing, she told me sourly.
Then, as conscience smote her.
There is much I suspect, and many half-truths have I heard, legends, prophecies, rumours. Those are what I know.
And how do you know them? I pressed. She turned to regard me, levelly.
Because I am fated to do so, even as you are.
And not another word on the subject would she say. Instead, she set up hypothetical game boards and demanded to know what moves I would make, given a black, red, or white stone. I tried to focus on the tasks, knowing that she gave them to me to keep my mind my own. But ignoring the skill force of that road was rather like ignoring a strong wind or a current of icy water. I could choose not to pay attention to it, but that did not make it stop. In the midst of puzzling out game strategy, I would wonder at the pattern of my own thoughts and believe them not my own at all, but those of another, whom I had somehow tapped. While I could keep the game puzzle in front of me, it did not stop the gallery of voices whispering in the back of my mind. The road wound up and up. The mountain itself rose nearly sheer on our left and dropped off as abruptly on our right. This road went where no sane builders would have placed it. Most trade routes meandered between hills and overpasses. This one traversed the face of a mountain, carrying us ever higher. By the time the day was fading, we had fallen far behind the others. Night Eyes raced ahead of us, and then came trotting back to report that they had come to a resting place, wide and level, where they were setting up the tent. With the coming of night, the mountain winds bit more fiercely. I was glad to think of warmth and rest, and persuaded Kettle to try to hurry.
"Hurry?" she asked. "You are the one who keeps slowing. Keep up now."
The last march before rest always seems longest. So the soldiers of Buck Keep always told me. But that night I felt we waded through cold syrup, so heavy did my feet seem. I think I kept pausing. I know that several times Kettle tugged at my arm and told me to come along.
Even when we rounded a fold in the mountainside and saw the lit tent ahead of us, I could not seem to make myself move faster. As if in a fever dream, my eyes brought the tent closer to me and then set it afar. I plodded on. Multitudes whispered around me. The night dimmed my eyes. I had to squint to see the cold wind. A crowd streamed past us on the road, laden donkeys, laughing girls carrying baskets of bright yarn. I turned to watch a bell merchant pass us. He carried a rack high on his shoulder, and dozens of brass bells of every shape and tone jingled and rang as he walked along. I tugged at Kettle's arm to bid her turn and see it, but she only seized my hand in a grip of iron and hurried me on. A boy strode past us, going down to the village with a basketful of bright mountain flowers. Their fragrance was intoxicating. I pulled free of Kettle's grip. I hurried after him to buy a few for Molly to send her candles.
"Help me!"
Kettle called. I looked to see what was the matter, but she was not by me. I couldn't find her in the crowd. "Kettle!" I called. I glanced back, but then realized I was losing the flowermonger. "Wait!" I called to him.
"He's getting away!"
she cried, and there was fear and desperation in her voice. Night Eyes suddenly hit me from behind, his front paws striking my shoulders. His weight and speed threw me face first on the thin layer of snow covering the road's smooth surface. Despite my mittens, I skinned the palms of my hands, and the pain in my knee was like fire. "Idiot!" I snarled at him and tried to rise, but he caught me by one ankle and flipped me down onto the road again. This time, I could look down over the edge, into the abyss below. My pain and astonishment had stilled the night. The folk had all vanished, leaving me alone with the wolf. "Night Eyes," I protested. "Let me up." Instead, he seized my wrist in his jaws, clamped his teeth down, and began to drag me on my knees away from the road's edge. I had not known he had such strength, or rather, I had never supposed it would be turned on me. I swatted at him ineffectually with my free hand, all the while yelling and trying to get to my feet. I could feel blood running on my arm where one tooth had sunk in. Kettrikin and the fool suddenly flanked me, seizing me by my upper arms and hoisting me to my feet. "He's gone mad!" I exclaimed, as Starling raced up behind them. Her face was white, her eyes huge. "Oh, Wolf!" she exclaimed, and dropped to one knee to give him a hug. Night Eyes sat panting, obviously enjoying her embrace. "What is the matter with you?" I demanded of him. He looked up at me, but did not reply. My first reaction was a stupid one. I lifted my hands to my ears, but that had never been how I had heard Night Eyes. He whined as I did so, and I heard that clearly. It was just a dog's whine. "Night Eyes!" I cried. He reared up to stand on his hind legs, his front paws on my chest. He was so big he could almost look me in the eye. I caught an echo of his worry and desperation, but no more than that. I quested out toward him with my wit sense. I could not find him. I could not sense any of them. It was as if they had all been forged. I looked around at their frightened faces and realized they were talking, no, almost shouting. Something about the edge of the road, and the black column, and what was the matter? What was the matter? For the first time it struck me how ungainly speech was. All of these separate words strung together, every voice mouthing them differently, and this was how we communicated with each other. "Fitz! Fitz! Fitz!" They shouted. My name. Meaning me, I suppose. but each voice sounding the word differently, and each with a different image of whom they spoke to and why they needed to speak to me. The words were such awkward things. I could not concentrate on what they were trying to convey by them. It was like dealing with foreign traders, pointing and holding up fingers, smiling or frowning, and guessing, always guessing, at what the other truly meant. "Please," I said. "Hush, please!" I only wanted them to be silent, to stop their noises and mouthings. But the sound of my own words caught my attention. "Please," I said again, marveling at all the ways my mouth must move to make that inexact sound. "Hush!" I said again, and realized the word meant too many things to have any real meaning at all. Once, when I was very new to Burridge, he had told me to unharness a team. It was when we were still getting a measure of one another, and no task any sane man would give a child. But I managed, climbing all over the docile beasts and unfastening every shining buckle and clasp until the harness lay in pieces on the ground. When he came to see what was taking me so long, Burridge had been mutely astounded but unable to fault that I had done what he had told me to do. As for me, I had been amazed at how many pieces there were to something that had seemed to be all one thing when I had started in on it. So it was for me then. All these sounds to make a word, all these words to frame a thought. Language came apart in my hands. I had never stopped to consider it before. I stood before them so drenched in the skill essence on that road that speech seemed as childishly awkward as eating porridge with one's fingers. Words were slow and inexact, hiding as much meaning as they revealed. "Fitz, please, you have to—" began Kettricken, and so engrossed did I become in considering every possible meaning those 5 words might have that I never heard the rest of what she said. The fool took hold of my hand and led me into the tent. He pushed at me until I sat down and took off my hat and mittens and outer coat. Without a word, he put a hot mug into my hands. That I could understand, but the rapid, worried conversation of the others was like the frightened squawking of a coop full of chickens. The wolf came and lay down beside me to rest his big head on one of my thighs. I reached down to stroke the broad skull and finger the soft ears. He pressed closer against me as if pleading. I scratched him behind the ears, thinking that might be what he wanted. It was terrible not to know. I was not much use to anyone that evening. I tried to do my share of the chores, but the others kept taking them out of my hands. Several times I was pinched or poked and bid, "Wake up!" by Kettle. One time I became so fascinated by the motion of her mouth as she scolded me that I didn't realize when she walked away from me. I don't remember what I was doing when the back of my neck was seized in her claw-like grip. She dragged my head forward and kept her hold while she tapped each stone in turn on her game cloth. She put a black stone in my hand. For a time I just stared at the markers. Then suddenly, I felt that shift in perception. There was no space between me and the game. For a time I tried my pebble in various positions. I finally found the perfect move, and when I set my stone in place, it was as if my ears had suddenly cleared, or like blinking sleep from my eyes. I lifted my eyes to consider those around me. "Sorry," I muttered inadequately. "Sorry."
Better now?
Kettle asked me softly. She spoke as if I were a toddler. "I'm more myself now," I told her. I looked up at her, suddenly desperate. "What happened to me?"
The skill," she said simply. "You just aren't strong enough in it. You nearly followed the road where it no longer goes. There is some sort of marker there, and once The road diverged there, one track going down into the valley, and the other continuing across the mountainside. The downhill path is sheared off, carried away in a cataclysm years ago. There is nothing but tumbled stone at the bottom, but one can just see where the road emerges from the ruin and continues. It vanishes in another jumble of stone in the distance. Verity could not have gone there, but you nearly followed its memory to your death. She paused and looked at me severely. In my days, you haven't been trained enough to do what you've been doing, let alone face this challenge. If this is the best you were taught, are you certain Verity is alive? She suddenly demanded of me. That he survived this trial alone? I decided one of us had to stop keeping secrets. I saw him in a skilled dream, in a city with folk such as we pass today. He laved his hands and arms in a magic river and walked away laden with power. God of fishes! Kettle swore. Something of horror and something of awe lit in her face. We passed no folk today. Starling objected. I had not been aware she had seated herself by me until she spoke. I jumped, startled that someone could get that close to me, and I had not sensed it. All those who have ever trodden this road have left something of themselves upon it. Your senses are muffled to those ghosts. But Fitz walks here naked as a newborn child, and as naive. Kettle leaned back suddenly against her bedroll, and all the lines in her face deepened. How can such a child be the catalyst? She asked of no one in particular. You don't know how to save yourself from yourself. How are you going to save the world? The fool leaned over from his bedroll suddenly to take my hand. Something like strength flowed into me with that reassuring touch. His tone was light, but his words sank into me. Competence was never guaranteed in the prophecies. Only persistence. What does your white column say? They come like raindrops against the stone towers of time, but in time it is always the rain that prevails, not the tower. He gave my hand a squeeze. Your fingers are like ice, I told him as he let go. I am cold past belief, he agreed with me. He drew his knees up to his chest and wrapped his arms around them. Cold and tired, but persistent. I lifted my eyes from him to find Starling with a knowing smile on her face. Gods, how it irked me. I have elf bark in my pack, I suggested to the fool. It gives warmth as well as strength. Elf bark, Kettle scowled, as if it were disgusting. But after a moment's reflection, she said excitedly, Actually, that might be a good idea. Yes, elf bark tea. When I took the drug out of my pack, Kettle snatched it out of my hands as if I might cut myself on it. She muttered to herself as she measured tiny portions of it into mugs for us. I've seen what kind of doses you expose yourself to, she chided me, and brewed the tea herself. She put none of it in the tea she prepared for Kettrican, Starling, and herself. I sipped at my hot tea, tasting first the acrid bite of the elf bark, and then the warmth of it in my belly. Its enervating heat spread through me. I watched the fool and saw him relax in its embrace, even as his eyes began to sparkle with it. Kettrican had her map out and was frowning over it. Fitz chivalry, study this with me, the Queen suddenly commanded. I moved around the brazier to sit next to her. I was scarcely settled before she began. I believe we are here, she told me. Her finger tapped the first juncture of the trail that was marked on the map. Verity said he would visit all 3 places that were marked on the map. I believe that when this map was made, the road that you nearly followed tonight was intact. Now it is no longer there, and has not been there for some time. Her blue eyes met mine. What do you suppose Verity did when he reached this point?
I considered a moment. He's a pragmatic man. The other, second destination looks no more than 3 or 4 days from here. I think he might go there first, seeking the elderlings there, and this third one is but, 7 days past there. I think he would decide it would be fastest to visit those 2 places first. Then, if he had no success there, he might return here to try and find a way down to whatever's there. She wrinkled her brow. I suddenly recalled how smooth it had been when she was first his bride. Now I seldom saw her without lines of care and worry on her face. He has been gone long, my husband. Yet it did not take us all that long to reach here. Perhaps he has not yet returned because he is down there. Because it took him so long to find a way down there to continue his journey. Perhaps. I agreed uneasily. Bear in mind that we are well supplied and travel together. By the time Verity reached this far, he would have been alone and with few resources. I refrained from telling Kettricken that I suspected he had been injured in that last battle. There was no sense in giving her more anxiety. Against my will, I felt a part of me groping out toward Verity. I shut my eyes and resolutely sealed myself in again. Had I imagined a taint upon the skill current, a too familiar feeling of insidious power? I set my walls again. Split the party? I beg pardon, my queen, I said humbly. I did not know if the look in her eyes was exasperation or fear. She took my hand and held it firmly. Attend me, she commanded. I said, tomorrow we shall seek a way down. If we see anything that looks promising, we will attempt it, but I think we should give such a search no more than 3 days. If we find nothing, we should move on. But an alternative is to split the party, to send— I do not think we should split the party, I said hastily. You are most likely correct, she conceded. But it takes so long, so very long, and I have been alone with my questions too long. I could think of nothing to say to that, so I pretended to be busy rubbing Night Eye's ears. My brother. It was a whisper, no more. But I looked down at Night Eyes beside me. I rested a hand on his ruff, strengthening the bond with a touch. You were as empty as an ordinary human. I could not make you even feel me. I know. I don't know what happened to me. I do. You are moving ever farther from my side to the other side. I fear you will go too far and be unable to return. I feared it had already happened today. What do you mean, my side and the other side? Can you hear the wolf again? Kettricken asked me worriedly. I was surprised when I looked up to see how anxiously she regarded me. Yes. We are together again, I told her. A thought occurred to me. How did you know we were unable to communicate? She shrugged. I suppose I assumed it. He seems so anxious and you seem so distant from everyone. She has the wit, don't you, my queen? I cannot say for certain that something passed between them. Once, long before in Buck Keep, I thought I had sensed Kettricken using the wit. I suppose she well could have been using it then, for my own sense of it was so diminished I could scarce sense my own bond animal. In any case, Night Eyes lifted his head to look at her, and she returned his gaze steadily. With a small frown, Kettricken added, Sometimes I wish I could speak to him as you do. Had I his speed and stealth at my disposal, I could be more certain of the safety of the road, both before us and behind. He might be able to find a path down, one not apparent to our eyes. If you can keep your wits about you enough to tell her what I see, I would not mind doing such a task. Night Eyes would be most pleased to help you in such a way, my queen, I offered. She gave a weary smile. Then, I suppose if you can keep aware of both of us, you may serve as go-between. Her eerie echoing of the wolf's thought unsettled me. but I only nodded my assent. Every aspect of conversation now demanded my complete attention, or it slipped away from me. It was like being horribly tired and having to constantly fight off sleep. I wondered if it was this hard for Verity. There is a way to ride it, but lightly, lightly, like mastering an ill-tempered stallion who rebels against every touch of the rein or heel. But you are not ready to do so yet, so fight it, boy, and keep your head above water. I would that there were another way for you to come to me. But there is only the road, and you must follow it. No, make no reply to me. Know that there are others that listen avariciously, if not as keenly as I. Be wary. Once, in describing my father, Chivalry, Verity had said that when he skilled it was like being trampled by a horse, that Chivalry would rush into his mind, dump out his messages, and flee. Now I had a better understanding of what my uncle had meant. I felt rather like a fish suddenly deserted by a wave. There was that gaping sense of something missing in the instant after Verity's departure. It took me a moment to remember I was a person. Had I not been fortified already with the elf bark, I think I might have fainted. As it was, the drug was increasing its hold on me. I had a sense of being muffled in a warm, soft blanket. My weariness was gone, but I felt muted. I finished the little that was left in my cup and waited for the flush of energy that elf-bark usually gave me. It didn't come. I don't think you used enough, I told Kettle.
You have had plenty, she said with asperity.
She sounded like Molly did when she thought I was drinking too much. I braced myself, expecting images of Molly to fill my mind. But I stayed with my own life. I do not know if I felt relieved or disappointed. I longed to see her and Nettle. But Verity had warned me. Belatedly, I announced to Kettricken, "Verity skilled to me, just now." Then I cursed myself as a churl and a lackwit as I saw the hope flush her face. It was not really a message. I amended hastily. Just a warning reminder to me that I am to avoid skilling. He still believes there may be others seeking me that way. Her face fell. She shook her head to herself. Then she looked up to demand, "Had he no word at all for me? I do not know if he realizes you are with me." I hastily sidestepped the question. "No words," she said dully, as if she had not heard me. Her eyes were opaque as she asked, "Does he know how I have failed him? Does he know about our child?" "I do not believe he does, my lady. I sense no such grief in him, and well I know how it would grieve him." Kettricken swallowed. I cursed my clumsy words, and yet, was it my place to utter words of comfort and love to his wife? She straightened up abruptly, then rose. "I think I shall bring in a bit more firewood for tonight," she announced, "and grain the jepas. There is scarcely a twig for them to browse on here." I watched her leave the tent for the dark and still cold outside. No one spoke a word. After a breath or two, I rose and followed her. "Don't be long," Kettle warned me enigmatically. The wolf shadowed after me. Outside, the night was clear and cold. The wind was no worse than usual. Familiar discomforts can almost be ignored. Kettricken was neither fetching wood nor graining the jepas. I was sure both tasks had already been done earlier. Instead, she was standing at the edge of the cloven road, staring out over the blackness of cliff at her feet. She stood tall and stiff as a soldier reporting to his sergeant, and made not a sound. I knew she was crying. There is a time for courtly manners, a time for formal protocol, and a time for humanity. I went to her, took her by the shoulders, and turned her to face me. She radiated misery, and the wolf beside me whined high. "Kettricken, I said simply. He loves you. He will not blame you. He will grieve, yes, but what kind of a man would not? As for Regal's deeds, they are Regal's deeds. Do not take the blame for those to yourself. You could not have stopped him. She wiped a hand across her face and did not speak. She looked past me, her face a pale mask in the starlight. She sighed heavily, but I could sense her strangling on her sorrow. I set my arms about my queen and pulled her to me, pressing her face to my shoulder. I stroked her back, feeling the terrible tension there. It's all right. I lied to her. It's going to be all right. In time you'll see. You'll be together again. You'll make another child. Both of you will sit in the great hall at Buckkeep and listen to the minstrels sing. There will be peace again somehow. You've never seen Buckkeep at peace. There will be time for Verity to hunt and fish, and you'll ride at his side. Verity will laugh and shout and roar through the halls like the north wind again. Cook used to chase him out of the kitchen for slicing the meat from the roast before it was cooked through. He would come home from the chase that hungry. He'd come right in and cut the leg off a cooking fowl, that he would, and carry it about with him, telling stories in the guard-room, waving it about like a sword. I patted her back as if she were a child, and told her tales of the bluff, hearty man I remembered from my boyhood. For a time, her forehead rested on my shoulder, and she was completely still. Then she coughed once, as if starting to choke. But instead, terrible sobs welled up from her. She cried suddenly and unabashedly as a child that has taken a bad fall and is hurt as well as frightened. I sensed these were tears that had long gone unshed, and I did not try to help her stop. Instead, I went on talking and patting her, scarcely hearing what I was saying myself, until her sobs began to quiet and her shaking to still. At last, she drew away from me a little, to grope in her pocket for a handkerchief. She wiped her face and eyes and blew her nose before she tried to speak. "I'm going to be all right," she said. To hear the strength of her belief in those words made my heart ache. It's hard just now, waiting to tell him all these terrible things, knowing how they will hurt him. They taught me so many things about being sacrifice, Fitz. From the beginning I knew I might have terrible sorrows to bear. I am strong enough to bear these things. But no one warned me that I might come to love the man they'd choose for me. To bear my sorrow is one thing. To bring sorrow to him is another. Her throat closed on the words, and she bowed her head. I feared she might begin to weep again. Instead, when she lifted her head, she smiled at me. Moonlight touched the silver wetness on her cheeks and lashes. "Sometimes I think only you and I see the man beneath the crown. I want him to laugh and roar about, and leave his bottles of ink open and his maps scattered about. I want him to put his arms about me and hold me. Sometimes I want those things so much, I forget about the red ships and Regal and everything else. Sometimes I think that if we could only be together again, all the rest would come right as well. It is not a very worthy thought to have. A sacrifice is supposed to be more—" A glint of silver behind her caught my eyes. I saw the black column over her shoulder. It leaned at a cant over the broken edge of the road, half its stone support gone. I did not hear the rest of what she said. I wondered how I had not seen it before. It gleamed brighter than the moon on the sparkling snow. It was hewn of black stone webbed with glittering crystal, like moonlight on a rippling river of skill. I could decipher no writing on its surface. The wind was screaming behind me as I reached out and ran a hand down that smooth stone. It welcomed me. 27. The City. There runs through the Mountain Kingdom an old trade trail that serves none of the present-day towns of the Mountain Kingdom. Portions of this old highway appear as far south and east as the shore of Blue Lake. The trail is not named. No one recalls who constructed it, and few use it even for the stretches that remain intact. In places, the road has been gradually destroyed by the freezing swells that are common in the mountains. In other places, flooding and landslides have reduced it to rubble. Occasionally, an adventurous mountain youth will undertake to trace the road to its source. Those who return have tall tales of ruined cities and steaming valleys where the sulphurous ponds smoke. And they speak, too, of the forbidding nature of the territory the road spans. No game and poor hunting, they say, and it is not recorded anywhere that anyone has ever been impressed enough to make a return trip to the road's end. I stumbled to my knees in the snowy street. I got to my feet slowly, groping for a memory. Had I got drunk? The queasiness, the dizziness were right for that, but not this darkly gleaming and silent city. I looked all around me. I was in a town square of some sort, standing in the shadow of a looming stone memorial of some kind. I blinked my eyes, squeezed them shut, then opened them again. The nebulous light still fogged me. I could scarcely see more than an arm's length in any direction. I waited in vain for my eyes to adjust to the vague starlight. But soon I began to shiver, so I began to walk silently through the empty streets. My natural wariness came back first, followed by a dim recollection of my companions, the tent, the sundered road. But between that hazy memory and my standing up in this street, there was nothing. I looked back the way I had come. Darkness had swallowed the road behind me. Even my footprints were being filled in by the slowly falling damp snowflakes. I blinked snowflakes from my eyelashes and peered about me. I saw the damply glistening sides of stone buildings to either side of the street. My eyes could make no sense of the light. It was sourceless and evenly insufficient. There were no looming shadows or especially dark alleys, but neither could I make out where I was going. The heights and styles of the buildings, the destinations of the streets, remained a mystery. I felt a panic rise in me and fought it down. The sensations I had reminded me too vividly of how I had been skill-deceived in Regal's manner. I was terrified to grope out with the skill, lest I encounter Will's taint in this city. But if I moved blindly on, trusting that I was not being deceived, I might blunder into a trap. In the shelter of a wall I paused and forced myself to composure. I tried once more to recall how I had come here, how long ago I had left my companions, and why. Nothing came to me. I quested out with my wit sense, trying to find night eyes. But I sensed nothing else alive. I wondered if there were truly no living creatures nearby, or if my wit sense had once more failed. I had no answers to that either. When I listened, I heard only the wind. I smelled only damp stone, fresh snow, and somewhere, perhaps, river water. Panic rose in me once more, and I leaned back against the wall. The city suddenly sprang to life around me. I perceived I was leaning up against the wall of an inn. From within I heard the sounds of a shrill piping instrument and voices lifted in an unfamiliar song. A wagon rumpled past in the street, and then a young couple darted past the mouth of the alley, hand in hand, laughing as they ran. It was night in this strange city, but it was not sleeping.
I lifted my eyes to the impossible heights of their strangely spired buildings, and saw lights burning in the upper stories. In the distance, a man called loudly to someone. My heart was hammering. What was wrong with me? I steeled myself and found the resolve to go forth and find out what I could about this strange city. I waited until another keg-laden ale wagon had rumpled past the mouth of my alley. Then I stepped away from the wall. And in that instant, all was once more quiet, gleaming darkness. Gone were the song and laughter from the tavern. No one passed in the streets. I ventured to the mouth of the alley and peered cautiously in both directions. Nothing. Only softly falling wet snow. At least, I told myself, the weather was milder here than it had been on the road above. Even if I had to spend the entire night out of doors, I would not suffer too much. I wandered a time through the city. At every intersection I chose the widest road to follow, and soon realized a pattern of always going gently downhill. The river smell grew stronger. I paused once to rest on the edge of a great circular basin that might have enclosed a fountain, or been a washing court. Immediately, the city once more sprang to life around me. A traveller came and watered his horse at the dry basin so close that I could have reached out to touch him. He noticed me not at all, but I marked well the strangeness of his garb and the odd shape of the saddle the horse wore. A group of women walked past me, talking and laughing quietly together. They wore long, straight garments that hung softly from their shoulders and fluttered about their calves as they walked. All wore their long, fair hair loose to their hips, and their boots rang on the cobbled street. When I rose to speak to them, they vanished, and the light with them. Twice more I woke the city before I realized all it took was the touch of my hand on a crystal-veined wall. It took an unreasonable amount of courage, but I began to walk with just my fingers trailing along the building's sides. When I did so, the city bloomed into life about me as I walked. It was night, and the quiet snow still fell. The passing wagons left no tracks in it. I heard the slamming of doors that had long since rotted away, and saw folk walk lightly over a deep gully some wild rainstorm had created down one street. It was hard to dismiss them as ghosts when they called greetings aloud to one another. I was the one who was ignored and invisible as I drifted along. At length, I came to a wide, black river flowing smoothly under the starlight. Several ghost quays ran out into it, and 2 immense ships were anchored out in the river. Lights shone from their decks. Hogsheads and bales waited dockside to be loaded. A huddle of folk were engaged in some game of chance, and someone's honesty was being loudly disputed. They dressed differently from the river rats who came into Buck, and the language was different. But in all else that I could tell, they were the same breed. As I watched, a fight broke out and spread to become a general brawl. It dispersed quickly when the whistle of a night watch sounded, combatants fleeing in all directions before the city guard arrived. I lifted my hand from the wall. I stood a moment in the snow-spangled darkness, letting my eyes adjust. Ships, quays, river folk were all gone, but the quiet black water still flowed, steaming into the colder air. I walked toward it, feeling the road go rough and broken under my feet as I advanced. The waters of this river had risen and fallen over this street, working their damage with no one to oppose them. When I turned my back to the river and studied the skyline of the city, I could see the faint silhouettes of fallen spires and crumpled walls. Once again I quested out about me. Once again I found no life. I turned back to the river. Something in the general configuration of the land tugged at my memory. It was not precisely here, I knew that,
but I felt sure that this was the river where I had seen Verity lave his hands and arms and bring them out, gleaming with magic. Cautiously, I walked over the broken paving stones right down to the edge of the river. It looked like water. It smelled like water. I crouched down beside it and thought. I had heard tales of pools of tarry mud covered over with water. I knew well how oil floated upon water. Perhaps beneath the black water there flowed another river, one of silver power. Perhaps farther upstream or down was the tributary of pure skill I had seen in my vision. I drew off my mitten and bared my arm. I set my hand upon the flow of the river, feeling its icy kiss against my bare palm. Senses straining, I tried to detect whether there was skill beneath that surface. I felt nothing. But perhaps if I plunged in my arm and hand, they would come up gleaming with strength. I dared myself to reach in to discover for myself. That was as far as my courage went. I was no Verity. I knew the strength of his skilling. I had seen how his immersion in the magic had tried his will. I was no match for it. He had marched alone up the skill road while My mind darted back to that puzzle. When had I left the skill road and my companions? Perhaps I never had. Perhaps all this was a dream. I reached up and patted cold water on my face. I felt no different. I set my nails to my face and scratched the skin until it hurt. It proved nothing to me, but only made me wonder if I could dream pain. I had found no answers in this strange dead city, only more questions. With great resolve I turned my steps back the way I had come. Visibility was poor and the clinging snow was rapidly filling my footprints. With reluctance, I set my fingers to the stone of a wall. It was easier to trace my way back that way, for the living city had had more landmarks than the cold cinders of it did. Yet as I hurried through the snowy streets, I wondered when all these folk had been here. Did I view the events of a night 100 years ago? Had I come here another night, would I view the same events played out, or see a different night from the city's history? Or did these shades of folk perceive themselves as living now? Was I an odd, cold shadow that crept through their lives? I forced myself to stop wondering about things I had no answer to. I had to trace my way back the way I had come. Either I had come to the end of places I could remember, or I took a wrong turning. The result was the same. I found myself wandering up a road I was sure was unfamiliar. I trailed my fingers down the fronts of a row of shops, all locked up tight for the night. I passed two lovers locked in an embrace in a doorway. A ghost dog padded past me without giving me so much as a curious sniff. Despite the milder weather, I was getting cold and tired. I glanced up at the sky. It would soon be morning. By daylight I could perhaps climb up one of the buildings and get the lay of the land. Perhaps, when I awoke, I would recall how I came here. Foolishly I cast about for some overhanging eave or shed where I might shelter before it occurred to me that there was no reason not to go inside one of the buildings. Even so, I felt queer as I chose a door and walked through it. While I touched a wall, I saw a dim interior. Tables and shelves were laden with fine pottery and glassware. A cat slept by a banked hearth. When I lifted my hand from the wall, all was cold and pitch black. So I trailed my fingers along the wall, nearly stumbling over the crumbling remains of one of the tables. I stooped and gathered together the bits by touch and took them to the hearth. By great perseverance I made a true fire of them where the ghost fire burned. When it was going well and I stood over it to warm myself, its flickering light showed me a different view of the room. bare walls and debris-strewn floor. There was no trace of the fine crockery and glassware, though there were a few more bits of wood from long-fallen shelves. I thanked my luck that they had been made of good oak, for surely they would have rotted to splinters long ago if they had not. I decided to lay my cloak on the floor to save me from the stone's chill and trust my fire to keep me warm enough. I lay down and closed my eyes and tried not to think of ghost cats, or what phantom folk slept in their beds on the floor above me. I tried to set my skill walls before I slept, but it was rather like drying one's feet while standing in a river. The closer I came to sleep, the harder it was to recall where those boundaries lay. How much of my world was me and how much was the folk I cared about? I dreamed first of Kettrican, Starling, Kettle, and the Fool, wandering about with torches, while Night Eyes ran back and forth, whining. It was not a comfortable dream, and I turned away from it and drifted deeper into myself. Or so I supposed. I found the familiar hut. I knew the simple room, the rough table, the tidy hearth, the narrow bed so neatly made. Molly sat in her nightrobe by the hearth, rocking Nettle, and singing softly a song about stars and starfish. I could recall no lullabies, and was as charmed by it as Nettle. The baby's wide eyes were on Molly's face as her mother sang. She gripped one of Molly's forefingers in her small fist. Molly sang the song over and over and over. But I found no boredom there. It was a scene I could watch for a month, for a year, and never know tedium. But the babe's eyelids slid shut once, to open quickly. They closed more slowly a second time, and stayed closed. Her tiny pursed mouth moved as if she suckled in her sleep. Her black hair had begun to curl. Molly lowered her face to brush her lips across Nettle's forehead. Molly rose wearily and carried the baby to her bed. She pulled open the blanket, nestled the child in, and then went back to the table to blow out the single candle there. By the light of the hearth, I watched her ease into bed beside the child and draw the blankets up over them both. She closed her eyes and sighed, and did not stir again. I watched over her leaden sleep, recognizing it as the sleep of exhaustion. I knew sudden shame. This hard, bare life was not anything I ever envisioned for her, let alone our child. Were it not for Burrich, life would be even harder for them. I fled from seeing this way, promising myself things will get better. Somehow I will make things better for them when I return. I expected by the time I returned, things would be better. But this is too good to trust, in a way. It was Chade's voice. He leaned over a table in a darkened room, studying a scroll. A branch of candles lit his face, and the unrolled map before him. He looked tired, but in good spirits. His grey hair was dishevelled. His white shirt was half open and loose of his breeches, so it hung about his hips like a skirt. The old man was lean and muscular, where before he was skinny. He took a long draw from a steaming mug and shook his head over something. Regal seems to gain no ground in his war against the mountains. In every attack against the border towns, the usurper's troops faint and then withdraw. There is no concerted effort to seize territory they have ravaged, no massing of troops to force their way to Jampe. What is his game? Come here, and I'll show you. Chade looked up from his scroll, half amused and half annoyed.
I've a serious question to ponder. I'll not find the answer to this in your bed.
The woman threw back the bedding and rose to pad softly over to the table. She moved like a stalking cat. Her nakedness was not vulnerability, but armor. Her long brown hair had pulled loose of its warrior tail to reach past her shoulders. She was not young, and long ago a sword had left its tracks down her ribs. She was still breathtaking in a formidable female way. She bent over the map beside him and pointed to something. "Look here, and here, and here. Were you Regal, why would you attack all these places at once, with forces too small to hold any of them?" When Chade did not answer, she moved her finger to tap another spot on the map. None of those attacks came as any great surprise. Mountain troops that had been gathered here were diverted to these two villages. Another second force from this location went to the third village. Now, see where the mountain troops were not? There's nothing along there worth having. Nothing, she agreed. But once there was a trade route that went through the lesser pass, here, and thence into the heart of the mountains. It bypasses Jampe and is little used any more for that reason. Most traders want a route that will allow them to sell and trade in Jampe as well as the lesser towns. Of what value is that to Regal? Does he seek to take and hold it? No. No troops have been seen there at all. Where does the trail lead? Now? Nowhere, save a few scattered villages. But it is good traveling for a small force moving fast. Where does it go? It dwindles away at Shishu. She tapped another spot on the map. But it would carry that hypothetical band of warriors deep into mountain territory, well behind all the troops watching and guarding the border, west of Jampe, and unsuspected. But what would be their goal? The woman shrugged casually and smiled to see Chade's eyes leave the map. Perhaps an assassination attempt on King Eod? Perhaps an attempt to recapture this bastard that is supposed to be sheltering in the mountains. You tell me. This is more your trade than mine. Poison the wells at Jampe? Chade suddenly paled. It's been a week. They'll already be in place, their plot already in motion. He shook his head. What am I to do? Were it I'd send a swift courier to King Eod, a lass on a horse, alert him that there may be spies at his back. I suppose that's best, Chade agreed. There was a sudden weariness in his voice. Where are my boots? Relax. The messenger was sent yesterday. By now King Eod's trackers will be working the trail. He has very good trackers. I can vouch for that. Chade looked at her consideringly, in a way that had nothing to do with her nakedness. You know the quality of his trackers. Yet you sent one of your own lasses to his very doorstep, with a missive penned by your own hand. To warn him. I saw no good in letting such tidings wait. Chade smoothed his short beard over his jaw. When I first asked your aid, you told me you'd work for coin, not patriotism. You told me that to a horse thief, one side of the border was as good as another. She stretched, rolling her shoulders. She stepped to face him, placing her hands on his hips in calm assumption. They were nearly of a height. Perhaps you have won me to your side. His green eyes gleamed like a hunting cat's. Have I? He mused as he drew her closer. I came to myself with a small start and shifted uncomfortably. I felt ashamed to have spied on Chade, and envious of him as well. I poked a bit at my fire and lay down again, reminding myself that Molly also slept alone, save for the small warmth of our daughter. It was little comfort, and my sleep was restless for the remainder of the night. When I opened my eyes again, a square of watery sunlight overlay me from the unshuttered window. My fire had burned to a few coals, but I was not that cold. In the light of day, the chamber I was in was dismal. I went and peered into a second room, seeking a stairway to the upper stories that might offer me a better view of the city. Instead, I saw the sagging remnants of wooden steps I dared not trust, even for a brief ascent. The damp was heavier as well. The dank, cold stone walls and floor reminded me of the dungeons of Buck Keep. I left the shop, stepping out into a day that seemed almost warm. Last night's snow was retreating into puddles. I took off my hat and let the gentler wind move against my hair. Spring, some part of me whispered. The edge of spring was in the air. I had expected that daylight would vanquish the phantom denizens of the city. Instead, the light seemed to make them stronger. Black stone with quartz-like veins had been used widely in constructing the city, and I had but to touch any piece of it to see the city's life awaken around me. But even when I touched nothing, I still seemed to catch glimpses of folk, to hear the murmur of their chatter and sense the tumult of their passage. I walked for some time, seeking a tall, mostly intact building that would offer me the view I sought. By daylight, the city was far more ruined than I had suspected. Whole domes of roofs had fallen in, and some buildings had great cracks, green with moss, running up their walls. In others, outer walls had fallen away entirely, exposing the inner chambers and filling the street below with rubble I must clamber over. Few of the taller buildings were totally intact, and some leaned drunkenly against one another. I finally saw a lightly building with a tall spire peeping up above its neighbors, and made my way toward it. When I reached it, I wasted some little time in standing and staring up at it. I wondered if it had been a palace. Great lions of stone guarded the entrance steps. The exterior walls were of the same shining black stone I had come to regard as the common building material for the city, but affixed to them were silhouettes of folk and beasts, all cut from some gleaming white stone. The stark contrast of white on black and the grand scale of these images made them almost overwhelming. A giant of a woman gripped an immense plough behind a team of monstrous oxen. A winged creature, perhaps a dragon, took an entire wall to himself. I slowly climbed the wide stone steps to the entryway. It seemed to me that as I did so, the murmuring of the city grew louder and more insistently real. A grinning young man came hastening down the steps, a scroll gripped in one hand. I sidestepped to avoid colliding with him, but as he hastened past I felt not the slightest sense of his being. I turned to stare after him. His eyes had been yellow as amber. The great wooden doors were closed and had been latched, but so rotten were they that one cautious push tore the lock free. One door swung open, while the other sagged gratefully down to collapse on the floor. I peered in before I entered. Streaked and dusty windows of thick glass admitted the winter sunlight. Dust motes from the settling door danced in the air. I half expected bats or pigeons or a scurrying rat or two. There was nothing. Not even a scent of animal habitation. Like the road, the city was avoided by wild beasts. I stepped inside, my boots scuffing lightly on the dusty floors. There were the tatters of ancient hangings, a collapsed wooden bench. I lifted my eyes to a ceiling far above my head. This chamber alone could have held the entire exercise grounds at Buck Keep. I felt tiny.
but across the chamber from me were stone steps, marching up into the gloom. As I crossed them, I heard the businesslike mutter of talk, and suddenly the stairs were peopled with tall, robed folk coming and going. Most gripped scrolls or clutched papers, and the tone of their conversation was that of people discussing weighty matters. They were subtly different from any folk I had ever been among. The colour of their eyes were too bright, the bones of their bodies were elongated, but for all that, much else about them was ordinary. This must have been some chamber of laws or ruling, I decided. Only such matters put lines upon so many brows and scowls on so many faces. There were a number of folk in yellow robes and black leggings, bearing a sort of insignia plate upon their shoulders, and these I judged to be officials. As I climbed first one staircase and then another, from the second floor, these yellow robes increased in number. The stairs were somewhat lit by the wide windows at each landing. The first showed me only the upper story of the next building. On the second landing, I gained a view of some roofs. The third floor I had to cross to reach another stairway. Judging by the generous tatters on the walls, this floor had been even more opulent. I began to perceive ghostly furniture as well as people, as if the magic was stronger here. I kept to the edges of the walkways, loath to feel the untouch of folk walking through me. There were many cushioned benches for waiting, another sure sign of officialdom, and many lesser scribes sitting at tables recording information from the scrolls presented to them. I went up yet another flight of stairs, but was frustrated by my quest for a clear view of the city by an immense window of stained glass. The image presented was one of a woman and a dragon. They did not appear to be at odds, but instead stood as if speaking to one another. The woman in this window had black hair and black eyes, and wore a band of bright red on her brow. She carried something in her left hand, but whether it was weapon or wand of office, I could not tell. The immense dragon wore a jewelled collar, but nothing else in its stance or demeanour suggested domestication. I stared at the window, light gleaming through its dusty colours, for several long minutes before I could go on. I felt it had some significance I could not quite grasp. At last, I turned away from it to survey this upper chamber. This floor was better lit than the other ones had been. It was all one huge open chamber, but substantially smaller than the main floor had been. Tall, narrow windows of clear glass alternated with stretches of wall ornately decorated with friezes of battles and agrarian scenes. I was drawn to the artwork, but resolutely directed my steps to another staircase. This was not broad, but was a spiraling stair that I hoped led up to the tower I had glimpsed from outside the building. The city spirits seemed less numerous here. The climb was steeper and longer than I had expected it to be. I opened both my coat and my shirt before I reached the top. The winding steps were lit at intervals by windows scarce wider than arrow slits. At one, a young woman stood staring out over the city, an air of hopelessness in her lavender eyes. She seemed so real, I found myself begging her pardon as I stepped around her. She paid no heed, of course. Again, I had the eerie feeling that I was the ghost here. There were a few landings on this stair and doors leading to chambers, but these were locked, and time seemed to have been more merciful here. The dry air of the upper levels had preserved the wood and metal. I wondered what lay behind their undisturbed fastness. Gleaming treasure? The knowledge of the ages? Mouldering bones? None gave to my shovings, and as I continued up, I hoped I would not find a locked door as my reward at the top of the tower. The whole city was a mystery to me. The ghost life that teemed through it was such a contrast to its utter desertion now.
I had seen no sign of battle. The only upheavals I had seen in the city seemed to be the result of the earth's deep unease. Here I passed more locked doors. I wonder if Ida herself knew what was behind them. No one locks a door unless he expects to return. I wondered where they had gone, the folk of this town who still moved here as ghosts. Why was this river city abandoned? And when? Had this been the home of the Elderlings? Were they the dragons I had seen on the buildings and in the stained-glass window? Some folk enjoy a puzzle. It gave me a pounding headache to complement the nagging hunger that had been growing in me since daybreak. I reached at last the upper tower chamber. It opened all around me. A round chamber with a domed ceiling. 16 panels made up the walls of the room, and 8 were of thick glass, streaked and filthy. They subdued the winter sunlight, flooding into the room through them, making it at once lit and gloomy. One of the windows was shattered and lay in shards both within and without the chamber, for a narrow parapet ran around the outside of the tower. A great round table was partially collapsed in the center of the room. 2 men and 3 women, all armed with pointers, were gesturing at where the table had once dominated the chamber, discussing something. One of the men seemed quite angry. I stepped around the phantom table and bureaucrats. A narrow door opened easily out onto the balcony. There was a wooden railing running about the edge of the parapet, but I did not trust it. Instead, I walked a slow circuit of that tower, caught between wonder and fear of falling. On the south side, a wide river valley spread out before me. In the far distance was an edging of dark blue hills that held up the pale winter sky. The river wound, a fat, lazy snake, through the near part of the valley. In the distance, I could see other towns on the river. Beyond the river was a wide green valley, thickly treed or populated with tidy farmsteads, which blinked in and out of existence when I shook my head to clear my eyes of ghosts. I saw a wide black bridge across the river, and the road continuing beyond it. I wondered where it led. Briefly, I saw bright towers glinting in the distance. I pushed the ghosts away from my mind and saw a distant lake with steam rising off it in the watery sunlight. Was Verity out there somewhere? My eyes wandered to the southeast and widened at what I saw there. Perhaps there was the answer to some of my questions. A whole section of the city was gone. Simply gone. No crumble of ruins were there, no fire-blackened rubble. Only a great and sudden rift gaped in the earth, as if some vast giant had driven in a giant wedge and split it wide. The river had filled it in, a shining tongue of water intruding into the city. The remnants of buildings teetered on its edge still. Streets ended abruptly at the water. My eyes traced this huge wound in the earth. Even at this distance I could tell that the great crack extended beyond the far shore of the river. The destruction had plunged like a spear deep into the heart of the city. The placid water shone silver under the winter sky. I wondered if some sudden earthquake had been the death blow to this city. I shook my head. Too much of it remained standing still. No doubt it had been a great disaster, but it did not explain the city's death to me. I walked slowly around to the north side of the tower. The city spread out at my feet, and beyond it I saw vineyards and grain fields, and beyond them a forested stretch with the road running through it. Several days' ride away were the mountains. I shook my head to myself. By all my bearings I must have come from there, yet I did not recall the intervening journey at all. I leaned back against the wall and wondered what to do. If Verity were somewhere in this city, I felt no tingle of his presence. I wished I could recall why I had left my companions and when.
"Come to me, come to me,"
whispered through my bones. An overwhelming dreariness rose up in me, and I longed simply to lie down where I was and die. I tried to tell myself it was the elf bark. It felt more like the after-effects of near-constant failure. I went back into the central chamber to get out of the chill winter wind. As I stepped back in through the shattered window, a stick rolled under my foot and I nearly fell. When I recovered, I glanced down and wondered that I had not noticed before. At the base of the broken window were the remains of a small fire. Soot had smudged some of the hanging glass remaining in the side part of the window frame. I stooped to touch it cautiously. My fingers came away black. It was not very fresh, but neither was it older than a few months. Otherwise the winter storms would have weathered more of it away. I stepped away and tried to make my weary mind work. The fire was made from wood, but it had included sticks, as from trees or bushes. Someone had deliberately carried small twigs up here to kindle this fire. Why? Why not use the remains of the table, and why climb this high to make a fire for the view? I sat down beside the remains of the fire and tried to think. When I leaned my back against the stone wall, it gave more substance to the arguing phantoms around the table. One shouted something at another, and then drew an imaginary line with his pointer over the collapsed table. One of the women crossed her arms across her chest and looked stubborn, while another smiled coldly and tapped with her own stick on the table. Cursing myself for an idiot, I leaped to my feet to look down at the ancient ruins of the table. The second that I perceived it was a map, I was sure Verity had made the fire. A foolish grin spread wide across my face. Of course! A tall windowed tower looking out over the city and surrounding countryside, and in the center of the room a great table holding the most peculiar map I had ever seen. It was not drawn on paper but made of clay to mimic the rolling countryside. It had cracked in the collapsing of the table, but I could see how the river had been wrought of shining chips of black glass. There were tiny models of the buildings of the city beside the arrow-straight roads, tiny fountains filled with blue chips of glass, even twigs leafed with green wool to represent the greater trees in the city. At intervals throughout the city, small crystals of stone were fixed in the map. I suspected they represented compass points. All was there, even tiny squares to represent stalls in the market. Despite its ruin, it delighted the eye with its detail. I smiled, very certain that within months of Verity returning to Buck Keep, there would be a similar table and map in his skill tower. I bent over it, ignoring the phantoms to retrace my step. I located the map tower easily. As luck would have it, that section of the map was much cracked, but I was still fairly certain of my path as my fingers walked where my feet had the night before. Once more I marveled at the straightness of the roads and the precise intersections where they met. I was not certain exactly where I had first awakened the night before, but I was able to select a section of the city that was not too large and say, with certainty, it was within that square. My eye returned to the tower, and I carefully noted the number of intersections and the turns I must make to return to my starting point. Perhaps, once there, if I cast about, I might find something that would awaken my memories of the missing days. I wished suddenly for a bit of paper and a quill to sketch out the surrounding area. When I did so, the meaning of the fire was instantly clear. Verity had used a burnt stick to make his map. But upon what? I glanced around the room, but there were no hangings on these walls. Instead, the walls between the windows were slabs of white stone, incised with... I stood up to get a closer look. Wonder overtook me. I put my hand on the cold white stone and then peered out of the dirty window beside it. My fingers traced the river I could see in the distance, then found the smooth track of the road that crossed it. The view out of each window was represented by the panel beside it. Tiny glyphs and symbols might have been the names of towns or holdings. I scrubbed at the window, but most of the dirt was on the outside. The significance of the broken window was suddenly clear. Verity had broken out that pane for a clearer view of what lay beyond it. And then he had kindled that fire and used a burnt stick to copy something, probably to the map he had been carrying since Buck Keep. But what? I went to the broken window and studied the panels to either side of it. A hand had smeared the left one, wiping dust away from it. I set my own hand upon the print of Verity's palm in the dust. He had cleared this panel and stared out the window, and then copied something down. I could not doubt that it was his destination. I wondered if what was marked on the panel somehow coordinated with the markings on the map he had carried. I wished in vain that I had Kettrick's copy with me to compare the two. Out of the window I could see the mountains to the north of me. I had come from there. I studied the view, and then tried to relate it to the etched panel beside me. The flickering ghosts of the past were no help. One moment I looked out over a forested countryside. The next, I was looking at vineyards and grain fields. The only feature that was in common to both views was the black ribbon of road that went straight as an arrow to the mountains. My fingers tracked the road up the panel. There, in the distance, it reached the mountains. Some glyphs were marked there where the road diverged, and a tiny sparkle of crystal had been embedded in the panel there. I pushed my face close to the panel and tried to study the tiny glyphs there. Did they match the markings on Verity's map? Were they symbols Kettrick would recognize? I left the tower room and hastened down the stairs, passing through phantoms that seemed to grow stronger and stronger. I heard their words clearly now, and caught glimpses of the tapestries that had once graced the walls. There were so many dragons depicted on them. Elderlings? I asked one of the echoing stone walls, and heard my words shivering up and down the stairs. I sought something to write upon. The tattered tapestries were damp rags that crumbled at a touch. What wood there was old and rotten. I broke down the door to one inner chamber, hoping to find its contents well preserved. Inside, I found the interior walls lined with wooden racks of pigeonholes, each holding a scroll. They looked substantial, as did the writing implements on the table in the center of the room. But my groping fingers found little more than ghosts of paper, crisp and fragile as ashes. My eyes showed me a stack of fresh vellums on a corner shelf. My groping fingers pushed away rotten debris to find, finally, a usable fragment no bigger than my two hands. It was stiff and yellowed, but it might serve. A heavy stoppered glass pot held the dried remnants of an ink. The wooden handles of their writing implements were gone, but the metal tips had survived, and they were long enough for me to grasp firmly. Armed with these supplies, I returned to the map room. Spittle restored the ink to life, and I honed the metal nib on the floor until it shone clean again. I rekindled the remnants of Verity's fire, for the afternoon was becoming overcast, and the light through the dusty windows was dimming. I knelt in front of the panel Verity's hand had dusted, and copied as much as I could of the road, mountains, and other features onto the scrap of stiffened leather. Painstakingly, I squinted at the tiny glyphs, and transferred as many of them as I could to the vellum. Perhaps Kettrick could make sense of them. Perhaps, when we compared this clumsy map of mine to the map she carried, some common feature would make sense. It was all I had to go on. The sun was setting outside, and my fire no more than embers when I finally finished. I looked down on my scratchings, ruefully. Neither Verity nor Fedrin would have been impressed with my work, but it would have to do. When I was certain the ink was set and would not smear, I put the vellum inside my shirt to carry it. I would not chance rain or snow on it to blur my markings. I left the tower as night was falling. My ghostly companions had long since gone home to hearth and supper. I walked the streets among scores of folk seeking their homes or venturing out for an evening's pleasure. I passed inns and taverns that seemed to blaze with light, and heard merry voices from within. It was becoming harder and harder for me to see the truth of the empty streets and abandoned buildings. It was a special misery to walk with my belly growling and my throat dry past inns where phantoms filled themselves with ghostly cheer and shouted aloud to one another in greeting. My plans were simple. I would go to the river and drink. Then I would do my best to return to the first place I remembered in the city. I would find some sort of shelter in that vicinity for the night, and by morning light I would head back toward the mountains. I hoped if I went by that path, I had probably used to come here. Something would stimulate my memory. I was kneeling by the river's edge, one palm flat on the paving stone, drinking cold water, when the dragon appeared. One moment the sky above me was empty. Then there was a golden light on everything, and the noise of great wings beating like the whirring of a pheasant's wings in flight. About me, folk cried out, some in startlement, and some in delight. The creature dived down on us and circled low. The wake of wind it put out set the ships to rocking and the river to rippling. Once more it circled, and then, without warning, it plunged completely out of sight in the river. The golden light it had shed was extinguished, and the night seemed all the darker by comparison. I jerked back reflexively from the dream wave that leaped against the shore as the river absorbed the dragon's impact. All around me, people were staring expectantly at the water. I followed their gazes. At first, I saw nothing. Then the water parted, and a great head emerged from the river. Water dripped from it, and ran gleaming down the golden serpentine neck that next appeared. All the tales I had ever been told had alluded to dragons as worms or lizards or snakes. But as this one emerged from the river, holding out its dripping wings, I found myself thinking of birds. Graceful cormorants rising out of the sea from a dive after fish, or brightly plumaged pheasants, came to my mind as the huge creature emerged. It was fully as large as one of the ships, and the spread of its wings put the canvas sails to shame. It paused on the riverbanks and preened the water from its scaled wings. The word scale does no justice to the ornate plates that sheathed its wings, yet feather is too airy a word to describe them. Could a feather be made of finely beaten gold? Perhaps it might come close to the dragon's plumage. I was transfixed with delight and wonder. The creature ignored me, emerging from the river so close to me that had it been real, I would have been soaked by the water that dripped from its outstretched wings. Every drop that fell back into the river carried the unmistakable shimmer of raw magic with it. The dragon paused on the river bank, its 4 great clawed feet sinking deep in the damp earth as it carefully folded its wings, and then preened its long, forked tail. Golden light bathed me and illuminated the gathering crowd. I turned away from the dragon to regard them. Welcome shone in their faces, and great deference. The dragon had the bright eyes of a gerfalcon and the carriage of a stallion as it strode up to them. The folk parted to make way for it, murmuring respectful greetings. elderling, I said aloud to myself. I followed it, my fingers trailing the building fronts, one with the entranced crowd, as it paraded slowly up the street. Folk poured from taverns to add their greetings and swelled the crowd that followed it. Obviously, this was no common event. I do not know what I hoped to discover by following it. I do not think I really thought of anything at that time, save to follow this immense, charismatic creature. I understood now the reason why the main streets of this city had been built so wide. It was not to allow the passage of wagons, but so that nothing might impede one of these great visitors. It paused once before a great stone basin. Folk rushed forward to vie for the honor of working a windlass of sorts. Bucket after bucket rose on a loop of chain, each spilling its cargo of liquid magic into the basin. When the basin brimmed with the shimmering stuff, the elderling gracefully bowed its neck and drank. Ghost skill, it might be, but even the sight of it awakened that insidious hunger in me. Twice more the basin was filled, and twice more the elderling drank it down before it proceeded on its way. I followed, marveling at what I had seen. Ahead of us suddenly loomed that great gash of destruction that marred the city's symmetrical form. I followed the ghostly procession to the lip of it, only to see everyone, man, woman, and elderling, vanish completely as they strode unconcernedly out into the space. In a short time I stood alone on the edge of that gaping crevasse, hearing only the wind whispering over the still deep water. A few patches of stars showed through the overcast sky and were reflected in the black water. Whatever other secrets of the elderlings I might have learned had been swallowed long ago in that great cataclysm. I turned and walked away slowly, wondering where the elderling had been bound and for what purpose. I shuddered again as I recalled how it had drunk down the silver gleaming power. It took me some time to retrace my steps first to the river. Once there, I focused my mind on recalling what I had seen in the map room earlier that day. My hunger was a hollow thing that rattled against my ribs now, but I resolutely ignored it as I threaded my way through the streets. The strength of will carried me through a knot of brawling shadows, but my resolution failed me when the city guard came charging down the streets on their massive horses. I hopped to one side to let them pass, and winced as I heard the sounds of their falling truncheons. Unreal as it was, I was glad to leave the noisy discord behind me. I made a right turn up a slightly narrower street, and walked on past 3 more intersections. I halted. Here. This was the plaza where I had been kneeling in the snow the night before. There, that pillar standing at its center, I recalled some sort of monument or sculpture looming over me. I walked toward it. It was made of the same ubiquitous black stone veined with gleaming crystal. To my weary eyes it seemed to gleam brighter with the same mysterious unlight the other structures gave off. The faint, shining, outlined on its side glyphs cut deep into its surface. I walked slowly around it. Some, I was sure, were familiar and perhaps twin to those I had copied earlier in the day. Was this, then, some sort of guidepost, labeled with destinations according to compass headings? I reached out a hand to trace one of the familiar glyphs. The night bent around me. A wave of vertigo swept over me. I clutched at the column for support, but somehow missed it, and went stumbling forward. My outstretched hands found nothing, and I fell face forward into crusted snow and ice. For a time, I just lay there, my cheek against the icy road, blinking my useless eyes at the blackness of the night. Then a warm, solid weight hit me. My brother. Night Eyes greeted me joyously. He thrust his cold nose into my face and pawed at my head to rouse me. I knew you would come back. I knew it.
28. The Coterie. Part of the great mystery that surrounds the Elderlings is that the few images we have of them bear small resemblance to each other. This is true not only of tapestries and scrolls that are copies of older works and hence might contain errors, but also of the few images of Elderlings that have survived from King Wisdom's time. Some of the images bear superficial resemblance to the legends of dragons, featuring wings, claws, scaly skin, and great size. But others do not. In at least one tapestry, the Elderling is depicted as smaller to a human, but gold of skin and great of size. The images do not even agree in the number of limbs that benevolent race possessed. They may have as many as 4 legs and 2 wings also, or have no wings at all, and walk upon 2 legs as a man. It has been theorized that so little was written about them because knowledge of the Elderlings at that time was regarded as common knowledge. Just as no one sees fit to create scrolls that deals with the most basic attributes of what a horse is, for it would serve no useful purpose, so no one thought that one day Elderlings would be the stuff of legends. To a certain degree this makes sense, but one has only to look about at all the scrolls and tapestries in which horses are featured as the stuff of common life to find a flaw. Were Elderlings so accepted a part of life, surely they would have been more often depicted. After a very confusing hour or two, I found myself back in the yurt with the others. That night seemed all the colder for my having spent an almost warm day in the city. We huddled in the tent, in our blankets. They had told me I had vanished from the lip of the cliff only the night before. I had told them of all I had encountered in the city. There had been a certain amount of disbelief on everyone's part. I had felt both moved and guilty to see how much anguish my disappearance had caused them. Starling had obviously been weeping, while both Kettle and Kettricken had the owly look of folks who had not slept. The Fool had been the worst, pale and silent, with a slight trembling to his hands. It had taken a bit of time for all of us to recover. Kettle had cooked a meal twice the size of what we usually had, and all save the Fool had eaten heartily. He did not seem to have the energy. While the others sat in a circle around the brazier listening to my tale, he was already curled in his blankets, the wolf snug beside him. He seemed completely exhausted. After I had been over the details of my adventure for the 3rd time, Kettle commented cryptically,
"Well, thank Ida you were dosed with elf bark before you were taken. Otherwise, you would never have kept your wits at all."
"You say taken?" I pressed immediately. She scowled at me.
"You know what I mean."
She looked about at all of us, staring at her.
"Through the guidepost, or whatever it is. They must have something to do with it."
A silence met her words.
"It seems obvious to me, that's all."
"He left us at 1 and arrived there at 1 and returned to us the same way." "But why didn't they take anyone else?" I protested.
"Because you are the only skill-sensitive one among us,"
she pointed out. "Are they skill-wrought as well?" I asked her bluntly. She met my glance.
"I looked at the guidepost by daylight. It is hewn of black stone and wide threads of shining crystal in it. Like the walls of the city you describe. Did you touch both posts?"
I was silent a moment, thinking. "I believe so." She shrugged.
"Well, there you are. A skill-imbued object can retain the intent of its maker. Those posts were erected to make travel easier for those who could master them.
I've never heard of such things. How do you know them?
I am only speculating on what seems obvious to me, she told me stubbornly, and that is all I'm going to say. I'm going to sleep. I'm exhausted. We all spent the entire night and most of the day looking for you and worrying about you. What hours we could rest, that wolf never stopped howling.
Howling? I called you. You did not answer. I did not hear you, or I would have tried. I begin to fear, little brother. Forces pull at you, taking you to places I cannot follow, closing your mind to mine. This, right now, is as close as I have ever come to being accepted into a pack, but if I lost you, even it would be lost to me. You will not lose me. I promised him, but I wondered if it was a promise I could keep. Fitz, Kettricken asked in a nudging voice. I am here, I assured her. Let us look at the map you copied. I took it out and she drew out her own map. We compared the two. It was hard to find any similarities, but the scales of the maps were different. At last we decided that the piece I had copied down in the city bore a superficial resemblance to the portion of trail that was drawn on Kettricken's map. This place, I gestured to one destination marked on her map, would seem to be the city. If that is so, then this corresponds to this, and this to this. The map Verity had set out with had been a copy of this older, faded map. On that one, the trail I now thought of as the Skill Road had been marked, but oddly, as a path that began suddenly in the mountains and ended abruptly at 3 separate destinations. The significance of those endpoints had once been marked on the map, but those markings had faded into inky smears. Now, we only had the map I had copied in the city, with those 3 endpoints on it also. One had been the city itself, the other 2 were now our concern. Kettricken studied the glyphs I had copied from the city's map. I've seen such markings from time to time, she admitted uneasily. No one truly reads them anymore. A handful of them are still known. One encounters them mostly in odd places. In a few places in the mountains, there are raised stones that have such marks. There are some at the west end of the Great Chasm Bridge. No one knows when they were carved or why. Some are thought to mark graves, but others say they marked land boundaries. Can you read any of them? I asked her. A few. They are used in a challenge game. Some are stronger than others. Her voice trailed off as she studied my scratchings. None match exactly the ones I know, she said at last, disappointment heavy in her voice. This one is almost like the one for stone, but the others I have not seen at all. Well, it's one of the ones that was marked here. I tried to make my voice sound cheery. Stone conveyed nothing at all to me. It seems closest to where we are. Shall we go there next?
I would have liked to see the city, the fool said softly. I should have liked to see the dragon, too.
I nodded slowly. It is a place and a thing worth seeing. Much knowledge is there, if only we had the time to ferret it out. Did not I have Verity always in my head with his come to me, come to me? I think I would have been more curious to explore. I said nothing to them of my dreams of Molly and Chade. Those were private things, as was my ache to be home with her again.
Doubtless you would have,
Kettle agreed.
And doubtless gotten yourself into more trouble that way. I wonder, did he so bind you to keep you on the road and protect you from distractions?
I would have challenged her again on her knowledge, had not the fool repeated softly,
I would have liked to see the city.
We should all sleep now. We are up at first light to travel hard tomorrow. It heartens me to think that Verity had been there before Fitz chivalry, even as it fills me with foreboding. We must get to him quickly. I can no longer stand wondering each night why he never returned.
Comes a catalyst to make stone of flesh and flesh of stone. At his touch shall be wakened the dragons of the earth. The sleeping city shall tremble and waken to him. Comes a catalyst.
The fool's voice was dreamy.
The writings of White Damia.
Kettle added reverently. She looked at me for a moment, was annoyed.
Hundreds of years of writings and prophecies, and they all terminate in you?
Not my fault, I said inanely. I was already rucking my way into my blankets. I thought longingly of the almost warm day I had had. The wind was blowing, and I felt chill to the bone. I was drowsing off when the fool reached over to pat my face with a warm hand.
"Good you're alive,"
he muttered. "Thank you," I said. I was summoning up Kettle's game board and pieces in an effort to keep my mind to myself for the night. I had just begun to contemplate the problem. Suddenly, I sat up, exclaiming, "Your hand is warm, fool! Your hand is warm!"
"Go to sleep,"
Starling chided me in an offended tone. I ignored her. I dragged the blanket down from the fool's face and touched his cheek. His eyes opened slowly. "You're warm," I told him. "Are you all right?"
"I don't feel warm,"
he informed me miserably.
"I feel cold and very, very tired."
I began building up the fire in the brazier hastily. Around me the others were stirring. Starling across the tent had sat up and was peering at me through the gloom. "The fool is never warm," I told them, trying to make them understand my urgency. "Always, when you touch his skin, it is cool. Now he's warm." "Indeed?" Starling asked in an oddly sarcastic voice.
"Is he ill?"
Kettle asked tiredly. "I don't know. I've never known him to be ill in my whole life."
"I am seldom ill,"
the fool corrected me quietly.
"But this is a fever I have known before. Lie down and sleep, Fitz. It'll be all right. I expect the fever will have burned out by morning."
"Whether it has or not, we must travel tomorrow morning," Kettricken said implacably. "We have already lost a day lingering here." "Lost a day?" I exclaimed, almost angrily. "Gained a map, or more detail of one, and knowledge that Verity had been to the city. For myself, I doubt not that he went there as I did, and perhaps returned to this very spot. We have not lost a day, Kettricken, but gained all the days it would have taken us to find a way down to what remains to the road down there, and then tramp to the city and back again. As I recall, you had proposed spending a day just to seek a way down that slide. Well, we did, and we found the way." I paused. I took a breath and imposed calm on my voice. "I will not seek to force any of you to my will. But the fool is not well enough to travel tomorrow. I shall not travel either." A glint came into Kettricken's eyes, and I braced myself for battle. But the fool forestalled it.
"I shall travel tomorrow, well or not,"
he assured us both.
"That's settled, then,"
Kettricken said swiftly. Then, in a more humane voice, she asked, "Fool, is there anything I can do for you? I would not use you so harshly, were not the need so great. I have not forgotten, and never shall, that without you, I would never have reached Jampe alive." I sensed a story I was not privy to, but kept my questions to myself.
"I will be fine. I am just... Fitz, could I beg some elf bark of you? That warmed me last night as nothing else has."
"Certainly." I was rummaging in my pack for it when Kettle spoke out warningly.
"Fool, I counsel you against it. It is a dangerous herb and almost often more damaging than good. Who knows but you are ill tonight because you had some night before last?"
"It is not that potent an herb," I said disdainfully.
I've used it for a number of years and taken no lasting ill from it." Kettle gave a snort.
"None that you are wise enough to see, anyway,"
she said sarcastically. "But it is a warming herb that gives energy to the flesh, even if it is deadening to the spirit." "I always found it restored me rather than deadened me," I countered, as I found the small packet and opened it. Without my asking her, Kettle got up to put water on to boil. I never noticed it dulling my mind. I added,
"The one taking it seldom does," she retorted. "And while it may boost your physical energy for a time, you must always pay for it later. Your body is not to be tricked, young man. You will know that better when you are as old as I."
I fell silent. As I thought back over the times I had used elfbark to restore myself, I had the uncomfortable suspicion that she was at least partly right. But my suspicion was not enough to keep me from brewing 2 cups, rather than just 1. Kettle shook her head at me, but lay back down and said no more. I sat beside the fool as we drank our tea. Then he handed me back the empty mug. His hand seemed warmer, not cooler. "Your fever is rising," I warned him.
"No, it is just the heat of the mug on my skin,"
he suggested. I ignored him. "You are shaking all over."
"A bit,"
he admitted. Then his misery broke through, and he said,
"I am cold as I have ever been before. My back and my jaws ache from shaking with it."
"Flank him," suggested Night Eyes. The big wolf shifted to press more closely against him. I added my blankets to those covering the fool, and then crawled in beside him. He said not a word, but his shivering lessened somewhat. "I can't recall that you were ever ill at Buck Keep," I said quietly.
"I was, but very seldom, and kept to myself. As you recall, the healer had little tolerance for me, and I for him. I would not have trusted my health to his purges and tonics. Besides, what works for your kind sometimes does nothing for mine."
"Is your kind so vastly different from mine?" I asked after a time. He had brought us close to a topic we had seldom even mentioned.
"In some ways,"
he sighed. He lifted a hand to his brow.
"But sometimes I surprise even myself."
He took a breath, then sighed it out, as if he had endured some pain for an instant.
"I may not even be truly ill. I have been going through some changes in the past year, as you have noticed."
He ended the last in a whisper. "You have grown and gathered colour," I agreed softly.
"That is part of it."
A smile twitched over his face, then faded.
"I think I am almost an adult now."
I snorted softly. "I have counted you as a man for many years, fool. I think you found your manhood before I did mine."
"Did I? How droll!"
he exclaimed softly, and for a moment sounded almost like himself. His eyes sagged shut.
"I am going to sleep now,"
he told me. I made no reply. I shouldered deeper into the blanket beside him and set my walls once more. I sank into a dreamless rest that was not cautionless sleep. I awoke before the first light with a foreboding of danger. Beside me, the fool slept heavily. I touched his face and found it warm still and misted with sweat. I rolled away from him, tucking the blankets in tight around him. I added a twig or two of precious fuel to the brazier and began drawing my clothes on quietly. Night Eyes was immediately alert. "Going out? Just to sniff about. Shall I come?" "Keep the fool warm. I won't be long." "Are you sure you'll be all right?" "I'll be very careful. I promise." The cold was like a slap. The darkness, absolute. After a moment or two my eyes adjusted, but even so I could see little more than the tent itself. An overcast had blotted the stars even. I stood still in the icy wind, straining my senses to find what had disturbed me.
It was not the skill, but my wit that quested out into the darkness for me. I sensed our party, and the hunger of the huddled Jeppas. Grain alone would not keep them long. Another worry. Resolutely I set it aside and pushed my senses further. I stiffened. Horses? Yes. And riders? I thought so. Night Eyes was suddenly beside me. Can you scent them?
The wind is wrong. Shall I go see?
Yes, but be unseen.
Of course, see to the fool,
he whimpered when I left him. In the tent, I quietly woke Kettricken. I think there may be danger, I told her softly. Horses and riders possibly on the road behind us, I'm not certain yet.
By the time we are certain they will be here, she said dourly. Wake everyone. I want us up and ready to move by light. The fool is still feverish, I said, even as I stooped and shook Starling's shoulder. If he stays here, he won't be feverish. He'll be dead, and you with him. Has the wolf gone to spy for us? Yes. I knew she was right, but it was still hard to force myself to shake the fool to consciousness. He moved like a man in a daze. While the others bundled our gear, I hurried him into his coat and nagged him into an extra pair of leggings. I wrapped him in all our blankets and stood him outside, while the rest of us struck the tent and loaded it. Of Kettricken, I asked quietly, "How much weight can a Jeppa bear?" "More than the fool weighs. But they are too narrow to straddle comfortably, and they are skittish with a live load. We might put him on one for a ways, but it would be uncomfortable for him, and the Jeppa would be difficult to control." It was the answer I had expected, but it did not make me happy. "What news from the wolf?" she asked me. I reached for Night Eyes and was dismayed to find what an effort it was to touch minds with him. 6 riders, I told her. "Friend or foe?" she asked. "He has no way to know." I pointed out to her. To the wolf I asked, "How do the horses look?" "Delicious." "Large like sooty or small like mountain horses?" "Between." "One pack mule." "They are horses, not mountain ponies," I told Kettricken. She shook her head to herself. "Most of my folk do not use horses this high in the mountains. They would use ponies or Jeppas. Let us decide they are enemies and act accordingly." "Run or fight?" "Both, of course." She had already taken her bow from one of the Jeppa's loads. Now she strung it to have it ready. "First we look for a better place to stage an ambush. Then we wait. Let's go." It was easier said than done. Only the smoothness of the road made it possible at all. Light was only a rumor as we started that day. Starling led the Jeppas ahead. I brought the fool behind them, while Kettle with her staff and Kettricken with her bow followed us. At first I let the fool try to walk on his own. He lurched slowly along, and as the Jeppas drew inexorably away from us, I knew it would not do. I put his left arm across my shoulders and my arm about his waist and hurried him along. In a short time he was panting and struggling to keep his feet from dragging. The unnatural warmth of his body was frightening. Cruelly, I forced him on, praying for cover of some sort. When we came to it, it was not the kindness of trees, but the cruelty of sharp stone. A great portion of the mountain above the road had given way and cascaded down. It had carried off more than half the road with it, and left what remained heaped high with stone and earth. Starling and the Jeppas were looking at it dubiously when the fool and I limped up. I set him down on a stone, where he sat, eyes closed and head bowed. I pulled the blankets more closely around him, and then went to stand by Starling. "It's an old slide," she observed. "Maybe it won't be that hard to scramble across it." "Maybe," I agreed, my eyes already looking for a place to attempt it. Snow overlaid the stone, cloaking it. If I go first with the Jeppers, can you follow with the Fool? I suppose. She glanced over at him. How bad is she? There was only worry in Starling's voice, so I swallowed my annoyance. He can stagger along if he has an arm to lean on. Don't start to follow until the last animal is up and moving across it. Then follow our tracks. Starling bobbed her head in agreement, but did not look happy. Shouldn't we wait for Kettricken and Kettle? I thought. No. If those riders do catch up with us, I don't want to be here with Stone at my back. We crossed the slide. I wished the wolf were with us, for he was twice as sure-footed as I and much quicker of reflex. Can't come to you without their seeing me. It's sheer rock above and below the road here, and they are between you and me. Don't fret about it. Just watch them and keep me alerted. Do they travel swiftly? They walk their horses and argue much among themselves. One is fat and weary of riding. He says little, but he does not hasten. Be careful, my brother. I took a deep breath and, as no place looked better than any other, simply followed my nose. At first, there was just a scattering of loose stone across the road, but beyond that was a wall of great boulders, rocky soil, and loose, sharp-edged stone. I picked my way up this treacherous footing. The lead Jeppa following me, and the others came behind her unquestioningly. I soon found that blowing snow had frozen across the rocks in thin sheets, often covering hollows and cracks beneath them. I stepped carelessly on one, and thrust my leg down to my knee in a crack. I extricated myself carefully, and proceeded. When I took a moment and looked around me, my courage almost failed. Above me was a great slope of slide debris, going up to a sheer wall of rock. I walked on a hillside of loose rock and stone. Looking ahead, I could not see where it ended. If it gave way, I would tumble and slide with it to the edge of the road and shoot off it into the deep valley beyond. There would be nothing, not a twig of greenery, not a boulder of any size that I could cling to. Small things became suddenly frightening. The Jeppa's nervous tugging at the lead rope I clutched, a sudden shift in the push of the breeze, even my hair blowing in my eyes, were abruptly life-threatening. Twice I dropped to all fours and crawled. The rest of the way I went at a crouch, looking before I placed a foot and trusting my weight to it slowly. Behind me came the line of Jeppas, all following the lead beast. They were not as cautious as I. I heard stones shift beneath them, and small scatterings of rock that they loosened went pebbling and bounding down the slope to shoot off in space. Each time it happened, I feared it would waken other rocks and set them sliding. They were not roped together, save for the lead I had on the first beast. At any moment I dreaded to see one go slipping down the hillside. They were strung out behind me like corks on a net, and far behind them came Starling and the Fool. I stopped once to watch them and cursed myself as I realized the difficulty of the task I had given her. They came at half my crawling pace, with Starling gripping the Fool and watching footing for both of them. My heart was in my mouth when she stumbled once and the Fool sprawled flat beside her. She looked up then and saw me staring back at her. Angrily, she lifted an arm and motioned me to go on. I did. There was nothing else I could do. The dump of rock and stone ended as abruptly as it had begun. I scrabbled down to the road's flat surface with gratitude. Behind me came the lead Jeppa, and then the other beasts, jumping from scarp to rock to road, like goats as they descended. As soon as they were all down, I scattered some grain on the road to keep them well bunched, and clambered back up the slide's shoulder. I could see neither Starling nor the Fool. I wanted to run back across the face of the slide. Instead, I forced myself to go slowly, picking my way back along the tracks the Jeppas and I had left.
I told myself that I should be able to see their brightly coloured garments in this dull landscape of greys and blacks and whites, and finally I did. Starling was sitting quite still in a patch of scree, with the Fool stretched out beside her on the stones. "Starling!" I called to her softly. She looked up. Her eyes were huge. "It all started to move around us, little rocks and then bigger ones, so I stopped still to let it settle. Now I can't get the Fool up and I can't carry her." She fought the panic in her voice. "Sit still." "I'm coming." I could plainly see where a section of the surface rock had broken loose and started tumbling. Rolling pebbles had left their tracks over the snowy surface. I sized up what I could see and wished I knew more of avalanches. The movement of stones seemed to have begun well above them and to have flowed past them. We were still a good ways above the edge, but once the scree began moving, it would swiftly carry us over the edge. I made my heart cold and relied on my head. "Starling!" I called to her softly again. It was needless. Her attention was entirely focused on me. "Come to me, very slowly and carefully." "What about the Fool?" "Leave him. Once you are safe, I will go back for him. If I come to you, all three of us will be at risk. It is one thing to see the logic of something. It is another to force oneself to keep a resolve that smacks of cowardice." I do not know what Starling was thinking as she got slowly to her feet. She never straightened up entirely, but ventured toward me, one slow step at a time, crouched over. I bit my lip and kept silent, though I longed to urge her to hurry. Twice small herds of pebbles were loosened by her steps. They went cascading downhill, rousing others to join them as they flowed down the incline and then bounded over the edge. Each time she froze in a crouch, her eyes fixed desperately on me. I stood and stupidly wondered what I would do if she started to slide with the rocks. Would I fling myself uselessly after her, or watch her go and keep forever the memory of those dark eyes pleading? But at last she reached the relative safety of the larger rocks where I stood. She clutched at me, and I held her, feeling the trembling that rattled through her. After a long moment I gripped her upper arms firmly and held her a little apart from me. "You have to go on now. It's not far. When you get there, stay there and keep the Jeppas bunched together. Do you understand?" She gave a quick nod, and then took a deep breath. She stepped free of me and began cautiously to follow the trail the Jeppas and I had left. I let her get a safe distance away before I took my first cautious steps toward the Fool. The rocks shifted and grated more noticeably under my greater weight. I wondered if I would be wiser to walk higher or lower on the slope than she had. I thought of going back to the Jeppas for a rope, but could think of nothing to secure it to. And all the while I kept moving forward, one cautious step at a time. The Fool himself did not move. Rocks began to move around my feet, tapping against my ankles as they tumbled past me, slipping out from under my feet. I halted where I was, frozen by the gravel hurrying past me. I felt one of my feet start to slip, and before I could control myself I plunged forward a step. The exodus of small rocks became swifter and more determined. I did not know what to do. I thought of flinging myself flat and spreading my weight, but decided swiftly it would only make it more easy for the tumbling rocks to carry me with them. Not one of the moving stones was bigger than my fist, but there were so many of them. I froze where I was and counted 10 breaths before the rattlings settled again. It took every scrap of courage I could muster to take the next step. I studied the ground for a time and selected a place that looked least unstable. I eased my weight to that foot and chose a place for my next step.
By the time I reached the fool's prone body, my shirt was sweated to my back and my jaw ached from clenching it. I eased myself down beside him. Starling had lifted the blanket's corner to shelter his face, and he still lay covered like a dead man. I lifted it away, to look down at his closed eyes. He was a hue I had never seen before. The deathly white of his skin at Buck Keep had taken on a yellowish cast in the mountains, but now he was a terrible dead colour. His lips were dry and chapped, his eyelashes crusted yellow, and he was still warm to the touch. "Fool?" I asked him gently, but he made no response. I spoke on, hoping some part of him would hear me. "I'm going to have to lift you and carry you. The footing is bad, and if I slip, we're going to fall all the way. So once I have you up in my arms, you must be very, very still. Do you understand?" He took a slightly deeper breath. I took it for assent. I knelt downhill of him and worked my hands and arms under his body. As I straightened up, the arrow scar in my back screamed. I felt sweat pop out on my face. I knelt upright for a moment, the fool in my arms, mastering my pain and gaining my balance. I shifted one leg to get my foot under me. I tried to stand up slowly, but as I did so, rocks began cascading past me. I fought a terrible urge to clutch the fool to me and run. The rattling and scattering of loose shale went on and on and on. When it finally ceased, I was trembling with the effort of standing perfectly still. I was ankle-deep in loose scree. "Fitzchivalry!" I turned my head slowly. Kettricken and Kettle had caught up. They were standing uphill of me, well off the patch of loosened stone. They both looked sickened at my predicament. Kettricken was the first to recover. "Kettle and I are going to cross above you. Stay where you are and be as still as you can. Did Starling and the Jeppers make it across?" I managed a small nod. I had not the spit to speak. "I'll get a rope and come back. I'll be as quick as it is safe to be." Another nod from me. I had to twist my body to watch them, so I did not. Nor did I look down. The wind blew past me, the stone ticked under my feet, and I looked down into the fool's face. He did not weigh much for a man grown. He had always been slight and bird-boned, relying on his tongue for defence, rather than fist and muscle. But as I stood and held him, he grew weightier and weightier in my arms. The circle of pain in my back slowly expanded, and somehow managed to make my arms ache with it. I felt him give a slight twitch in my arms. "Be still," I whispered. He prized his eyes open and looked up at me. His tongue sought to moisten his lips. "What are we doing?" he croaked. "We're standing very still, in the middle of an avalanche," I whispered back. My throat was so dry it was hard to talk. "I think I could stand," he offered weakly. "Don't move," I ordered him. He took a slightly deeper breath. "Why are you always near when I get into these sort of situations?" He wondered hoarsely. "I could ask you the same," I retorted, unfairly. "Fitz!" I twisted my screaming back to look up at Kettricken. She was silhouetted against the sky. She had a Jepper with her, the lead one. She had a coil of rope looped on one shoulder. The other end was fixed to the Jepper's empty pack harness. "I'm going to throw the rope to you. Don't try to catch it. Let it go past you, and then pick it up and wrap it around yourself. Understand?" "Yes." She could not have heard my answer, but she nodded back to me encouragingly. In a moment, the rope came flopping and uncoiling past me. It unsettled a small amount of pebbles, but their scurrying motion was enough to make me sick. The length of the rope sprawled across the rock, less than an arm's length from my foot. I looked down at it and tasted despair. I steeled my will. Fool. Can you hold on to me? I have to try to pick up the rope.
I think I can stand,
he offered again. You may have to, I admitted unwillingly. Be ready for anything, but whatever else, hold on to me.
Only if you promise to hold on to the rope.
I'll do my best, I promised grimly. My brother, they have stopped where we camped last night. Of the 6 men... Not now, Night Eyes. 3 have gone down as you did, and 3 remain with the horses. Not now! The fool shifted his arms to get an awkward hold on my shoulders. The damnable blankets that had swathed him were everywhere I did not want them to be. I clutched at the fool with my left arm, and got my right hand and arm somewhat clear, even though my arm was still under him. I fought a ridiculous impulse to laugh. It was all so stupidly awkward and dangerous. Of all the ways I had thought I might die, this one had never occurred to me. I met the fool's eyes and saw the same panicky laughter in them. Ready? I told him, and crouched toward the rope. Every taut muscle in my body screeched and cramped. My fingers failed to touch the rope by a hand's breadth. I glanced up to where Kettricken and the Jepper were anxiously poised. It came to me that I had no idea what was supposed to happen once I had the rope. But my muscles were already extended too far to stop and ask questions. I forced my hand to the rope, even as I felt my right foot sliding out from under me. Everything happened simultaneously. The fool's grip on me tightened convulsively as the whole hillside beneath us seemed to break into motion. I grasped the rope, but was still sliding downhill. Just before it tightened, I managed to flip one wrap around my waist. Above us, and to the east of us, Kettricken led the sure-footed Jepper on. I saw the animal stagger as it took part of our weight. It dug in its feet and kept moving across the slide zone. The rope tightened, biting into my wrist and hand. I held on. I don't know how I scrabbled my feet under me, but I did, and made a semblance of walking as the hill kept rattling away beneath me. I found myself swinging like a slow pendulum, with the taut rope providing me just enough resistance to keep me atop the rattling stones sliding downhill past me. Suddenly I felt firmer footing. My boots were full of tiny pebbles, but I ignored them as I kept my grip on the rope and moved steadily across the slide area. By now, we were far downhill of the original path I had chosen. I refused to look down and see how close we were to the edge. I concentrated on keeping my awkward grip on the fool and the rope, and keeping my feet moving. Abruptly, we were out of danger. I found myself in an area of bigger rocks, free of the loose scree that had nearly ended our lives. Above us, Kettricken kept moving steadily, and so did we. And then we were climbing down into the blessedly level roadbed. In a few more minutes, we were all on flat, snowy ground. I dropped the rope, and slowly sagged down with the fool. I closed my eyes.
Here, drink some water.
It was Kettle's voice, and she was offering me a water skin as Kettricken and Starling pried the fool out of my arms. I drank some water and shook for a short while. Every part of me hurt as if bruised. As I sat recovering, something pushed into the front of my mind. I suddenly staggered to my feet. 6 of them, and 3 have gone down as I did, he said. All eyes turned to me at my blurted words. Kettle was getting water down the fool, but he did not look much better. Her mouth was pursed with worry and displeasure. I knew what she feared. But the fear the wolf had given me was more compelling. What did you say? Kettricken asked me gently, and I realized they thought my mind was wandering again. Night Eyes has been following them. 6 men on horses, 1 pack animal. They stopped at our old campsite, and he said that 3 of them went down as I did.
Meaning to the city?
Kettricken asked slowly.
To the city, Night Eyes echoed. It chilled me to see Kettricken nod as if to herself.
How can that be? Starling asked softly. Kettle told us the signpost only worked for you because you had had skill training. It didn't affect any of the rest of us.
They must be skilled ones,
Kettle said softly, and looked at me questioningly. There was only one answer.
Regal's coterie,
I said, and shuddered. The sickness of dread rose in me. They were so horribly close, and they knew how to hurt me so badly. An overwhelming fear of pain flooded my mind. I fought panic. Kettricken patted my arm awkwardly.
Fitz, they'll not get past that slide easily. With my bow, I can pick them off as they cross.
Kettricken offered these words. There was irony in my queen offering to protect the royal assassin. Somehow it steadied me, even as I knew her bow was no protection from the coterie. They don't need to come here to attack me. Or Verity. I took a deep breath, and suddenly heard an additional fact in my words. They don't need to physically follow us here to attack us. So why have they come all this way? The fool leaned up on an elbow. He rubbed at his pasty face.
Maybe they don't come here to pursue you at all, he suggested slowly. Maybe they want something else.
What? I demanded.
What did Verity come for?
He demanded. His voice was weak, but he seemed to be thinking very carefully. The aid of the elderlings. Regal never believed in them. He saw it only as a way to get Verity out of his path.
Perhaps. But he knew the tale he spread of Verity's death was a fabrication of his own. You yourself say that his coterie waited and spied upon you. In what hopes, if not to discover Verity's whereabouts? By now he must wonder as much as the Queen does. Why has Verity not returned? And Regal must wonder what errand was so important that the bastard turned aside from killing him to set forth on it. Look behind you, Fitz. You have left a trail of blood and mayhem. Regal must wonder where it all ends.
Why would they go down into the city? I asked. And then a worse question. How did they know how to go down into the city? I blundered into it, but how did they know?
Perhaps they are far stronger than you in the skill. Perhaps the guidepost spoke to them, or perhaps they came here already knowing much more than you did.
Kettle spoke carefully, but there was no perhaps in her voice. It was all suddenly clear to me. I don't know why they are here, but I know I am going to kill them before they can get to Verity or trouble me any further. I heaved myself to my feet. Starling sat staring at me. I think she realized at the moment exactly what I was, not some romanticized princeling in exile who would eventually do some heroic task, but a killer. And not even a very competent one.
Rest a bit first,
Kettricken advised me. Her voice was steady and accepting. I shook my head. I wish I could, but the opportunity they've given me is now. I don't know how long they'll be in the city. I hope they'll spend some time there. I'm not going down to meet them, you see. I'm no match for them in the skill. I can't fight their minds, but I can kill their bodies. If they've left their horses, guards, and supplies behind them, I can take those things from them. Then when they come back, they'll be trapped. No food, no shelter, no game to hunt around here, even if they remembered how to hunt. I won't get a chance as good as this again. Kettricken was nodding reluctantly. Starling looked ill. The fool had sagged back into his bedding.
I should be going with you,
he said quietly. I looked at him and tried to keep amusement out of my voice. You?
I've just a feeling that I should go with you, that you should not go alone.
I won't be alone. Night Eyes is waiting for me.
I quested out briefly and found my comrade. He was crouched on his belly in the snow, down trail of the guards and horses. They had built a small fire and were cooking food over it. It was making the wolf hungry. "Shall we have horse tonight?" "We shall see," I told him. I turned to Kettricken. "May I take your bow?" She handed it over reluctantly. "Can you shoot it?" she asked. It was a very fine weapon. Not well, but well enough. They've no cover worth mentioning, and they aren't expecting an attack. If I'm lucky, I can kill one before they know I'm even around. "You'll shoot one without even issuing a challenge?" Starling asked faintly. I looked into the sudden disillusionment in her eyes. I closed my eyes and focused on my task instead. "Night Eyes?" "Shall I drive the horses over the cliff, or just down the trail? They've already scented me and are getting anxious, but the men pay no attention. I'd like the supplies they're carrying, if it can be managed." Why did killing a horse bother me more than killing a man? "We'll see." Night Eyes replied judiciously, "Meat is meat." He added. I slung Kettricken's quiver over my back. The wind was kicking up again, promising more snow. The thought of crossing the slide area again turned my bowels toward her. "There is no choice," I reminded myself. I looked up to see Starling turning away from me. She had evidently taken my remark as her reply. Well, it would serve there as well. "If I fail, they will come after you," I said carefully. "You should get as far from here as you can. Travel until you can't see any more. If all goes well, we'll catch up with you soon enough." I crouched down beside the fool. "Can you walk at all?" I asked him.
"For a way,"
he said dully. "If I must, I can carry him." Kettricken spoke with quiet certainty. I looked at the tall woman and believed her. I gave her a short nod of my head. "Wish me luck," I told them, and turned back to the slide zone.
"I'm coming with you,"
Kettle announced abruptly. She stood up from retying her boots.
"Give me the bow, and follow where I walk."
I was speechless for a moment. "Why?" I demanded at last.
"Because I know what I'm doing crossing that rock, and I'm more than good enough with a bow. I'll wager I can drop 2 of them before they know we're there."
"But she is very good on the slide," Kettricken observed calmly. "Starling, take the jeppers. I'll bring the fool." She gave us an unreadable look. "Catch up as soon as you can." I recalled that I'd tried to leave Kettle behind once before. If she was going with me, I wanted her to be with me, not coming up behind me when I didn't expect it. I glared at her, but nodded.
"The bow,"
she reminded me. "Can you really shoot well?" I asked her as I grudgingly surrendered it. A funny smile twisted her face. She looked down at her crooked fingers.
"I would not tell you I could do a thing if I could not. Some of my old skills are still mine,"
she said quietly. We set out to clamber back up onto the tumbled rock. Kettle went first, her probing staff in hand, and I came behind her, one staff length back as she had bid me. She didn't say a word to me as she glanced back and forth between the ground at her feet and where she wished to take us. I could not discern what it was that decided her path, but the loose stone and crystalline snow remained quiet under her short steps. She made it look easy enough that I began to feel foolish. They are eating now, and no one keeps a watch. I relayed the information to Kettle, who nodded grimly. To myself I fretted and wondered if she would be able to do what needed doing. To be good with a bow is one thing. To shoot a man down while he is eating his dinner peacefully is another. I thought of Starling's objection, and wondered what kind of man would show himself and issue a challenge before trying to kill all 3 men. I touched the hilt of my short sword. Well,
It was what Chade had promised me so long ago. Killing for my king, with none of the honor or glory of the soldier on the battlefield. Not that any of my battle memories had much of honor or glory in them. We were suddenly clambering down from the loose rock of the slide area, going very quietly and carefully. Kettle spoke very softly.
"We've a ways to go yet, but when we get there, let me choose my spot and get my first shot off. As soon as the man is down, show yourself and draw their attention. They may not look for me, and I may get another clean shot."
"Have you done this sort of thing before?" I asked softly.
"It's not that different from our game, Fitz. From here. Let us go silently."
I knew then she had not killed this way before, if she had ever killed a human before at all. I began to doubt the wisdom of giving her the bow. At the same time, I was selfishly grateful for her companionship. I wondered if I were losing my courage.
"Perhaps you are learning that a pack is best for such things."
Perhaps. There was little cover on the road. Above and below us the mountainside rose sheer. The road itself was flat and bare. We rounded a shoulder of the mountain, and their camp was in plain sight. All 3 guards still sat carelessly about the fire, eating and talking. The horses caught our scent and shifted with small snortings. But as the wolf had kept them uneasy for some time, the men paid them no mind. Kettle set an arrow to her bow as we walked, and carried it, ready. In the end, it was simple. Ugly, mindless slaughter, but simple. She let go her arrow when one of the men noticed us. It took him through the chest. The other 2 leaped to their feet, turned to see us, and dived for their weapons. But in that short space of time, Kettle had knocked another arrow and let fly as the helpless wretch drew a sword clear. Night Eyes came suddenly from behind to bear the last man down and hold him until I could rush in to finish him with a sword. It had happened swiftly, almost quietly. 3 dead men sprawled in the snow, 6 sweating, restless horses, 1 impassive mule. "Kettle, see what food they have on the horses," I told her, to stop her awful staring. She swung her gaze to me, then slowly nodded. I went over to the bodies to see what they might tell me. They did not wear Regal's colours, but the origin of 2 were plain in the features of their faces and the cut of their clothes. Pharaoh-men. The 3rd one, when I turned him over, near stopped my heart. I'd known him in Buck Keep, not well, but enough to know his name was Tallow. I crouched, looking down into his dead face, ashamed that I could recall no more of him than that. I supposed he had gone on to Tradeford when Regal moved the court there. Many of the servants had. I tried to tell myself it did not matter where he had begun. He had ended here. I closed my heart and did my tasks. I tumbled the bodies off the cliff's edge, while Kettle went through their stores and sorted out what she thought we 2 could carry back. I stripped the horses of every bit of harness and tack. This followed the bodies down the cliff. I went through their bags, finding little besides warm clothes. The pack animal carried only their tent and such things, no papers. What need would coterie members have of written instructions? Drive the horses well down the road. I doubt they'll come back here on their own.
"That much meat, and you want me to just chase it away?"
"If we kill one here, it's more than we can eat and carry. Whatever we left would feed those 3 when they return. They were carrying dry meat and cheese. I'll see your belly is full tonight." Night Eyes was not pleased, but he heeded me. I think he chased the horses farther and faster than he truly needed to, but at least he left them alive. I had no idea what their chances were in the mountains. Probably end up in a snowcat's belly, or as a feast for the ravens. I was suddenly, horribly tired of it all. "Shall we go on?" I asked Kettle
needlessly, and she nodded. It was a good trove of food she had packed for us to carry, but I privately wondered if I'd be able to stomach any of it. What little we could not carry, nor the wolf stuff down, I kicked over the edge. I looked around us. Dare I touch it? I'd try to push that pillar over the edge, too. I told Kettle. She gave me a look as if she thought I had asked it of her.
I fear to touch it also,
she said at last, and we both turned away from it. Evening crept across the mountains as we went up the road, and night came swift on her heels. I followed Kettle and the wolf across the landslide, in near darkness. Neither of them seemed afraid, and I was suddenly too weary to care if I survived the trek.
"Don't let your mind wander,"
Kettle chided me as we finally came down off the tumble of stone and onto the road again. She took my arm and gripped it tightly. We walked for a time in almost blackness, simply following the straight, flat road before us as it cut across the face of a mountain. The wolf went ahead of us, coming back frequently to check on us. "Camp's not much farther," he encouraged me after one such trip.
"How long have you been doing this?"
Kettle asked me after a time. I didn't pretend to misunderstand the question. "Since I was about 12, I told her.
"How many men have you killed?"
It was not the cold question it sounded. I answered her seriously. "I don't know. My teacher advised me against keeping account. He said it wasn't a good idea. Those weren't his exact words. I remembered them well. How many doesn't matter after one, Chade had said. We know what we are. Quantity makes you neither better nor worse." I pondered now what he had meant by that, as Kettle said to the dark,
"I killed once before."
I made no reply. I'd let her tell me about it if she wanted, but I really didn't want to know. Her arm, in mine, began to tremble slightly.
"I killed her in a temper. I didn't think I could. She had always been stronger. But I lived, and she died. So they burned me out and turned me out, sent me into exile forever."
Her hand found mine and gripped it tightly. We kept on walking. Ahead of us I spied a tiny glow. It was almost likely the braziers burning inside the tent.
"It was so unthinkable to do what I had done,"
Kettle said wearily.
"It had never happened before. Oh, between coteries, certainly, once in a great while, for rivalry for the king's favour, but I skill-duelled a member of my own coterie, and killed her. And that was unforgivable."
29. The Rooster Crown. There is a game played among the mountain folk. It is a complex game to learn and a difficult one to master. It features a combination of cards and rune chips. There are 17 cards, usually about the size of a man's hand and made from any light-colored wood. Each of these cards features an emblem from mountain lore, such as the old Weaver Man or She Who Tracks. The renderings of these highly stylized images are usually done in paint over a burnt outline. The 31 rune chips are made from a grey stone peculiar to the mountains and are incised with glyphs for stone, water, pasture, and the like. The cards and stones are dealt out to the players, usually 3, until no more remain. Both cards and runes have traditional weights that are varied when they are played in combination. It is reputed to be a very old game. We walked the rest of the way to the tent, in silence. What she had told me was so immense I could not think of anything to say. It would have been stupid to voice the hundreds of questions that sprang up in me. She had the answers, and she would choose when to give them to me. I knew that now.
Night Eyes came back to me silently and swiftly. He slunk close to my heels.
She killed within her pack?
So it seems.
It happens. It is not good, but it happens. Tell her that. Not just now.
No one said much as we came into the tent. No one wanted to ask. So I quietly said, "We killed the guards and drove off the horses and threw their supplies off the cliff." Starling only stared at us, without comprehension. Her eyes were wide and dark, bird-like. Kettricken poured mugs of tea for us and quietly added the stores of food we had brought to our own dwindling supplies.
"The fool is a bit better,"
she offered, by way of conversation. I looked at him sleeping in his blankets, and doubted it. His eyes had a sunken look. Sweat had plastered his fine hair to his skull, and his restless sleep had stood it up in tufts. But when I set my hand to his face, it was almost cool to the touch. I snugged the blanket closer around him. Did he eat anything? I asked Kettricken.
"He drank some soup. I think he'll be all right, Fitz. He was sick once before, for a day or so in Blue Lake. It was the same, fever and weakness. He said then that it might not be a sickness, but only a change his kind go through. He said somewhat the same to me yesterday." I agreed. She put a bowl of warm soup in my hands. For an instant it smelled good. Then it smelled like the remains of the soup the panicked guards had spilled on the snowy road. I clenched my jaws. "Did you see the coterie members at all?"
Kettricken asked me. I shook my head, then forced myself to speak. No. But there was a big horse there, and the clothing in his bags would have fit Burl. In another, there were blue garments, such as carrot favours, and austere things for Will. I said their names awkwardly, in a way fearing to name them lest I summon them. In another way, I was naming those I had killed. Skilled or not, the mountains would make an end of them. Yet I took no pride in what I had done, nor would I completely believe it until I saw their bones. All I knew for now was that it was not likely they would attack me this night. For an instant, I imagined them returning to the pillar, expecting to find food and fire and shelter awaiting them. They would find cold and dark. They would not see the blood on the snow. I realized the soup was getting cold. I forced myself to eat it, mouthfuls that I simply swallowed, not wishing to taste. Tarlo had played the penny whistle. I had a sudden memory of him, sitting on the back steps outside the scullery, playing for a couple of kitchen maids. I shut my eyes, wishing vainly that I could recall something evil about him. I suspected his only crime had been serving the wrong master.
"Fitz!"
Kettle instantly poked me. "I wasn't wandering," I complained.
"You would have soon. Fear has been your ally this day. It has kept you focused. But you must sleep sometime tonight, and when you do, you must have your mind well warded. When they get back to the pillar, they will recognize your handiwork and come hunting you. Do you not think so?"
I knew it was so. But it was still unsettling to hear it spoken aloud. I wished Kettricken and Starling were not listening and watching us.
"So, we shall have a bit of our game again, shall we?"
Kettle cajoled. We played 4 chance games. I won twice. Then she set up a game with almost entirely white pieces, and gave me 1 black stone with which to win. I tried to focus my mind on the game, knowing it had worked before, but I was simply too tired. I found myself thinking it had been over a year since I had left Buck Keep as a corpse. Over a year since I had slept in a real bed I called my own. Over a year since meals had been reliable. Over a year since I had held Molly in my arms. Over a year since she had bid me leave her alone forever.
"Fitz, Don't.
I lifted my eyes from the game cloth to find Kettle watching me closely.
You can't indulge that. You have to be strong.
I am too tired to be strong.
Your enemies were careless today. They did not expect you to discover them. They won't be careless again.
I hope they'll be dead, I said with a cheer I did not feel.
Not that easily, Kettricken replied,
unknowing of how her words chilled me.
You said it was warmer down in the city. Once they see they've no supplies, they'll go back to the city. They have water there, and I'm sure they took at least some supplies for the day. I don't think we can disregard them yet. Do you?
I suppose not. Night Eyes sat up beside me with an anxious whine. I quelled my own despair and then quieted him with a touch.
I just wish,
I said quietly,
that I could simply sleep for a time.
Alone in my mind, dreaming my own dreams without fearing where I'll go or who might attack me, without fearing that my hunger for the skill will overcome me. Just simple sleep. I spoke to her directly, knowing now she understood well what I meant.
I can't give you that,
Kettle told me calmly.
All I can give you is the game. Trust it. It's been used by generations of skill users to keep such dangers at bay.
And so I bent to the board once more and fixed the game in my mind. And when I lay down by the Fool that night, I kept it before my eyes. I hovered that night, like a nectar bird, somewhere between sleep and wakefulness. I could reach a place just short of sleep and keep myself there by contemplating Kettle's game. More than once I drifted back to wakefulness. I would become cognizant of the dim light from the brazier and the sleeping forms beside me. Several times I reached out to check the Fool. Each time his skin seemed cooler, and his own sleep deeper. Kettricken, Starling, and Kettle rotated through watches that night. I noticed that the wolf shared Kettricken's. They still did not trust me to remain wary through one, and I was selfishly grateful for that. Just short of dawn, I stirred once more to find all still quiet. I checked the Fool, and then lay back and closed my eyes, hoping to find a few more moments of rest. Instead, in horrific detail, I beheld a great eye, as if the closing of my own eyes had opened this one. I struggled to open my own eyes again. I floundered desperately toward wakefulness. But I was held. There was a terrible pull on my mind, like the sucking pull of an undertow on a swimmer. I resisted with all my will. I could feel wakefulness just above me, like a bubble I could break into if only I could touch it. But I could not. I struggled, grimacing my face, trying to pull my wayward eyes open. The eye watched me. One single, immense, dark eye, not Will's, Regal's. He stared at me, and I knew he took delight in my struggles. It seemed effortless for him to hold me there like a fly under a glass bowl. Yet even in my panic, I knew that if he could have done more than hold me, he would. He had got past my walls, but had not the power to do more than threaten me. That was still enough to make my heart pound with terror.
"Bastard,"
he said fondly. The word broke over my mind like a cold ocean wave. I was drenched in its threat.
"Bastard. I know about the child. And your woman, Molly. Tit for tat, bastard."
He paused, and his amusement grew as my terror swelled.
"Now there's a thought. Has she pretty tits, bastard? Would I find her amusing?"
"No!" I wrenched clear of him, sensing for an instant Carrad, Burl, and Will as well. I flung myself free. I came awake abruptly.
I scrabbled from my bedding and fled outside, bootless and uncloaked. Night Eyes followed at my heels, snarling in every direction. The sky was black and scattered with stars. The air was cold. I drew breath after shuddering breath of it, trying to still the sick fear in me. "What is it?" Starling demanded fearfully. She was on watch outside the tent. I just shook my head at her, unable to voice the horror of it. After a time I turned and went back inside. Sweat was coursing down my body, as if I had been poisoned. I sat down in the muddle of blankets. I could not stop, panting. The more I tried to still my panic, the greater it became.
"I know about the child. And your woman?"
Those words echoed and echoed through me. Kettle stirred in her bedding, then rose and came across the tent to sit behind me. She set her hands on my shoulders.
"They broke through to you, didn't they?"
I nodded, tried to swallow with a dry throat. She reached for a water skin and handed it to me. I took a drink, almost choked, and then managed another swallow.
"Think about the game," she urged me. "Clear your mind of everything but the game."
"The game?" I cried out savagely, jerking both the fool and Kettricken awake. "The game? Regal knows about Molly and Nettle. He threatens them. And I am powerless, helpless." I felt the panic building in me again, the unfocused fury. The wolf whined, then growled deep in his throat. "Can't you skill to them? Warn them somehow?" Kettricken asked.
"No!" Kettle cut in. "He should not even think of them."
Kettricken gave me a look that mingled apology and righteousness. "I fear Chade and I were correct. The princess will be safer in the mountain kingdom. Do not forget that his task was to fetch her. Take heart. Perhaps even now Nettle is with him, on her way to safety. Out of Regal's touch." Kettle called my gaze away from the Queen.
"Fitz, focus on the game, only on the game. His threats could be a ploy to trick you into betraying them. Don't talk about them, don't think about them. Here! Look here!"
Her trembling old hands moved my blanket away and spread out the game cloth. She spilled stones into her hand and plucked out white ones to recreate the problem.
"Solve this. Focus on this, and this only."
It was next to impossible. I looked at the white stones and thought it all a stupid task. What players could be so clumsy and short-sighted as to let the game degrade into such a clutter of white stones? It was not a problem worth solving, but neither could I lie down and sleep. I scarcely dared blink lest I see that eye again. Had it been Regal's whole countenance or both his eyes, it would not perhaps have seemed so awful. But the disembodied eye seemed all-seeing and constant, inescapable. I stared at the game pieces until the white stones seemed to float above the junctures of the lines. One black stone to bring a winning pattern out of this chaos. One black stone. I held it in my hand, rubbing it with my thumb. All the next day, as we followed the road down the mountain's flank, I held the stone in my bare hand. My other arm was about the fool's waist, his arm around my neck. These two things kept my mind focused. The fool seemed somewhat better. His body was no longer feverish, but he seemed unable to stomach food, or even tea. Kettle forced water on him until he simply sat and refused it, shaking his head wordlessly. He seemed as indisposed to talk as I was. Starling, and Kettle with her staff, led our weary little procession. The fool and I followed the Jeppers, while Kettricken, with her bow strung, kept our rear guarded. The wolf prowled restlessly up and down the line, now ranging ahead, now loping up our back trail. Night Eyes and I had gone back to a sort of wordless bond. He understood that I did not wish to think at all, and did his best not to distract me. It was still unnerving to sense him trying to use the wit to communicate with Kettricken,
No sign of anyone behind us, he would tell her as he trotted past on one of his endless trips. Then he would go ranging far ahead of the Jeppers and Starling, only to come back to Kettrigan and assure her in passing that all was clear ahead of us. I tried to tell myself that she merely had faith that Night Eyes would let me know if he found anything amiss on his scouting trips. But I suspected she was becoming more and more attuned to him. The road led us very swiftly downward. As we descended, the land changed. By late afternoon, the slope above the road was gentling, and we began to pass twisted trees and mossy boulders. Snow faded and became patchy on the hillside, while the road was dry and black. Dry tufts of grass showed green at their bases just off the shoulder of the road. It was hard to make the hungry Jeppers keep moving. I made a vague wit effort to let them know that there would be better browsing ahead, but I doubt that I had enough familiarity with them to make any lasting impression on them. I tried to limit my thoughts to the fact that firewood would be more plentiful tonight, and to gratitude that the lower the road carried us, the warmer grew the day. At one time, the fool made a gesture to a low, growing plant that had tiny white buds on it.
"It would be spring in Buckkeep by now,"
he said in a low voice, and then added quickly,
"I'm sorry. Pay no attention to me. I'm sorry."
"Are you feeling any better?" I asked him, resolutely thrusting spring flowers and bees and Molly's candles out of my mind.
"A little."
His voice shook, and he took a quick breath.
"I wish we could walk more slowly."
"We'll camp soon," I told him, knowing that we could not slow our pace now. I felt a growing urgency and had developed the notion it came from Verity. I pushed that name, too, from my mind. Even walking down the wide road in daylight, I feared that Regal's eye was only a blink away, and that if I glimpsed it, they would once more hold me under their power. For an instant, I hoped Carrad and Will and Burl were cold and hungry, but then realized I could not safely think of them either. "You were sick like this before," I observed to the fool, mostly to think of something else.
"Yes, in Blue Lake. My Lady Queen spent the food money on a room that I might be in out of the rain."
He turned his head to stare at me.
"Do you think that might have caused it?"
"Caused what?"
"Her child to be stillborn."
His voice dwindled off. I tried to think of words. "I don't think it was any one thing, fool. She simply suffered too many misfortunes while she was carrying the babe."
"Burrich should have gone with her and left me. He would have taken better care of her. I wasn't thinking clearly at the time."
"Then I'd be dead," I pointed out. "Among other things. Fool, there is no sense in trying to play that game with the past. Here is where we are today, and we can only make our moves from here." And in that instant, I suddenly perceived the solution to Kettle's game problem. It was so instantly clear that I wondered how I could not have seen it. Then I knew. Each time I had studied the board, I wondered how it could have got into such a sorry condition. All I had seen were the senseless moves that had preceded mine. But those moves had no longer mattered. Once I held the black stone in my hand. A half-smile crooked my lips. My thumb rubbed the black stone.
"Where are we today?"
the fool echoed, and I felt his mood shadow mine. "Kettrigan said that you might not truly be ill, that it might be peculiar to your kind." I was uncomfortable coming even that close to a question regarding this.
"It could be, I suppose. Look."
He drew off his mitten, then reached up and dragged his nails down his cheek. Dry white trails followed them. He rubbed at it, and the skin powdered away beneath his hands. On the back of his hand
The skin was peeling as if it had been blistered. It's like a sunburn peeling away. Do you think it's the weather you've been in?
That too is possible. Save that, if it is like last time, I shall itch and peel over every bit of my body, and gain a bit more colour in the process. Are my eyes changing?
I obliged him by meeting his gaze. Familiar as I was with him, it was still not an easy task. Had those colourless orbs darkened a trifle more? Perhaps they are a bit darker, no more than ale held up to the light. What will happen to you? Will you continue to have fevers and gain colour?
Perhaps. I don't know,
he admitted after a few moments had passed. How could you not know? I demanded. What were your elders like?
Like you, foolish boy, human. Somewhere back in my bloodline there was a white. In me, as rarely happens, that ancient blood is given form again. But I am no more white than I am human. Did you think that one such as I was common to my people? I have told you, I am an anomaly, even among those who share my mixed lineage. Did you think white prophets were born every generation? We would not be taken so seriously if we were. No. Within my lifetime, I am the only white prophet.
But could not your teachers, with all those records you said they kept, tell you anything of what to expect? He smiled, but bitterness was in his voice.
My teachers were too certain that they knew what to expect. They planned to pace my learning, to reveal what they thought I should know when they thought I should know it. When my prophecies were different from what they had planned, they were not pleased with me. They tried to interpret my own words for me. There have been other white prophets, you see. But when I tried to make them see that I was the white prophet, they could not accept it. Writing after writing they showed me to try to convince me of my effrontery in insisting on such a thing. But the more I read, the more my certainty grew. I tried to tell them my time was nearly upon me. All they could counsel me was that I should wait and study more to be certain. We were not on the best terms when I left. I imagine they were quite startled to find I was gone so young from them, even though I had prophesied it for years.
He gave me a strangely apologetic smile.
Perhaps if I had stayed to complete my schooling, we would know better how to save the world.
I felt a sudden sinking in the pit of my stomach. So much had I come to rely on a belief that the fool, at least, knew what we were about. How much do you truly know of what is to come? He took a deep breath, then sighed it out.
Only that we do it together, Fitzy Fitz. Only that we do it together.
I thought you had studied all those writings and prophecies.
I did. And when I was younger I dreamed many dreams, and even had visions. But it is as I have told you before, nothing is a precise fit. Look you, Fitz. If I showed you wool and a loom and a set of shears, would you look at it and say, "Oh, that is a coat I will some day wear"? But once you have the coat on, it is easy to look back and say, "Oh, those things foretold this coat."
What is the good of it, then? I demanded in disgust.
The good of it?
He echoed.
Ha ha! I have never quite thought of it in those terms before. The good of it.
We walked for a time in silence. I could see what an effort it was for him to keep the pace, and wished vainly there had been a way to keep one of the horses and get it past the slide area.
Can you read weather sign, Fitz? Or animal tracks?
Some for weather. I am better at animal tracks.
But in either one are you always sure you are right?
Never. You don't really know until the next day dawns, or you bring the beast to bay.
So it is with my reading of the future. I never know. Please let us stop, even if only for a bit. I need to get my breath and take a sip of water.
I obliged him reluctantly. There was a mossy boulder just off the road, and he seated himself there. Not too far from the road were evergreens of a type I did not know. It rested my eyes to look on trees again. I left the road to sit beside him, and was instantly aware of a difference. As subtle as bees humming was the working of the road, but when it suddenly ceased, I felt it. I yawned to pop my ears, and suddenly felt more clear-headed.
"Years ago I had a vision,"
the fool observed. He drank a bit more water, then passed the skin to me.
"I saw a black buck rising from a bed of shining black stone. When first I saw the black walls of Buck Keep rising over the waters, I said to myself, 'Ah, that is what that meant.' Now I see a young bastard whose sigil is a buck, walking on a road wrought from black stone. Maybe that is what the dream signified. I don't know. But my dream was duly recorded, and some day, in years to come, wise men will agree as to what it signified, probably after both you and I are long dead."
I asked a question that had long prickled me. Kettle says there is a prophecy about my child. The child of the catalyst.
"That there is,"
the fool confirmed calmly. Then you think Molly and I are doomed to lose Nettle to the throne of the 6 Duchies?
Nettle. You know I like her name. Very much I do.
You did not answer my question, fool.
Ask me again in 20 years. These things are so much easier when one looks back.
The sideways glance he gave me told me he would say no more on that topic. I tried a new tack. "So you came all that way so that the 6 Duchies would not fall to the red ships?" He gave me an odd look, then grinned as if astonished.
"Is that how you see it? That we do all this to save your 6 Duchies?"
When I nodded, he shook his head.
Fitz, I came to save the world. The 6 Duchies falling to the red ships is but the first pebble in the avalanche."
He took another deep breath.
"I know the red ships seem disaster enough to you, but the misery they make to your folk is no more than a pimple on the world's buttocks. Were that all, were it simply one set of barbarians seizing land from another, it would be no more than the ordinary working of the world. No, they are the first stain of poison spreading in a stream. Fitz, do I dare tell you this? If we fail, the spread is fast. Forging takes root as a custom, nay, as an amusement for the high ones. Look at Regal and his King's Justice. He has succumbed to it already. He pleasures his body with drugs and deadens his soul with his savage amusements. Aye, and spreads the disease to those around him until they take no satisfaction in a contest of skill that draws no blood, until games are only amusing if lives are wagered on the outcome. The very coinage of life becomes debased, slavery spreads, for if it is accepted to take a man's life for amusement, then how much wiser to take it for profit."
His voice had grown in strength and passion as he spoke. Now he caught his breath suddenly and leaned forward over his knees. I set a hand on his shoulder, but he only shook his head. After a moment he straightened.
"I declare, talking to you is more wearying than hiking. Take me at my word, Fitz. As bad as the red ships are, they are amateurs and experimenters. I have seen visions of what the world becomes in the cycle when they prosper. I vow it shall not be this cycle."
He heaved himself to his feet with a sigh and crooked out his arm. I took it, and we resumed our walking. He had given me much to think about, and I spoke little. I took advantage of the gentling countryside to walk alongside the road rather than upon it. The fool did not complain of the uneven ground. As the road plunged ever deeper into the valley, the day warmed and the foliage increased. By evening, the terrain had mellowed so much that we were able to pitch the tent not only off the road but quite a distance from the road. Before bedtime, I showed Kettle my solution to her game, and she nodded, as if well pleased. She immediately began to set out a new puzzle. I stopped her. I do not think I will need that tonight. I am looking forward to truly sleeping.
Are you? Then you shouldn't look forward to waking up again.
I looked shocked. She resumed setting out her pieces.
You are 1 against 3, and those 3 are coterie.
She observed more gently.
And possibly those 3 are 4. If Regal's brothers could skill, he most likely has some ability. With the aid of the others, he could learn to lend his strength to them.
She leaned closer to me and lowered her voice, although the others were all busy with camp chores.
You know it is possible to kill with the skill. Would he wish to do less than that to you?
But if I sleep off the road, I began.
The force of the road is like the wind that blows alike on all. The ill wishes of a coterie are like an arrow that targets only you. Besides, there is no way you can sleep and not worry about the woman and the child, and every time you think of them it is possible the coterie sees them through your eyes. You must crowd them out of your mind.
I bent my head over the game cloth. I awoke the next morning to the pattering of rain on the tent skins. I lay for a time listening to it, grateful that it was not snow, but dreading a day of walking in rain. I sensed the others waking up around me with a keenness I had not had in days. I felt almost as if I had rested. Across the tent, Starling observed sleepily. We walked from winter to spring yesterday. Next to me, the fool shifted, scratched, and muttered,
Typical minstrel, exaggerate everything.
I see you are feeling better, Starling retorted. Night Eyes thrust his head into the tent, a bloody rabbit dangling in his jaws. The hunting is better too. The fool sat up in his blankets.
Is he offering to share that?
My kill is your kill, little brother. Somehow it stung to hear him call the fool brother. Especially when you've already eaten 2 this morning, I asked him sarcastically. No one forced you to lie in bed all dawn. I was silent a moment. I have not been much companion to you lately, I apologized. I understand. It is no longer just we 2. Now we are pack. You are right, I told him humbly. But this evening I intend to hunt with you. The scentless one may come too if he wishes. He could be a good hunter did he try, for his scent could never give him away. He not only offers to share meat, he invites you to hunt with us this evening. I had expected the fool to decline. Even at Buck he had never shown any inclination toward hunting. Instead, he inclined his head gravely toward Night Eyes and told him,
I would be honored.
We struck camp speedily and were soon on our way. As before, I walked beside the road rather than upon it, and felt clearer-headed for it. The fool had eaten voraciously at breakfast and now seemed almost his old self. He walked upon the road, but within hailing distance, and kept up a merry chattering to me all day. Night Eyes ranged ahead and behind, as always, frequently at a gallop. All of us seemed infected with the relief of warmer weather. The light rain soon gave way to a streaky sunlight, and the earth steamed fragrantly. Only my constant ache over Molly's safety and a nagging fear that at any time Will and his cohorts might attack my mind kept it from being a lovely day. Kettle had warned me about letting my mind dwell on either problem, lest I attract the coterie's attention. So I carried my fear inside me like a cold black stone, resolutely telling myself there was absolutely nothing I could do. Odd thoughts popped into my head all day. I could not see a flower bud without wondering if Molly would have used it for scent or colour in her work. I found myself wondering if Burrich was as good with a wood axe as he was with a battle axe, and if it would be enough to save them. If Regal knew of them, He would send soldiers after them. Could he know of them without knowing exactly where they were?
"Stop that!"
Kettle reprimanded me sharply, with a light rap of her walking stick. I jolted back to full awareness. The fool glanced over at us curiously. "Stop what?" I demanded.
"Thinking those thoughts. You know what I mean. Were you thinking of anything else? I would not have been able to walk up behind you. Find your discipline."
I did, and reluctantly dredged up the game problem from the night before to concentrate on.
"That's better,"
Kettle told me in quiet approval. "What are you doing back here?" I asked suddenly. "I thought you and Starling were leading the Jeppers."
"We've come to a fork in the road, and another pillar. Before we proceed, we want the Queen to see it."
The fool and I hastened ahead, leaving Kettle to go back and tell Kettrigan of the juncture. We found Starling sitting on some ornamental stonework at the side of the road while the Jeppers browsed greedily. The juncture of the road was marked by a great paved circle, surrounded by open grassy meadow with another monolith at its center. I would have expected it to be crowned with moss and scarred by lichen. Instead, the black stone was smooth and clean, save for dust deposited by wind and rain. I stood staring up at the stone, studying the glyphs, while the fool wandered about. I was wondering if any of the markings on this one matched the markings I had copied to the map, when the fool exclaimed,
"There was a village here once."
He gestured wide with his hands. I glanced up and saw what he meant. There were indentations in the meadow where stunted grass cloaked old paved walkways. A wide, straight way that might have been a street once ran through the meadow and off beneath the trees. Moss and vine-shrouded upthrusts were all that remained of cottage and shop walls that had lined it. Trees grew where once hearths had burned and folk had dined. The fool found a large block of stone and climbed upon it to spy in all directions.
"It might have been a sizable town at one time."
It made sense. If this road had been the highway for commerce that I had seen in my skill-seeing, then it was only natural that a town or market would spring up at every crossroads. I could imagine it on a bright spring day, when farmers brought fresh eggs and new spring greens to town, and weavers hung out their new goods to tempt the buyers, and, for half an instant, the circle about the pillar thronged with folk. The vision began and ended at the pavement stones. Only within the virtue of the black stone did the people laugh and gesture and barter with one another. A girl crowned with a twist of green vine came through the crowd, glancing back over her shoulder at someone. I swear she caught my eye and winked at me. I thought I heard my name called and turned my head. Upon a dais stood a figure dressed in a flowing garment that shimmered with the glint of gold thread. She wore a gilded wooden crown, decorated with cunningly carved and painted rooster heads and tail feathers. Her scepter was no more than a feather duster, but she gestured with it royally as she issued some decree. In the circle about me, folk roared with laughter. I could only stare at her ice-white skin and colourless eyes. She looked right at me. Starling slapped me hard. My head snapped on my neck with the force of her blow. I looked at her in astonishment, blood pooling in my mouth where my teeth had cut my cheek. She lifted her clenched fist again, and I realized she had not slapped me. I stepped back hastily, catching her wrist as her fist went by. "Stop it!" I cried angrily.
"You stop it!"
she panted.
"And make her stop it too!"
She gestured angrily to where the fool perched still upon his stone, frozen in artful mime of a statue. He did not breathe nor blink, but as I watched, he slowly toppled over, falling like a stone. I had expected him to change it to a handspring in mid-fall, to come flashing to his feet, as he so often had when he amused King Shrewd's court. Instead, he measured his length in the meadow grass, and lay still. For a moment, I looked stunned. Then I raced to his side. I seized the fool under the arms and dragged him away from both the black circle and the black stone he had climbed upon. Some instinct made me take him into shade and lean him back against the trunk of a live oak. "Get water!" I snapped at Starling, and her scolding and fluttering ceased. She ran back to the loaded jeppas and got a water skin. I put my fingers alongside his throat and found his life pulsing steadily there. His eyes were only half closed, and he lay like a man, stunned. I called his name and patted at his cheek until Starling returned with the water. I unstoppered the skin and let a cold stream of it spatter down over his face. For a time there was no response. Then he gasped, snorted out water, and sat up abruptly. His eyes were blank. Then his gaze met mine, and he grinned wildly.
"Such a folk, and such a day! It was the announcing of Reelder's dragon, and he had promised he would fly me."
He frowned suddenly, and looked about in confusion.
"It fades like a dream, it fades, leaving less than its shadow behind."
Kettle and Kettricken were suddenly with us as well. Starling tattled out all that had happened while I helped the fool to drink some water. When she was finished, Kettricken looked grave, but it was Kettle who lashed out at us.
"The White Prophet and the Catalyst!" she cried in disgust. "Rather name them as they are, the fool and the idiot! Of all the careless, foolish things to do! He has no training at all. How is he to protect himself from the coterie?"
"Do you know what happened?" I demanded, cutting into her tirade.
Well, of course not, but I can surmise. The stone he clambered on must be a skill stone, the same stuff as the road and the pillars. And somehow this time the road seized you both with its power instead of just you."
"Did you know it could happen?" I didn't wait for her reply. "Why didn't you warn us?"
"I didn't know,"
she retorted, and then added guiltily,
"I only suspected, and I never thought either of you would be so foolish as to—" "Never mind,"
the fool cut in. Abruptly he laughed and stood up, pushing away my arm.
"Oh, this is such as I have not felt in years, not since I was a child. The certainty, the power of it. Kettle, would you hear a white prophet speak? Then hearken to this and be glad, as I am glad. We are not only where we must be, we are when we must be. All junctures coincide. We draw closer and closer to the center of the web. You and I."
He clasped my head suddenly between his two hands and placed his brow against mine.
"We are even who we must be."
He freed me suddenly and spun away. He launched the handspring I had expected earlier, came to his feet, curtsied deeply, and laughed aloud again, exultantly. We all gawked at him.
"You are in great danger,"
Kettle told him severely.
"I know,"
he replied, almost sincerely, and then added,
"As I said, exactly where we need to be."
He paused, then asked me suddenly,
"Did you see my crown? Wasn't it magnificent? I wonder if I shall be able to carve it from memory."
"I saw the rooster crown," I said slowly, "but what to make of any of this I do not know."
"You don't?"
He cocked his head at me, then smiled pityingly.
"Oh, Fitz. I would explain it if I could. It is not that I wish to keep secrets, but these secrets defy telling in mere words. They are more than half a feeling, a grasping of rightness. Can you trust me in this?"
"You are alive again," I said wonderingly. I had not seen such light in his eyes, since the days when he had made King Shrewd bellow with laughter.
"Yes," he said gently, "and when we have finished, I promise that you will be also."
The three women stood glaring and excluded. When I looked at the outrage on Starling's face, the rebuke in Kettle's, and the exasperation in Kettrican's, I suddenly had to grin. Behind me the fool chuckled, and try as we might, we could not explain to their satisfaction exactly what had happened. Nevertheless, we wasted quite some time in attempting it. Kettrican took out both maps and consulted them. Kettle insisted on accompanying me when I took my map back to the central pillar to compare the glyphs on it to the ones on the map. They shared a number of marks in common, but the only one that Kettrican recognized was the one she had named before. Stone. When I reluctantly offered to see if this pillar might not transport me as the other one had, Kettrican adamantly refused. I am ashamed to admit, I was greatly relieved. "We began together, and I intend that we shall finish together," she said darkly. I knew she suspected that the fool and I were keeping something from her. "What do you propose, then?" I asked her humbly. "What I first suggested. We will follow that old road that goes off through the trees. It appears to match what is marked here. It cannot take us more than 2 marches to reach the end of it, especially if we start now." And with no more announcement than that, she got up and clicked to the Jeppers. The leader came immediately, and the rest obediently fell into line behind her. I watched her long, even strides as she led them off down the shady road.
"Well, get along, both of you,"
Kettle snapped at the fool and me. She shook her walking stick, and I almost suspected she wished she could prod us along like errant sheep. But the fool and I both fell obediently into line behind the Jeppers, leaving Starling and Kettle to follow us. That night, the fool and I left the tent's shelter and went with Night Eyes. Both Kettle and Kettrican had been dubious as to the wisdom of this, but I had assured them I would act with all caution. The fool had promised not to let me out of his sight. Kettle rolled her eyes at this, but said nothing. Plainly, we were both still suspected of being idiots, but they let us leave anyway. Starling was sulkily silent, but as we had not had words, I assumed her pique had some other source. As we left the fireside, Kettrican said quietly, "Watch over them, Wolf." And Night Eyes replied, with a wave of his tail. Night Eyes led us swiftly away from the grassy road and up into the wooded hills. The road had been leading us steadily downward into more sheltered country. The woods that we moved through were open groves of oaks with wide meadows between. I saw sign of wild boars, but was relieved when we did not encounter any. Instead, the wolf ran down and killed 2 rabbits that he graciously allowed me to carry for him. As we were returning to the camp by a roundabout path, we came on a stream. The water was icy and sweet, and cress grew thick along one bank. The fool and I tickled for fish until our hands and arms were numb with the cold water. As I hauled out a final fish, its lashing tail splashed the enthusiastic wolf. He leaped back from it, then snapped at me in rebuke. The fool playfully scooped up another handful and flung it at him. Night Eyes leaped, jaws wide, to meet it. Moments later, all 3 of us were involved in a water battle, but I was the only one who landed bodily in the stream when the wolf sprang on me. Both fool and wolf were laughing heartily as I staggered out, soaked and chilled. I found myself laughing also. I could not recall the last time I had simply laughed aloud about so simple a thing. We returned to camp late, but with fresh meat, fish, and watercress to share. There was a small, welcoming fire burning outside the tent. Kettle and Starling had already made porridge for our meal, but Kettle volunteered to cook again for the sake of the fresh food. While she was preparing it, Starling stared at me until I demanded,
"What?"
"How did you all get so wet?" she asked. "Oh, by the stream where we got the fish. Night Eyes pushed me in." I gave him a passing nudge with my knee as I headed toward the tent. He made a mock snap at my leg. "And the fool fell in as well." "We were throwing water at one another," I admitted wryly. I grinned at her, but she did not smile. Instead, she gave a small snort as if disdainful. I shrugged and went into the tent. Kettricken glanced up at me from her map but said nothing. I rucked through my pack and found clothes that were dry, if not clean. Her back was turned, so I changed hastily. We had grown accustomed to granting one another the privacy of ignoring such things. "Fitz chivalry," she said suddenly, in a voice that commanded my attention. I dragged my shirt down over my head and buttoned it. "Yes, my queen?" I came to kneel beside her, thinking she wanted to consult the map. Instead, she set it aside and turned to me. Her blue eyes met mine squarely. "We are a small company, all dependent on one another," she abruptly told me. "Any kind of strife within our group serves the purpose of our enemy." I waited, but she said no more. "I do not understand why you tell me this," I said humbly at last. She sighed and shook her head. "I feared as much, and perhaps I do more harm than good to speak of it at all. Starling is tormented by your attentions to the fool." I was speechless. Kettricken speared me with a blue glance, then looked aside from me again. "She believes the fool is a woman, and that you kept a tryst with her tonight. It chagrins her that you disdain her so completely." I found my tongue. "My Lady Queen, I do not disdain Mistress Starling." My outrage had rendered me formal. In truth, she is the one who has avoided my company and put a distance between us since finding that I am witted and sustain a bond with the wolf. Respecting her wishes, I have not pressed my friendship upon her. As to what she says of the fool, surely you must find it as ludicrous as I do." "Should I?" Kettricken asked me softly. "All I can truthfully say I know of it is that he is not a man like other men." "I cannot disagree with that," I said quietly. "He is unique among all the people I have ever known." "Cannot you show some kindness to her, Fitzchivalry?" Kettricken burst out suddenly. "I do not ask that you court her, only that you do not let her be rent with jealousy." I folded my lips, forced my feelings to find courteous answer. "My queen, I will offer her, as I ever have, my friendship. She has given me small sign of late of even wanting that, let alone more. But as to that topic, I do not disdain her, nor any other woman. My heart is given already. It is no more right to say that I disdain Starling than it is to say that you disdain me because your heart is filled with my Lord Verity." Kettricken shot me an oddly startled look. For a moment she seemed flustered. Then she looked down at the map she still gripped. "It is as I feared. I have only made it worse by speaking to you. I am so tired, Fitz. Despair drags at my heart always. To have Starling moody is like sand against raw flesh to me. I but sought to put things right between you. I beg your pardon if I have intruded. But you are a comely youth still, and it will not be the last time you have such cares." "Comely?" I laughed aloud, both incredulous and bitter. "With this scarred face and battered body? It haunts my nightmares that when Molly next sees me, she shall turn aside from me in horror. Comely!" I turned aside from her, my throat suddenly too tight to speak. It was not that I mourned my appearance so much as I dreaded that Molly must look some day on my scars. "Fitz," Kettricken said quietly,
Her voice was suddenly that of a friend, not the queen. "I speak to you as a woman, to tell you that although you bear scars, you are far from the grotesque you seem to believe yourself. You are, still, a comely youth, in ways that have nothing to do with your face, and were my heart not full with my Lord Verity, I would not disdain you." She reached out a hand and ran cool fingers down the old split, down my cheek. As if her touch could erase it, my heart turned over in me, an echo of Verity's embedded passions for her, amplified by my gratitude, that she would say such a thing to me. "You well deserve my lord's love," I told her artlessly, from a full heart. "Oh, do not look at me with those eyes," she said dolefully. She rose suddenly, clasping the map to her breast, like a shield, and left the tent. 30. Stone Garden. Dimity Keep, a very small holding on the coast of Buck, fell shortly before Regal crowned himself king of the 6 duchies. A great many villages were destroyed in that dread time, and there has never been a true count made of all the lives that were lost. Small keeps like Dimity were frequent targets for the red ships. Their strategy was to attack simple villages and the smaller holdings to weaken the overall defense line. Lord Bronze, to whom the keep of Dimity was entrusted, was an old man, but nonetheless he led his men in defending his small castle. Unfortunately, heavy taxation for general coastline protection had drained his resources for some time, and Dimity Keep's defences were in poor repair. Lord Bronze was among the first to fall. The red ships took the keep almost easily, and reduced it with fire and sword to the rubble-strewn mound that it is today. Unlike the Skill Road, the road we travelled the next day had experienced the full ravages of time. Doubtless, once a wide thoroughfare, it had been narrowed by the encroachments of the forest to little more than a track. While to me it seemed almost carefree to march down a road that did not at every moment threaten to steal my mind from me, the others muttered about the hummocks, upthrust roots, fallen branches, and other obstacles we scrambled through all day. I kept my thoughts to myself, and enjoyed the thick moss that overlaid the once cobbled surface, the branchy shade of the bud-leafed trees that overarched the road, and the occasional patter of fleeing animals in the underbrush. Night Eyes was in his element, racing ahead and then galloping back to us to trot purposefully along beside Kettricken for a time. Then he would go ranging off again. At one time he came dashing back to the Fool and me, tongue lolling, to announce that tonight we would hunt wild pig, for their sign was plentiful. I relayed this to the Fool.
"I did not lose any wild pigs, therefore I shall not hunt for any,"
he replied loftily. I rather agreed with his sentiments. Burrich's scarred leg had made me more than wary of the great tusked animals. "Rabbits," I suggested to Night Eyes. "Let us hunt rabbits." "Rabbits for rabbits," he snorted disdainfully, and dashed off again. I ignored the insult. The day was just pleasantly cool for hiking, and the verdant forest smells were like a homecoming to me. Kettricken led us on, lost in her own thoughts, while Kettle and Starling followed us, caught up in talk. Kettle still tended to walk more slowly, though the old woman seemed to have gained stamina and strength since our journey had begun. But they were a comfortable distance behind us when I quietly asked the Fool, "Why do you allow Starling to believe you are a woman?" He turned to me, waggled his eyebrows, and blew me a kiss.
"And am I not, fair princeling?"
"I'm serious," I rebuked him. "She thinks you are a woman and in love with me. She thought that we had a tryst last night."
"And did we not, my shy one?"
He leered at me outrageously.
Fool, I said warningly.
Ah, he sighed suddenly.
Perhaps the truth is I fear to show her my proof, lest ever afterwards she find all other men a disappointment.
He gestured meaningfully at himself. I looked at him levelly until he grew sober.
What does it matter what she thinks? Let her think whatever is easiest for her to believe.
Meaning?
She needed someone to confide in, and for a time chose me. Perhaps it was easier for her to do that if she believed I was a woman also.
He sighed again.
That is one thing that in all my years among your folk I have never become accustomed to, the great importance that you attach to what gender one is.
Well, it is important, I began.
Rubbish, he exclaimed. Mere plumbing, when all is said and done. Why is it important?
I stared at him at a loss for words. It all seemed so obvious to me as to not need saying. After a time I said, "Could you not simply tell her that you are a man and let the issue be laid to rest?"
That would scarcely lay it to rest, Fitz, he replied judiciously.
He clambered over a fallen tree and waited for me to follow.
For then she would need to know why, if I am a man, I do not desire her. It would have to be either a fault in me or something I perceived as a fault in her. No, I do not think anything needs to be said on that topic. Starling, however, has the minstrel's failing. She thinks that everything in the world, no matter how private, should be a topic for discussion, or better yet, made into a song. Ah, yes.
He struck a sudden pose in the middle of the forest trail. His stance was so artfully reminiscent of Starling when she readied herself to sing that I was horrified. I glanced back at her as the fool launched into sudden, hearty song.
Oh, when the fool pisses, pray tell what's the angle? Did we take down his pants, would he dimple or dangle?
My eyes darted from Starling to the fool. He bowed, an embroidery of the elaborate bow that often marked the end of her performances. I wanted at once to laugh aloud and to sink into the earth. I saw Starling redden and start forward, but Kettle caught at her sleeve and said something severely. Then they both glared at me. It was not the first time that one of the fool's escapades had embarrassed me, but it was one of the most keenly edged ones. I made a helpless gesture back at them, then rounded on the fool. He was capering down the path ahead of me. I hastened to catch up with him. "Did you ever stop to think you might hurt her feelings?" I asked him angrily.
I gave it as much thought as she gave to whether such an allegation might hurt mine.
He rounded on me suddenly, wagging a long finger.
Admit it. You asked that question with never a thought as to whether it would hurt my vanity. How would you feel if I demanded proof that you were a man? Ah!
His shoulders slumped suddenly, and he seemed to lose all energy.
Such a thing to waste words on. With all else we must confront. Let it go, Fitz, and I will as well. Let her refer to me as she as much as she wishes. I will do my best to ignore it.
I should have left it alone. I did not. It is only that she thinks you love me, I tried to explain. He gave me an odd look.
I do.
I mean, as a man and a woman love. He took a breath.
And how is that?
I mean, it half angered me that he pretended not to understand me. Forbidding.
And is that how a man loves a woman?
He interrupted me suddenly.
Forbidding?
It's a part of it. I felt suddenly defensive, but could not say why. He arched an eyebrow at me and said calmly,
You are confusing plumbing and love again.
It's more than plumbing, I shouted at him. A bird abruptly flew off, cawing. I glanced back at Kettle and Starling, who exchanged puzzled glances.
I see, he said.
He thought a bit as I strode ahead of him on the path. Then, from behind me, he called out,
Tell me, Fitz, did you love Molly or that which was under her skirts?
Now it was my turn to be affronted, But I was not going to let him baffle me into silence. I love Molly and all that is a part of her, I declared. I hated the heat that rose in my cheeks.
There, now you have said it,
the fool replied, as if I had proven his point for him.
And I love you, and all that is a part of you.
He cocked his head, and the next words held a challenge.
And do you not return that to me?
He waited. I desperately wished I had never started this discussion. You know I love you, I said at last, grudgingly. After all that has been between us, how can you even ask? But I love you as a man loves another man. Here the fool leered at me mockingly. Then a sudden glint lit his eyes, and I knew that he was about to do something awful to me. He leaped on top of a fallen log. From that height, he gave Starling a triumphant look and cried dramatically,
"He loves me, he says, and I love him."
Then, with a whoop of wild laughter, he leaped down and raced ahead of me on the trail. I ran my hand back through my hair and then slowly clambered over the log. I heard Kettle laughing and Starling's angry comments. I walked silently through the forest, wishing I'd had the sense to keep my mouth shut. I was certain that Starling was simmering with fury. It was bad enough that lately she had almost no words for me. I had accepted that she found my wits something of an abomination. She was not the first to be dismayed by it. At least she showed some tolerance for me. But now the anger she carried would have a more personal bite to it. One more small loss of what little I had left. A part of me greatly missed the closeness we had shared for a time. I missed the human comfort of having her sleep against my back, or suddenly take my arm when we were walking. I thought I had closed my heart against those needs, but I suddenly missed that simple warmth. As if that thought had opened a breach in my walls, I suddenly thought of Molly and Nettle, both in danger because of me. Without warning, my heart was in my throat. I must not think of them, I warned myself, and reminded myself that there was nothing I could do. There was no way I could warn them without betraying them. There was no possible way I could reach them before Regal's henchmen did. All I could do was trust to Burrich's strong right arm and cling to the hope that Regal did not truly know where they were. I jumped over a trickling creek and found the fool waiting for me on the other side. He said nothing as he fell into pace beside me. His merriment seemed to have deserted him. I reminded myself that I scarcely knew where Molly and Burrich were. Oh, I knew the name of a nearby village, but as long as I kept that to myself, they were safe.
What you know, I can know.
What did you say? I asked the fool uneasily. His words had replied so exactly to my thoughts that it sent a chill up my spine.
I said what you know, I can know,
he repeated absently. Why?
Exactly my thought. Why would I wish to know what you know?
No, I mean, why did you say that?
In truth, Fitz, I've no idea. The words popped into my head and I said them. I often say things I have not well considered.
The last he said almost as an apology. As do I. I agreed. I said no more to him, but it bothered me. He seemed, since the incident at the pillar, to be much more of the fool I remembered from Buck Keep. I welcomed his sudden growth in confidence and spirits, but I also worried that he might have too much faith in events flowing as they should. I also recalled that his sharp tongue was more prone to bear conflicts than resolve them. I myself had felt its edge more than once, but in the context of King Shrewd's court I had expected it. Here, in such a small company, it seemed to cut more sharply. I wondered if there were any way I could soften his razor humor. I shook my head to myself, then resolutely dredged up Kettle's latest game problem and kept it before my mind, even as I clambered over forest debris and sidestepped hanging branches. As late afternoon wore on, our path led us deeper and deeper into a valley. At one point the ancient trail afforded a view of what lay below us. I glimpsed the green-beaded, trailing branches of willows coming into leaf, and the rose-tinged trunks of paper birches presiding over a deeply grassed meadow. Beyond, I saw the brown standing husks of last year's cattails deeper in the vale. The lush rankness of the grasses and ferns foretold swampland as surely as the green smell of standing water did. When the ranging wolf came back, wet to his flanks, I knew I was right. Before long we came to where an energetic stream had long ago washed out a bridge and devoured the road to either side of it. Now it trickled, shining and silver in a gravelly bed, but the fallen trees on either bank attested to its flood-time fury. A chorus of frogs stilled suddenly at our approach. I went rock to get past it with dry feet. We had not gone far before a second stream crossed our path. Given a choice of wet feet or wet boots, I chose the former. The water was icy. The only kindness was that it numbed my feet from the stones in its bed. On the far side I put my boots back on. Our small company had closed its ranks as the trail grew more difficult. Now we continued to march silently together. Blackbirds called, and early insects hummed.
"So much life here,"
Kettricken said softly. Her words seemed to hang in the still sweet air. I found myself nodding in agreement. So much life around us, both green and animal. It filled my wit sense and seemed to hang in the air like a mist. After the barren stones of the mountain and the deserted skill road, this abundance of life was heady. Then I saw the dragon. I halted in my tracks and lifted my arms out in a sudden gesture for both stillness and silence that all seemed to recognize. All of my companions' gazes followed mine. Starling gasped, and the hackles on the wolf stood up. We stared at it, as unmoving as it was. Golden and green, he sprawled under the trees in their dappled shade. He was far enough off the trail that I could only see patches of him through the trees, but those were impressive enough. His immense head, as long as a horse's body, rested deep in the moss. His single eye that I could see was closed, a great crest of feather scales, rainbow-hued, lay lax about his throat. Similar tufts above each eye looked almost comical, save that there could be nothing comical about a creature so immense and so strange. I saw a scaled shoulder, and winding between two trees, a length of tail. Old leaves were heaped about it, like a sort of nest. After a long, breathless moment, we exchanged glances. Kettricken raised her eyebrows at me, but I deferred to her with a tiny shrug. I had no concept of what dangers it might present, or how to face them. Very slowly and silently, I drew my sword. It suddenly looked like a very silly weapon, as well face a bear with a table knife. I don't know how long our tableau held. It seemed an endless time. My muscles were beginning to ache with the strain of remaining motionless. The Jeppas shifted impatiently, but held their places in line as long as Kettricken kept their leader still. At last, Kettricken made a small, silent motion, and slowly started our party forward again. When I could no longer see the slumbering beast, I began to breathe a bit easier. Just as quickly, reaction set in. My hand ached from gripping my sword hilt, and all my muscles suddenly went rubbery. I wiped my sweaty hair back from my face. I turned to exchange a relieved look with the fool, only to find him staring beyond me with unbelieving eyes. I turned hastily, and like flocking birds, the others mimed my gesture. Yet again we halted, silently transfixed, to stare at a sleeping dragon. This one sprawled in the deep shade of evergreen trees. Like the first, she nestled deep in moss and forest debris. But there the resemblance ended. Her long, sinuous tail was coiled and wrapped around her like a garland, and her smoothly scaled hide shone a rich, coppery brown. I could see wings folded tight to her narrow body. Her long neck was craned over her back like a sleeping goose's, and the shape of her head was bird-like also, even to a hawk-like beak. From the creature's brow spiraled up a shining horn, wickedly sharp at the tip. The 4 limbs folded beneath her put me more in mind of a hind than a lizard. To call both these creatures dragons seemed a contradiction, yet I had no other word for beings such as these. Again, we stood silent and staring while the jeppas shifted restlessly. Abruptly, Ketrikin spoke. "I do not think they are living beings. I think they are clever carvings of stone." My wit sense told me otherwise.
"They are alive,"
I cautioned her in a whisper. I started to quest toward one, but Night Eyes near panicked. I drew my mind-touch back.
"They sleep very deeply, as if still hibernating from the cold winter, but I know they are alive."
While Ketrikin and I were speaking, Kettle went to decide it for herself. I saw Ketrikin's eyes widen and turned to look back at the dragon, fearing it was awakening. Instead, I saw Kettle place her withered hand on the creature's still brow. Her hand seemed to tremble as she touched it, but then she smiled, almost sadly, and stroked her hand up the spiraling horn.
"So beautiful," she mused, "so cunningly wrought."
She turned back to us all.
"Mark how last year's vine twined about her tail-tip. See how deeply she lies in the fallen leaves of a score of years? Or perhaps a score of scores. Yet each tiny scale still gleams, so perfectly fashioned is she."
Starling and Ketrikin started forward with exclamations of wonder and delight, and were soon crouched by the sculpture, calling each other's attention to crafted detail after detail. The individual scales of each wing, the fluidly graceful looping of the tail coils, and every other marvel of the artist's design were admired. Yet while they pointed and touched so avidly, the wolf and I held back. Hackles stood up all along Night Eye's back. He did not growl. Instead, he gave a whine so high it was almost like a whistle. After a moment, I realized the fool had not joined the others. I turned to find him regarding it from afar, as a miser might look on a pile of gold larger even than his dreams. There was the same sort of wideness to his eyes. Even his pale cheeks seemed to hold a rosy flush.
"Fitz, come and see. It is only cold stone, carved so well as to appear alive, and look! There is another with the antlers of a stag and the face of a man."
Ketrikin lifted a hand to point, and I glimpsed yet another figure sprawled sleeping on the forest floor. They all departed the first effigy to regard this new one, exclaiming anew over the beauty and details of it. I moved myself forward on leaden feet. The wolf pressed tightly to my side. When I stood next to the horned one, I could see for myself the fuzzy sack of spiderwebs affixed to the hollow of one hoofed foot. The creature's ribs did not move with the pumping of any lungs, nor did I feel any body warmth at all. I finally forced myself to set a hand to the cold, carved stone. "It's a statue," I said aloud, as if to force myself to believe what my wit sense denied. I looked around me, past the stag man that Starling still admired, to where Kettle and Ketrikin stood smiling by yet another sculpture. Its boar-like body sprawled on its side, and the tusks that